1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon and welcome to Dixie Con 38, the 2024 version of the longest running face-to-face diplomacy tournament in the world, I will say, maybe even in the galaxy. I am Kevin O'Kelly. I will be keeping track of everything here. I got my favorite Most Hammered award from the first time I went to that great tournament. And I was eliminated in spring 1903 in that first round I ever played. So I don't hold that against David Hood. I'm thankful that I've got two players here who survived a little past 1903 in their prior Dixie Con experiences. I've got the reigning Dixie Con and DipCon champion from last year, although we've already had a DipCon this year. Michalis Kevridis. Welcome, Michalis.
Hello, pleasure to be here.
And I've got everyone's favorite Dixiecon second place runner-up. I think it's how many years in a row? 2 out of the last 3, Ed?
I've got a second. I've got a third. I think I have another top 10. I don't know, but I'm not as good as Michalis. So, what can I say?
Neither am I. But that's why we're here to balance it out. We've got good, better, and best at that tournament. Michalis, you're reigning champ. Give us a feel of what Dixiecon is from someone outside the States.
Yeah, so I obviously flew over for Dixiecon. Didn't really know what to expect. Had spent very little time in America before that. And it's an incredible atmosphere. There's a really good core of locals who you don't really see at other tournaments. Don't really see online. But they're there for Dixiecon, and they're good players as well. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just that they are specific to that area, and so you got to mingle with lots of interesting people that you don't normally get to hang around with. There's always another Iron Man game of other board games being played in the background as well that you can jump in, jump out of, depending how your diplomacy games are going. Jump in the evening while you're socializing. There's obviously the famous Saturday barbecue, which all the diplomacy is paused for so that everybody can enjoy the barbecue together. Enjoy that for an hour and then go back to stabbing each other brutally or whatever it is you're doing. And yeah, really great atmosphere. Anyone who hasn't gone, definitely give it a go because it's a really good tournament.
So at the Southern Barbecue, you come from Texas. North Carolina barbecue, how does it compare?
Well, I mean, it's food. That's what they call it in North Carolina, and it's edible. And David Hood tries really hard as he throws this wonderful event to approximate barbecue, but a copy of a copy. What can you do? It's really the only letdown of Dixie is the barbecue. But I agree with Michalis. And the one thing for people to know is it's an event. It's not just, if David wanted to squeeze in 2 rounds of diplomacy, I think most other tournaments could do that and make this 3 out of 4. No, we're here to have fun with each other, play different bunch of games, get to know each other, build the hobby. They play a bunch of other games on Saturday night. I didn't know any of these other games because I only played Scrabble and Diplomacy. That's basically the only 2 games I play. But everyone was great. And so it is a must stop on your diplomacy tour.
I couldn't agree more. I got to learn a game called Here I Stand. I think the instructions for that game took longer than my first diplomacy game. It was a great game after we got the hang of it, but I think 6 hours later we were finally into the second phase of the game. So, but the Iron Man is fantastic. The open gaming, the social part of it. I have not been in too many years. I need to get back sooner rather than later, but it is certainly one. Anyone who's within driving distance, I believe a lot of the DC, Philadelphia folks, they drive down for it. So if you're on a highway, someone will certainly stop and pick you up on the way. If they don't, that would be the first stab of the weekend. So want to say hey. So we were talking about last year's DipCon. We've got this year's DipCon champ watching. Hello, Steve. How are you? Welcome to the show. As we mentioned,
Katie Gray is about to come and murder you for that one, Kevin. Steve is our reigning whipping champion. Katie Gray is our reigning DipCon champion.
Oh, I've stabbed her twice because I think I called Karthik our favorite DBN personality from that tournament too. So I'm already on her hit list. That's right, whipping. Whipping's the last one I did. Now I'm having brain lapses. DipCon was much earlier this year. It was Cascadia, right?
They had to hold DipCon early so that they couldn't have this non-North American holding the title for as long.
See, we try that. I think that we did that with Silverman too. I think when he won in November, we had to have it within like 5 months. Maybe it's a DBN thing. It's not really just a.
Yeah. I mean, when Ed finally wins it, we'll find out if they arrange it early after that for him.
No,
look, he's just going to rag on me all day, and I can't take it, but I love it. I was going to say this. Dixie's also revolutionized the virtual hobby. Okay, we had the very first virtual tournament, or at least that I'm aware of. There were a couple of VDL games that were virtual, but this was the first virtual tournament. And I participated. At the last second, Russ Dennis told me to reach out to this guy named David Hood, who I didn't really know. And he was so gracious, and he got me in to a game. And I'm here all of a sudden. I'm playing with Nicolas Sage and Eddie Brisson, and split a board top, and that spurred me on to my almost greatness. Not McCallus level of greatness, but it's a warm, friendly environment for people.
Yeah, it was. So it was. I don't remember if we did it Memorial Day weekend in 2020, but when the pandemic closed down, whipping was supposed to be the first. It wasn't. Zach and Brian and Brandon had organized some games, and it spurred from there. I think we did Massacre immediately thereafter. I know Weaselmoot was not too long thereafter. So it was a great first turnout. The Chicagoan won it, so we were happy to continue to promote the online hobby at that point. Otherwise, we may have shut it down. So Christian Klein, fantastic player in his own right. So miss you, Christian. We'll hopefully see you at a house game here soon. And everyone knows David Hood. If you don't and you've never seen our DBN Deadline program, it's a monthly news program. It is one of our favorites, so you will certainly see a link. Maybe we'll get one up that way later. We'll get a link to the most recent episode, and this year's winner will certainly be on there. Speaking of this year's winner, McCallus, how do you win a Dixiecon? What's the scoring? What's the strategy like?
So Dixiecon is draw-based scoring as the big component, with center count as the differentiator between the levels in it. So if everyone's only getting freeway draws, your center count really matters. But the best way to win reliably is to have something that's better than a freeway draw, either a two-way draw or a solo, and combine that with a freeway draw. My plan last year was, because it's a 3-round tournament and the third round is a time round, take the first round as a banker round, get myself a good freeway draw. You're in contention, but you're not scary big early on. I'd made that mistake in a virtual Dixie where I got my big score in the first round and got heavily attacked in the others as a result. So last year it was a case of I just want a nice banked score, and then the second round was the round I was targeting for my big score, and myself and Doc Binder managed a two-way draw in that round, and It basically then came down to, in round 3, whether Dot would be able to beat my 3-way draw with his result, and he was not, and nobody was capable of soloing or 2-way drawing in that time. Being the time round, it's just much harder to get your big score in the final round. So I would be looking at round 2 for the big score, and anyone who can get a big score in round 2 who already has a big one in round 1 is in a really good position.
All right, Ed, so that's a strategy to win. When you're not in that position, what do you got to do? What's round 3 like when you've got the deadline? And I'm not asking for personal experience. I'm just saying from someone who has played this game, what's it like coming under the pressure of round 3?
So 2 years ago, I started with a 3-way. Then I had a 2-way draw. And then I get into the 3rd round. And I know Brandon Fogel has 2 2-ways, so I've got to basically get a solo. And I'm charging. I'm doing really well as Turkey. I've got 17, maybe 18 in sight. And time gets called because people have to get on airplanes. They have to go back to their lives. And so I'm looking at all my beautiful yellow dots as Turkey with no home. And in fact, what's even worse is it ends up being a 7-way draw because no one had actually been eliminated at the time, even though I had like 13 or 14 dots. But the thing about the key for Dixie, I would think, is I think McAllister talked about how to win, right? 2 2-ways will get you in the mix. 3 and a 2-way gets you in the mix. What separates it is it's not draw includes all survivors. You can talk to people and have themselves vote themselves out of the draw. For someone like me, who can be persuasive at times, like if you're not doing well in the game, you might be able to get people to vote themselves out of the draw, and it will help you even if you're not number 1 in the draw. The fact that people can vote themselves out of a draw is a real game changer. It's what I know some people don't like that, but that's actually what I love because it gives me a different tool in my toolbox of persuasion.
As David Hood says, the name of the game is diplomacy. And yeah, you got to help people move their pieces around on the board, but you can also vote them out, help them vote themselves out in the draw vote. So, hey, Jasper, hey, Karsten, and Hal, who you saw on our promo video at the start. Hal is super helpful with all of making us look good on here. We need as much help as we can get.
And as Jasper has just asked, like, why would people ever want to do that? This goes back to the atmosphere at Dixie. Do you want to sit there on 2 or 3 centers for several hours at end, entering orders for a game that you're almost dead in? Or do you want to go socialize, hang out, go have dinner with people, go play other games with people? There's so much going on in the background at Dixie that you don't necessarily want to sit there in misery and drag a game out till 2 a.m. just to punish Ed Sullivan for screwing you 7 times in a match.
There is that, okay, right? Even though I deserve it. There is that point of people want better things to do sometimes, but a different motivation is you can use the carrot that McAllister has got, but you can also use the stick, which is, hey, this way you're getting points. If you're the one that's not actually, if you vote yourself out of the draw, you still get your centers to move on a score. Otherwise, we're going to come kill you. And some people, like, I've only had to do that a couple of times, but that works too. The stick sometimes is more effective than the hammer, than the carrot.
2 of the 3 rounds are untimed. They do a Friday night round. They do a Saturday morning round, which then McCall said is paused for some barbecue midway through the round if your game's not over yet. But the Saturday round could go 12, 13, 14 hours. So to Ed's point about, if you're being stubborn and won't vote yourself out, if the alliances hold up, I mean, I've been on one center for 5, 6, 7 game years before at that tournament. And then they finally say, you know what, you're not worth it. We'll let you stay in the draw because we can't get you out because now it's 17, 16, 1. And, then you're on to the solo. So that's the beauty of being able to continue to negotiate. You're never dead. You could vote yourself out, but you're never dead until that last center's gone. So this this scoring system is different as it is from everything else we show kind of on this network. There's a lot of upsides you don't get playing in other systems. So let's see how those, if there's any games like that today where we could see someone who's hanging on by a thread. We think they're on their way out, and then all of a sudden a turnaround comes back around. And the other thing is, this is one of the later called timed rounds for a Sunday. Most Sunday endings, people have to work the next day on a Monday with the Memorial Day holiday here in the States tomorrow. Most people don't have to work tomorrow. So it is a late time round. And as of now, I don't know if it's even been called yet. So this round 3 that we're going to get to in a little bit here, we might see some long games today. So don't click away too soon. Even if you see two-way draws early on, which again, I don't know the results. I'm going to be as surprised as all the viewers here. Let's see how it goes. And let's get into some action. One last thing before we do that. The summer season is coming up. We actually have a pretty quiet June and July from a tournament standpoint, but we've got VDL in 2 weekends from now. That is on the VWDC Discord server. It's for anyone who's got an internet connection. We play on Backstabber. We use Discord connections to discuss moves. 6.5 years, I think, is the, or I'm sorry, 6.5 hours is the time frame on that. So usually you get through 10 to 12 years, depending on how fast you play. Games are once a month. It's a 10-month season with the championship at the end. Go to the website down there to see all the details on that. The Tour of Britain, which is a very similar format, run by, is Gary Sturley still running that over there? This is the 3rd edition. We've had a king and a queen, I believe, in there. That is June 15th, so 3 weekends from now. So 2 weekends back to back of virtual diplomacy. That is also on here. Let's get this. That is also on that this way, that server up there. Click the link to see that. No July tournaments as well, but we've got Boston Massacre August 8th or 9th through 11th.
Is Regatta not in July?
Regatta is in July. Thank you.
Regatta's in July. Kevin, you forgot WDC going on in 5 days.
That's the last one I was going to get to, but yeah, because that one's still technically in this month. Yes, Regatta, which I apologize. That is, where's my Discord? See, I'm on the server right now too. There's an NADF server, which will get you there. Make sure we got the right weekends.
Who's the defending champ of Regatta, McAllis?
I don't know. I didn't go to that one, so the lesser lights were able to win, I think.
Is that why I ignored that one?
Also, the Dutch Diplomacy League, they had 4 boards today for those and so they're, please check that out by Yelta Kuiper. It's doing great.
Yeah, I mean, 7 Years War it's not just the Dutch league now. They've combined it with the German league and the French league, and they're doing English language games as well. So it's sort of a European Union league at this point.
So Regatta Open, I see, hopefully someone in the comments, and we will confirm this, is the calendar has it 29 players currently. That's good. July 19th through 21st. Go to armada-dip.com/2024. Ed Sullivan won last year. I believe you brought your daughter as well. Is that right?
Yeah, her first tournament.
So we are all ages welcome. Sorry about that, Manis and Eber. They throw a great one. We got a new location this year, I think. Big room, pictures on the website. July 19th through 21st in the Denver area. Then Boston Massacre, August 9th through 11th. And then SkyCon 2. We had the last one, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. Craig Mayer hosts it in Big Sky Country in Montana. I believe Ed said he was going to take an RV. Is that still the plan for that one?
I'm taking my Airstream. My dog and my Airstream might live with Craig for a while. He doesn't know that yet.
The registration form is very simple, according to Riaz Varani in the Discord server on that. So don't forget to sign up for that one and a few others in September, October, and November. We'll talk about those more when we get to one of the next broadcasts. So, oops, wrong. But
let's go to the games.
We're going to the games. We're going to the games.
This is like Brian Prable on steroids. Let's go.
All right, fine. I got to get rid of the brand. There we go. All right. Outer Banks. Outer Banks, we have all of these board names are for locations in, I don't know if it's North Carolina or all of the Carolinas. So we'll assume North Carolina for now. I was in South Carolina last year. Skipped over North Carolina. Outer Banks. We have Hudson Defoe, Tim Crosby. Tim Crosby is our sandboxer on this game. I'm going to give a shout out to each and every sandboxer because without those sandboxers and with people to help coordinate that, we do not have these broadcasts and all of the fantastic tech that goes with it. So thank you, Tim, and everyone else for getting there. Chris Barfield, who's a longtime face-to-face player, played against Chris, maybe 15 years ago for the first time. Liam Stokes, a long way across the continent, coming to us in Germany. Jack Craig, a local. Randy Lawrence Hurt is a local, but he is more than a local. He's been a traveling face-to-face player for a long time. And DBN's Ben Kelman, coming from Ann Arbor, Michigan. What do we think? First board coming up here. A couple travelers, a couple locals. What's it like, Ed, when you're coming in and you don't know some locals when you walk to your first board?
What an apropos question. The very first game I played face-to-face at Dixie, I was partnered next to Hudson Defoe, who, as far as I know, shows up at one tournament every year, and it's this one. And that guy's a crazy mofo. I mean, you have no idea what he's going to do turn by turn. He's an exceptional liar. He's a great dude. I just love playing with him, except for every other turn he stabbed me. And we still worked it out, and we're in the draw together. So that's what it's like. I
think that's just reflective on Ed, because I played a game with Hudson last year, and he worked with me all game and didn't lie to me once. So I might not have been so nice to him at the end of it, but yeah, I think this is on Ed for making Hudson lie.
So note to self for Hudson is the more you lie, the more likely a chance you'll be in the draw at the end.
We all know about Tim. Chris Barfield's a good player. Randy, they're not ranked here, but I don't know Jack Craig. Other than that, I mean, you got players who can play this game. McAllis, do you know Jack?
I do not know.
Well, we will get to know him as we get through this board here. So we're going to go quick. We're going to do VDL style on speed here. I am going to get rid of the show orders, everything without reveal. Let's go. McAuliffe, let's pick out your favorite order here. And Ed, if there's commentary, throw some in.
Well, we've got an Armenian fist bump. That's what the eye is immediately drawn to. So that suggests pretty good relations between Russia and Turkey. But we've also got a DMZ in Galicia. So Russia looks like they've got friends in both Austria and Turkey. And we'll see who gets the short straw out of this. Austria, with that Vienna to Budapest, has some good influence on Romania as well. So we saw a couple of years ago when someone did statistics of games that when Austria gets Vienna to Budapest and nobody moves to Galicia or Trieste in the spring, Austria gets some really good results. So promising for Hudson.
All right.
I would say no. Rome to Naples is the only thing that you don't usually see on the board.
Great point. Pretty standard Western openings, but a Holden Picardy. Ed, what hits you other than that in the fall?
Well, I was drawn to the east, where Italy's gotten a convoy across to Greece for going Tunis right now with Hudson's support. It certainly appears to me that it looks like AI versus RT in the east, and then uh, in the west, obviously Chris is fine with Tim taking Belgium. So, are we going to see an EF? Or are we going to see, as happened so many times, English Army dying? Or we don't know yet, but certainly this is a sop to Tim from Chris. Two players who I think might work well together. They're similar temperaments.
It's interesting that Chris has decided to put the fleet into Spain's south coast here, which, if you're going after Italy early on, makes sense. Almost anything else, it's just not as good to have the army in Portugal and have to spend an extra term walking back the next year. So maybe Jack's got something to worry about on that front, especially when there's a neutral Tunis, which is a little bit inviting for France to come in that way.
Yeah, Spain South Coast, I feel like it is old school. And when I first started playing, that was more what those players did. Maybe that's how Chris reacted to that. So to get to the builds, 2 fleets for England, that's pretty interesting, given how Picardy held and did not bounce him out of Belgium. Fleet Brest, so maybe Chris saw it coming or something didn't play out that way. Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna, maybe a reaction to the convoy. And a wave or a misorder for Randy. Don't normally see a wave from Russia in 1901, but that is what we see here.
I think I'm going to predict it's probably not an EF.
This is
Fleet
why
Liverpool.
we have championship analysis here.
All right, so Spring of 02, we have a clear EG. Yeah, England goes into Channel and into the Irish Sea. Germany does get into Burgundy as well, so definitely working together. Looks like they might have some sort of deal with Russia as well, as Germany doesn't go to Baltic Sea, just holds their second fleet. This may explain that Russian wave. Maybe that was a diplomatic play on Randy's part. And it also looks like they've got Italy on board with Venice to Piedmont. So that South Coast fleet perhaps spooking Italy. Italy was worried France was coming for the Med, so that's why they've done this. But yeah, the South Coast fleet and that army that's back in back in Spain now at least. But yeah, it'd be so much better if that was already in Marseille. Yeah, Chris is under a bit of pressure here. The East is a bit of a quagmire. We'll see whether Black Sea was arranged or whether that's Russia stabbing and an air forming.
So Ed, if you're Chris here and you feel maybe some pressure because of Spain, how do you get Italy not to go to Piedmont or not? I mean, Tyrrhenian makes sense because the Ionion's full, but you say, look, there's 2 fleets up in England. How are you trying to say, Jack, we're still cool?
You try that, and then when you're under attack from 3, this isn't the way everyone should do it, but my preferred method is to sort of pick a winner. And then I'm typically will go and say, Italy, just take Marseille here, and leave me alone or whatever. Sometimes that works. It's like when you off balance 3 people and one person looks like they're going to get the gains, jealousy sometimes ensues. But that's how I do it. I'm curious here that Randy's going to the black, but he's also supporting Bulgaria. So McAllister's comment, is it an air or not? He's right. We don't know.
Well, let's find out.
I'm going to say that this probably is an air now. I'm here for the cutting insight, and this is what I will provide. Sevastopol convoys straight into Ankara. The Brandon Fogel move has been deployed against Ben Kelman. Elsewhere in the east, it looks like Russia and Austria both support Italy into Bulgaria, but Italy doesn't take that support, which is a little bit rough. Unless you're Ben, in which case it's great. Italy also loses the Ionian to Turkey, although that possibly will get disbanded. Meanwhile, France does not pick a winner yet. They have decided to try and defend everything, but they've focused on defending from Italy and Germany for now. So they've kicked Germany out of Burgundy, and they've blocked Marseille, and they blocked Gascony, which did cost them Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They've also chosen to retreat to North Atlantic instead of Portugal, which is ambitious, but I'm not convinced will be rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, there were things that sort of don't these players aren't really on the same board, right? I mean, on the same page. If they wanted Marseille, Burgundy needs to move to Marseille. Piedmont should support it, but I can understand why Italy may not want to do that. On the other hand, it's very unlikely that Burgundy's entered order would have worked. So, I don't know.
Yeah. So Randy has one in the bank. After picking up bank, it's 2 armies, Ank and Bank, 2 armies there. Another fleet for Italy, and that is all they wrote in the winter.
You got to love Randy's position here with that sort of DMZ in Scandinavia, with Germany going to Helgoland and him in Finland, because that helps Randy so much at this stage of the game.
I feel like we've seen a lot more of Germany and Russia working together over the last couple of months. I think DBNI, we had a couple of good games like that, and
it was also a thing last year at Dixie. I saw there were a lot of great northern alliances between England, Germany, and Russia, and maybe it's a thing that's common to that area and their meta. Either way, we see here in spring, Russia just getting into a dominant position against Turkey. Italy does get into Bulgaria now, with Austria backfilling Greece. Ben is probably not long for this world. The West, meanwhile, they do get into Brest, but they kicked out of Picardy, do get into Burgundy. There's a double retreat to Belgium, which is quite a clever move, I think, on the French part here. They've basically forced disbanded that English army that was on their homeland. The problem is they're not going to be able to retake Brest, most likely. We'll see. It depends what Burgundy does. Not getting into Gascony is actually a little bit of an issue, I think, this turn for them.
And to the fall, we see the results of the West is a lot of red and less black, but Germany comes out the victor. And the East, there's a lot more black arrows.
Yeah, it looks to me that we have a stab here. Hudson, well, it's hard to know what the stab was. Hudson got into Greece and helped put Italy into Bulgaria in the spring, but now in the fall we see Austria wanting Greece. It's Austria getting kicked out. Getting kicked out to Albania here. So this is Italy saying no, they didn't like that. In fact, pulling back to Tyrolia from Piedmont, but not Venice. So it looks a little suboptimal. Meanwhile, it's really a pretty brutal takedown of Turkey. I mean, he's going to live to 1904, but not going to live much longer than that.
So the results get us a rebuild for Timothy. Picked up Brest, but lost Belgium. Munich gets an army because of Belgium, and Italy puts down Army Venice. Army Moscow, is very neutral at this point.
I think that's what you probably want to be as Russia. You've got something good going in the north with England and Germany, so why spook them by building in St. Petersburg or Warsaw? And you don't need another unit in Sevastopol, and maybe having too many units in the Balkans might spook Italy. It looks like Russia's got a wintergreen and an alliance with England and Germany, and they probably don't want to rock the boat too much here.
Yeah. So as we get into 1904, what is Italy? Italy just stabbed, maybe stabbed, not sure stabbed, or retaliated against Austria.
Definitely stabbed. This is a wintergreen attack on Austria, and yeah.
But if the catalyst for it was an unintended Albania to Greece, maybe Austria comes over and says, "Look, Russia's going to steamroll through both of us going forward. Is there any chance to make up? Is that how likely? What probability is that going to work on Italy at this point?" 10%?
If Austria wasn't getting Greece, what was Austria getting out of that alliance? Like, Greece had to be going to Austria, so. And Italy got the jump on Austria as a result. I think that Italy will be quite happy with this position. The one thing Italy does need is for someone to start probably controlling Russia in the north, because otherwise Russia will get scary. As it is, Italy gets into Trieste. Austria successfully defends Budapest from Russia, but Russia gets a free walk into Smyrna anyway, so not too bad news for them. The West, The issue EG have is that they now need to keep up with this wintergreen. They can't let the wintergreen get too far ahead of them. And yeah, they're into Mid-Atlantic, and because France retreated to Western Med, they do have a free walk into Portugal, which is nice. But they've also got to retake Brest. Should be quite doable. This should be a good position for them to go +1 overall against France this year.
In my mind, it's been a pretty inefficient EG, but we'll see what's happening. Russia's out. Like, this is really Russia's game right here with the growth that Russia has.
Yeah.
And no northern pressure. None. All right. As we go to the fall, by the way, I mean, it should be worth noting that there's not a single English army, as the English fleets just, they don't try and retake Brest for themselves. Instead, they help Germany into Brest while they take Portugal, Mid-Atlantic, Irish. It's an arranged bounce, and North. Meanwhile, just as I said, it's an inefficient EG. They finally make some progress with Burgundy. It's good all around by them this turn. And then I move to the east, where we have sort of a clinical takedown here of most of the Austrian units, except Austria does snag into Romania because Ukraine didn't support it, or Black didn't support it, because Randy's already sort of thinking about next target. But it's a bit of a slowdown there. I'd be curious to see how he responds. But yeah, it's a great wintergreen. The question is, what comes after the wintergreen? I feel my David Hood voice coming in, because they've killed Turkey and they're almost killed Austria.
Well, they haven't quite killed Turkey, because Turkey got into Greece with Austrian support.
Oh, I missed that.
That's a slight error on Jat's part. I feel like Adriatic should have been tapping Albania. It's not doing anything anyway, so why not? It doesn't matter if you get in there by mistake. Yeah, it's Russia pulling Romania off the board's quite interesting as well. It suggests like that they have a build, because they've still got Vienna, so they haven't actually gone down 1 overall. What do they want to do with it that they couldn't do just by retreating to Sev? Do they want to put some in St. Petersburg here?
Or just a rebuild in Sev as a fleet. Interesting. Two armies
I'd
already.
like that if I was Italy.
No, but very that's what the clinical takedown, and it's funny. At your precursor of an inefficient EG is Liam Stokes, your son, right? Is one of the most creative order writers in the virtual space. Obviously, face to face now as well, but we've seen some interesting strategies. I know he and Brandon like working together, because they'll come up with great ways of doing it. And this is another example of Liam's tactical mastery coming in. He gets 2 builds, but can't do anything with it because Fleet Berlin has been sitting there for quite some time. And France really an unfortunate turn there. Loses 2 and is stuck south.
I mean, if I'm Italy, the alarm bells are ringing at this point. This to me looks like this is an EGR freeway, and that's the end game that's being played for, with the combination of losing Greece, which hurts. France is now attacking you as a sort of janissary for the EG, and Russia's just put another southern fleet down. Yeah, this doesn't look great for Jat. He's going to have to do some good work to pull out a result from this position, I think.
Mild disagree. I was going to say I wouldn't want to be Germany in this position. I think I might be next on the chopping block, but we'll see.
Well, it seems like a planned bounce in Prussia, because Berlin to Prussia is not a normal order set, but seems to work out well for those units there. Ed, what else do you see in spring here?
Well, it's not anti-Italian yet. With Budapest going to Italy, Romania going to Russia, with a retreat to Romania that will be eliminated in the fall, and the wintergreen will have mopped up everything but Turkey. We'll see if Turkey gets mopped up in the fall. Turkey's helping here with Russia, so I don't know. Maybe Ben lives. Meanwhile, there's a big pivot. by Germany here to the west, with Marseille theoretically still vulnerable, but it looks like EG is starting to worry about Russia a bit. So I don't think it's an EGR at this point. It might turn into one, but it's not yet.
I feel like Russia's arranged, but that they're going after Sweden because Russia's getting big and they need some sort of what you call it, safety in the back in case Russia starts rolling through the Balkans. So I would still be looking at this as probably an EGR endgame, but we'll see. I don't think Liam has to worry too much because Tim has no armies, and that's not great for attacking Germany.
And to the fall, we say goodbye to Chris Barfield.
We say goodbye to
Oh,
France.
we don't.
We say no, yeah. France gets
Yeah.
into Tunis, and we say
look at that.
goodbye to Jack's hopes of getting a good result in this game. France gets into Tunis, and Russia does stab. Budapest is taken by Russia. Serbia is taken by Russia. Russia has 2 fleets in the Med. Yeah, EG get into Spain, Marseille. Brest is given back to England, which I would be pretty much certain is by agreement. So yeah, this is a case of Russia is now very, very big. They have a couple of fleets in the Med. Can they push for a solo? Will they try pushing for a solo, or will this just be mopped up into a safe little three-way draw? Russia is well ahead of the others.
Ed, I think we were talking pre-broadcast. Maybe you weren't even on yet. Maybe it was just McCallus and I. Solo in round 1, big target on your back. Is this the position that Randy goes for it? Building fleet south coast, 2 more armies up north. I mean, those are definitely fighting units.
I don't think about Russian solos until I see 3 northern fleets, and I think that E and G here can stop most of what Randy's going to do in the north with the R. So I'm not thinking solo. I mean, he's got 5 more places he's got to get, and Trieste, Greece, Venice, Rome, Naples, I guess would be the path.
It's whether France and Turkey are feeling inclined to help Russia solo may well be the difference. I think, yeah, as you say, that he's not going to get it through the north. You're never going to solo against an EG in the north as Russia, but the south is there's potential. It's not going to be easy. But there's also the thing at Dixie is that even though there's a drop round, so it's only your best 2 scores count, a solo by itself will not win you the tournament. You need a solo and another good result because 2 3-way draws is better than a solo. And therefore, the incentive to go for a solo and torch relations isn't necessarily as high as it is at other tournaments where that solo might just by itself win you the overall tournament.
But Kevin, this is something you talked about earlier. We now have 2 powers, and McCallus pointed this out. Depends on what France and Turkey want to do. These players can have a real say in talking themselves into the draw if they can, because the line is incredibly important at Dixie. It's important always, but here you can't just jettison them, and the price of keeping them helping is for them to stay alive.
Yeah. Fleet Tunis is one of my favorite units and centers on the board when you can get to it in this game. But it moves. It wants more. Collis.
All right. So Russia is pushing forward, trying to get stuff. They're not necessarily going for a solo, though. Like, Germany is getting down into Tyrolia. Italy is helping them, but so is Vienna. And the fact that Vienna is supporting that move suggests this might just be them mopping up dots in some sort of coordination. Like, Russia doesn't try and bring the second fleet out into the Med, which you absolutely would need if you were going to solo here. This to me sort of suggests like this is going to be a 3-way draw, but England and Germany do want the extra centre points from taking out those Italian and French centres, which does make sense. This is the only round that's a night round at Dixie. So this round is generally the one that will be played longer with people grinding out for the extra points in a way that socialization sometimes precludes in round 2, and obviously round 3 is timed anyway. But round 2, you've got stuff to do after the game. Round 1, you don't really. Like, the game ends, and often maybe you'll go down and have a chat, but you're not going to do anything that takes a lot of energy at that stage. So I wouldn't be shocked to just see them cut up the Italian dots between them and call it. And it's also only 1906, so it's not actually that late anyway.
Add more of that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here is like Russia really has no pressure, right? When this is happening, when Russia goes to the Ionian because Italy wants to get Tunis because it's losing, Rome, and Albania is convoying to Apulia, and then Germany here is grabbing Venice. This is a pretty dangerous game they're playing, actually, if you think about it, but not too dangerous. I mean, they are getting these Italian dots, and it looks like Randy's going to get to 15 and probably call it.
Yeah, I think the German armies getting into Italy is quite important, because even though Russia's got a fleet around Italy, they're not going to be able to push into Tyrrhenian with the English fleets now being there. So Germany should have enough with coordination with England. I think a Russian solo at this point needs some sort of breakdown between EG to happen. It's also interesting that Turkey isn't currently being cut out, and I wonder if that is that Ben is willing to vote himself out of the draw and Jack isn't, and that's what's happening.
All right. You're on mute, Kevin, which is a good thing.
Ah, boo. I'm talking on there. I did that. I tried to get through at least one game without pulling a Preval, but I did not. So, hello, Brian. Hope all is well. Yeah, Fleet Greece, Fleet Adriatic, same use. If to McAllister's point, maybe Ben is willing to and stays alive for that. We get through the builds and we go into spring 07. I'll do this since it is a whole lot of red orders. England moves the fleets forward, but the Army Marseille.
Germany and Spain is noteworthy.
Yeah, look at Liam. I mean, this is like he can't help himself.
Yeah. Well, who knows?
They're making it. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was to get one more unit up. If the trade was Tunis for Spain, if something, let's see if it. Yeah, there's no.
I mean, if the trade is Tunis for Spain, then Liam is absolutely the winner from that trade, because he's done nothing to help England get Tunis. Yeah, you take a center you can take anyway, and I'll get one of your dots in compensation. That seems reasonable.
Yeah. Well,
this doesn't look to me like they're trying to set up necessarily for a draw, right? Turkey's gone, but the convoy is Smyrna to Apulia. All the fun little bounces are gone. I don't really quite know what's happening, what Liam did here, if he engendered some problems. I don't know.
Well, I imagine Liam was supposed to support England into Naples and instead support holds Italy. There's definitely some kooky things going on this board.
Yeah. All right. Well, then let's watch it, especially with Smyrna to Apulia. That changes a lot of the dynamic over here. Builds in this year is Randy continues to build at least one per year. We're at 1907 and he is at 15, which is an unbelievable. That's a krill like Russia here.
The issue that Randy has is that convoy to Apulia might scare Liam out of anything that he was going to try and do against England, because that is quite a scary unit if you are now fighting England.
Yeah. Well, that may put them together. Although, who is left? Jack, we assume, was voting down any draws, if there were any draws. I don't have any notes on the draws, unless let me I don't have any notes on this. Draw.
I would say you don't see a lot of voted down draws at Dixie because it's all sort of pre-negotiated. Like people vote themselves out or not, right? And then,
well, so Germany is convoying to Tuscany. So clearly they through with English fleet. So they seem to be back together. Russia and Italy working together again.
Look at this.
That's
units in Naples.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous. I think Liam not supporting England into Naples last term was a big error. And if Randy does solo that game, it's going to be almost entirely because that is what happened. It's still going to be difficult to force Venice for the 18th. and even getting Rome, like holding Rome where they are is achievable, but actually flipping it to be Russian instead of Italian is much more difficult. But it is achievable. It's definitely not completely out of the question at this stage, if Germany and England make the wrong moves.
Russia gets into Tyrolia, putting one more on Munich here.
Yeah,
Lost.
but they lost Naples.
Yeah, that's a painful piff. Although they have also got big threat on Berlin. Like getting into Baltic Sea is a big tactical error by Germany's part. Livonia is not where you want to be with a fleet here. Baltic Sea. Now they have to defend Kiel. Berlin is really hard to hold. This just got really tough for Liam.
So he does get to build 2, but the pressure is on. First year that Randy does not grow, but he does rebuild in Moscow.
Randy's problem is that the south, now England has 3 on Ionian though, and that's going to make it really difficult for him to even hold what he has down there.
No,
I think it draws. I think it draws here, but I guess it's whether Jack is in it or not. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Okay, so Russia takes Silesia. Russia takes Venice.
I think it will draw at the end of this year because, like, Russia lost Baltic and Prussia, so their threat on Berlin and that area is gone. Sweden is now therefore not really holdable. I imagine that EG finally take out Rome this turn, and then the game ends. But maybe they'll play on to try and take a couple dots off of Russia.
no.
They don't take out Italy. Is that a failed? Yeah, it's a failed conflict because Ionian got dislodged.
Mm-hmm.
It's really the end of Randy's solo attempt here.
Yeah, they forced Ionian, so the solo is off. Sweden is held for now, but sooner or later it won't be.
Question is whether EG could push now.
Yeah, how late do you want to stay up? I think my game last year in round 1 went to 2:30 in the morning, and I think it went to something like 1914, 1915 for that to happen. Yeah, the game.
I played a game with Cameron Higby, and he went to 8 in the morning on his first game, and he just rolled into the next game.
Fair enough. Cameron was actually in one of my games as well. But
look at Berlin.
This game is.
What did Liam do?
Just getting started. Berlin went to tap Silesia. Cannot cut the unit that is supporting into yourself. So,
well, that's the other thing about playing this late at night is fatigue kicks in. Liam has obviously had a big long flight to get here as well. Maybe that's playing a part. Maybe that's a reason for some of these less than ideal moves. I'm still not convinced it's actually opening the door to a solo because I still don't see the 18th, and Sweden is still not actually holdable. But Munich is definitely takeable because they haven't got anything in Burgundy. They're a turn away from getting to be able to defend it.
All right,
Correct.
So we're going to actually go to reveal here because we're at 16. Russia is sitting in 17 at the moment. How is this possible for Randy? All right, give me your best tactical set. How do we get 18 here?
You take the 50-50 on Munich, whether you take it from Berlin or you take it from a different center. That's the 50-50. If you take it from Berlin and Germany takes Berlin from Kiel or Baltic, then that's the wrong move. If you take it from Berlin and Germany tries to take Berlin from Munich, it's the right move. There's definitely that's where the guess is.
Ed, if Jack has been being voted out of the draw all game long and he says, you know what, I'll support Venice to hold, or I can help you guys take Venice, right? It's 43 there, am I right?
It depends on the vengeance level of Jack. If Jack has just been sort of jacked around with, so to speak, and it looks like that's sort of happened, Randy's kind of tried to help him. Maybe he doesn't help it. On the other hand, this is your chance here as Italy to be relevant. So, maybe they try and force Venice. They even tried to put Jack in, but that was the wrong way to do it.
They also walked out of Denmark, which is wild to me. But the thing is, they made the right guess on Munich. They didn't try and take Berlin, didn't do anything funky in that regard. They did try and force Venice, but Russia defended Venice. And so the game isn't completely over yet. But it should be. And with Burgundy being there, the chance to take Munich is now over.
So we get to winter 1910 with 17. Here is a little video we had from that adjudication.
Hey folks, bringing you coverage at 3 a.m. of round 1 of the 2024 Dixiecon. We have one game remaining. That game involves Randy Lawrence hurt as Russia pushing for a solo. He just got to 17 at the end of 1910. He could have...
Ooh, wait.
Hey folks, bringing you coverage at 3 a.m. of round 1 of the 2024 Dixiecon. We have one game remaining. That game involves Randy Lawrence hurt as Russia pushing for a solo. He just got to 17 at the end of 1910. He could have been to 18 if he had ordered correctly and taken Munich, although that wouldn't have been true if the opponents had ordered correctly and taken Venice. But there were misorders going backwards and forwards. It, again, is 3 o'clock in the morning. Can Randy pull out this solo victory? Time will tell.
To keep your opponents playing till 3 a.m. But to make David Hood stay up to 3 a.m., that's a bit mean.
David is a regular late night analyst on VDL. He is well trained for being up till 3 a.m., making good decisions all the way through, I am sure.
Yeah, nobody else does late nights for VDL coverage.
Never heard of anyone else. Not on this stream, at least.
Well, McAllis is a vampire, and David Hood needs to orient the camera correctly to the board. That was ridiculous.
Hey, not everyone who sits around a board gets to look at it face on like we're seeing it here. That is the benefit of DVN, is you're always getting to look at the board right side up. But when you go to a face-to-face tournament, you can be upside down half the game. You can have vampires and bats. Spring 1911, they still try. Randy still tries to push for the solo.
It didn't work. No
yeah, he's lost Sweden. He's lost Venice. Now it's a question of whether they cut Italy out, and they don't.
They don't.
He does vote himself. Oh no, Liam has voted himself out of the draw. If I read that X correctly,
you do read that
left.
He didn't. Liam, you traveled across a whole. Oh my God, Liam.
Well, at this point, it's 3 in the morning. Tim Crosby maybe now has the upper hand and says, "Look, we'll just squash you in the middle, or it's a solo." And Liam says, "All right, I tactically misordered down here." Maybe he talks himself out of it. I don't know.
If I'm Liam and Tim Crosby says that to me, I'm saying, "Okay, it's a solo." I am not being threatened out of a draw by my game-long ally at 3 a.m. when I'm on 8 centers and Russia's on 17.
This is asinine.
I am only speculating on what might have been said there.
Wow.
Let's see. There is another video here. We'll get some post-game reaction. I shouldn't have showed this game first, having all of the video post-game, but we do have an interview with Randy, and the opening line, because I did watch this interview, is pretty funny, given the time constraints here. Let's see if we can get a video.
I think Randy forced this on Liam. I think Randy's like, I didn't do all of this for a 3-way. Like, one of you's got to go, but Liam should have stood up to that, and so should have So should have Tim. Well, I guess Tim's getting two ways.
I think Tim's got good reason not to stand up for it.
Yeah.
Hey, look who I ran into
these
here at
guys.
Dixiecon. Randy Lawrence Hurt. We just watched the coverage of your round one game where you played Russia, and you actually had a solo shot. You had what we call a solo push.
I did. Yeah, got close to it. Not a tactical solo so much as I had a diplomatic shot at it. It was kind of the story of most of the game. The tactics were iffy. There were chances. There were maybe things I could have done better. But what really carried me through to the end of the game was the diplomatic situation on the board.
Tell us a little bit about that diplomatic situation, because the viewers will have just seen the moves, but that doesn't necessarily give them the context. They need to understand the moves.
Right. Well, the early part of the game, as you'll have seen, was fairly simple. Progression of alliances, working to take out Turkey in the bottom corner, then turning on Austria with Italy, and then eventually turning on Italy. What wasn't maybe so clear until a couple of years in, Germany, England, and myself, so Liam, Tim, and myself, from 1901 had agreed we want it to be the three of us at the end of the game. We want a three-way alliance. And we carried that through the entire way. As you'll see, there was a big stalemate up in Scandinavia. We each had a unit and kept it out of each other's way and continued on our various pushes. Then when we got towards the end of the game, and it got down to about 5 powers, so it was, and myself, Liam, and Tim were the dominant powers on the board, and you had Jack in Italy and Chris in Barfield in France, who were down to just a couple of centers each. Then it became a little bit of a touch and go. Do we actually want a three-way, or do we want to try to push for a two-way? And that led to a situation in around 1906, I think, when I persuaded Liam to do what he kind of already wanted to do and attack Tim and try to go for the two-way between Liam and myself. Liam did attack Tim, but did what we professionals call a zero-dot stab.
That, by the way, for viewers scoring at home, is not what you want to do.
No, it wasn't the most effective stab I've ever seen for Liam. It was pretty effective for me because it allowed me to go to Tim and say, Liam's trying to cut you out of the draw. Do you really want that to happen? We need to make sure this is a three-way, and try to get them to fight while I mopped up what was left of Jack's position in Austria and get into Italy a little bit. Then Liam started to feel remorseful and decided that, no, actually, he did want the three-way draw after all.
Hey, Ben Kelman.
Ben was also on that board for a brief time. And then, so Liam decided to, all right, we got to bring Tim into this board, back into the draw. Tim, at that point, was thinking, well, Liam just tried to cut me out of the draw. Maybe I should try to cut Liam out of the draw. And comes to me and says, look, we can make this a two-way. And the two of us start trying to see how we can diplomatically plan that out. Meanwhile, I'm convoying into Italy, trying to get myself into a position where one of them will get so frustrated with the other that they either throw me a solo or, what I thought was more likely, just don't defend against my solo attempt.
And you must have been sort of licking your lips in this diplomatic situation. That's exactly how particularly a Russian solo can take place.
Exactly. And like I said, tactically, I wasn't across the line. I couldn't force anything, although there came a point where I attempted to persuade them that I could. But diplomatically, they were not on the same page at all. And there was, starting in like 1907, there was a draw vote every single round. Sometimes proposed a three-way, sometimes proposed a two-way. And they all failed. What I did not admit to anyone on the board, but I'll say now that the game is well past over, I was vetoing every single one of those, as anyone with a shot at a solo should do. Eventually, by the end, skipping forward a little bit here, got to the point where, unfortunately, Jack had to leave the board, had to leave. And
this is when Jack was down to one center, right?
Yes, Jack was a one center in Italy. And David Miletsky came in and took over the position. I am relatively confident that if Jack had stayed on the board, they would have held their units for the rest of the game. Miletsky came in and, understandably, didn't think that was necessarily an entirely reasonable way to play the power and decided to get involved. That caused a critical set of moves in the second to last year of the game, where they attacked Venice, which was the only center I could theoretically lose, while I was attacking Berlin and Munich. I did manage to take Berlin. If I had made one move differently, I would have taken Munich as well. If I had attacked Munich from Tyrolia and support from Silesia and Bohemia, I would have taken Munich. And because they misordered when it
misordered royally.
Liam completely blew the orders for supporting Rome into Venice. I held Venice, and if I had ordered differently, I would have taken Munich. It would have been a solo right there. We actually, on the board, thought it was a solo. The move from Baltic to Berlin to cut my support for the attack on Munich had gotten missed or misheard, and for about 30 seconds, I thought I had soloed the board.
I was there. I remember.
I got a big old hug from Aletsky, and I felt like a champ for about 30 seconds. And then we reread the orders. Backstabber actually helped with that. The adjudication showed that I had not taken Munich after all. At that point, it's still not definite that they can stop me. I'm on 17. It's possible. So I tell them I'm not going to agree to a draw. I'm going to keep pushing. But at that point, they were able to get their tactics right. They kicked me out of Venice. I'm able to, I forget if I took Munich or not, but
You ended up at 17.
I did end up 17, so I must have taken Munich, but I lost Venice. It was clear there was no way for me to take it back. We played into the spring, and it's an interesting question of why we played into the spring, because we still couldn't agree to the draw. At this point...
Yeah, it's important context here that was the end of your solo push in terms of moves on the board, but there was still a diplomatic situation to resolve itself, which only happens in a draw-based scoring system.
Exactly. I could tell tactically, assuming they continued to order correctly, which it looked like they were going to, I wasn't going to be able to get the solo. But Liam and Tim still couldn't agree on the size of the draw. Liam, apparently, I wasn't present for these conversations, but according to Tim, Liam kept promising, if we just stop the solo, I'll agree to vote myself out of the draw and make it a two-way. And then on more than one occasion, when they thought they had stopped the solo, Liam changed his mind and said, no, actually, I want a three-way. This continued every season for, I think, about 3 seasons until the very last season when they had finally kicked me out of Venice. They had dislodged me from a couple other. I might have gone down to about 15 at that turn, but it was spring. Liam and Tim had it out on the table with Tim saying he would only agree to a two-way draw with Liam voting himself out.
And I think it's important to note, at about 3:30 in the morning. So tempers were frayed, moves had been done that were not ideal moves, mistakes had been made. Probably nobody's on their best behavior or best game at 3:30 in the morning.
It is something I on the one hand, I was very pleased with how everyone actually stayed relatively level-headed. There was no losing of tempers. People were getting short and frayed, but it still remained a civil game. But the tactics were clearly suffering. This all started about midnight. Midnight, we were down to about 4 players, and it lasted for another 3.5 hours before the final end of the game, 3:30 a.m. So finally, at the very end of the game, Tim told Liam he was not going to agree to a 3-way whatsoever. I thought the game was going to continue at that point, which was really bad for me because my position was only going to deteriorate. But Liam, apparently feeling the consequences and the guilt of having attempted to force Tim out in the first place, said, okay, he would vote for a two-way, excluding himself, had the draw vote, and as you can see, it passed.
Yeah, it was really quite a story at the end. Let's just cut to the ending thought here, which is, if someone's watching this game trying to figure out what can this game tell me about how to play diplomacy, how to go for a solo, what to do if I'm in that situation, what's the best lesson you can tell them you learned from the game?
A combination of never give up and don't let the tactics determine what you do next. Sometimes you have to do that, but if you can read the diplomatic situation right, you can create a solo out of a situation where you really shouldn't. I wasn't able to this time, but I came this close, and had one moved in different, or there had been just a slight change in fortune or attitudes, I would have had the solo. So it can come this close, and a little bit of luck can push you over the edge.
And still a great result. Randy, congratulations on that result, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Dave.
Let's see, oops, I'll put that back on there. I don't want to sound like we knew what we were talking about, but I felt like everything we led into at the start of this broadcast was said of that interview. Any thoughts about the draw voting out conversation?
Ed needs to teach Liam how to stab better, because the 0-dot stab on England that seems to have created the diplomatic situation that eventually led to Liam being not part of the draw. I called it at the time that not supporting England into Naples, it wasn't good. It just made Russia too big.
What I got out of this is Liam. I already knew that Liam is a softie, and everyone doesn't realize that he's a softie. He's a softie. He's a sweetheart. Dude, Liam, you go and tell Tim, if I'm not part of this draw, Russia's soloing. That's what's happening. Okay, and that's it. That's it. So you pick. We both lose. We both hold a gun on each other's head, or I give the gun to Randy. And he didn't do it. And that's it. That's what happens at 3 a.m. I wish he hadn't done it.
I will say
by the way,
I would absolutely have done the same thing. Like either Russia solos or I'm part of this draw.
Yeah, and you said that before we went into the video.
If Randy was wearing that shirt, I would have let him solo just so I didn't have to keep looking at it.
Well, so that was the point I made about, and I didn't watch the whole video because obviously I would have known how many draw votes were being taken when we were having this conversation 30 minutes ago. He goes, this is just after the ending of round 1, which was in the daylight. So I was curious if the game then did go until 6 or 7 in the morning because of how bright it looked. I think that was before round 2 as everyone was running to the games, as we saw a few of our friends in the background running there as well. That is a New England Revolution kit from one of their games. Randy is a huge New England fan, even though New England needs a lot more than just fans to succeed recently. They've had some rough times.
And players.
Yes.
And a manager and owners. Yeah. All right, look, that's enough. I'm not doing this for the next game. Let's go.
All right. To the next game. Congratulations, Randy. A nice. So here we went back to the, as you can see on the map, the chance. So if the order had come from here, it was only 3v. It would have been 3v2, and it would have worked. Little did they know. So on that note, we will go to the current state, and that is where it is over. So we make sure we're on the right standings. The players in board 2, which is Piedmont, not the same province on the map, but where we are here in North Carolina. We've got Alex Maslow from Boston, who is the host of the Massacre in Austria, a long time. And I believe Tim Richardson has maybe not made all of them, but was there at the beginning. Keith Worstel, whose maps we were playing on this tournament. Those look very nice, and even have the initials of the provinces on there. So now there should be no NOR being written for any of them because those are on there. Benjamin Pierce from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Don't know if this is Benjamin's first tournament. Welcome, Benjamin. Robert Moeller from Pittsburgh. Tony Bilsey from local Pittsburgh, North Carolina. And David Miller, who I believe is at least a 2-time champion at Dixiecon.
This is the board of the nice guys. Tim is such a nice guy. Keith is a nice guy. David is a super nice guy. Alex is a nice guy. I predict a 5-way draw.
All right. Let's get up.
I've seen David playing games before. I do not predict a 5-way draw.
No. David is a 2-way type of player. So we'll see if he can match the scores we saw in the first game. All right. We'll go. That was a long game. Let's go quick on this one to McCallus. Let's start out here, Springs.
England jumps in against France, is rewarded by being jumped in on by Russia with the Northern opening. Russia doesn't get a DMZ and Galicia out of that Northern opening, which is always a bit risky for them. And apparently Naples is very popular for Roman armies in spring of 01.
The bounce in Tyrolia, too. This is as chaotic of an opening as I've seen on this network in a long time.
An old school Turkish opening.
Yes, very true. David Miller is old school, so but he gets rewarded for being old school.
Yeah, Turkey gets Romania and Constantinople, which is great. Meanwhile, Serbia orders Khan to Romania. That was a misorder. Albania held, definitely a misorder, and they bounced into Galicia. Warsaw. Let's see here. Keith gets out of all this trouble with English Channel going to Belgium, and there's a convoy to Norway supported by St. Petersburg. You don't see that very much. You sometimes see a bounce out of Norway when Russia goes north, but rarely do I see the army getting supported in by Russia. It's not looking good for Russia is the way I'd put this, but they do get a build, so we'll see how they respond.
It's looking better for Russia than it is for Austria.
Yeah.
Trieste being snagged by Italy. and not taking Greece. I feel like Alex is such a nice guy. He's decided to give everyone on the board his dots already.
He says, "I'll give you a center if you promise to come to Boston in August."
David Miller will be very happy, that's for sure.
Mhm.
All right, builds are pretty much as expected. So we go into spring. Everyone is piling onto Austria because Austria is already dead, pretty much as expected. Looks like the North is turning into sort of EG versus R. Russia not really being rewarded for helping England convoy into Norway because you don't actually want an English army in Norway, but does defend Sweden for now.
Portugal to Spain's south coast, with England having 2 fleets coming your way, is something I want to watch.
Well,
it's going to be
just-
hard to take out. Oh, go ahead.
It's just slightly better to be in Spain than Portugal, and it doesn't really matter which coast when you're using it to defend mid-Atlantic, I guess.
I was going to say it's going to be hard to take out Spain if, yeah, I mean France here. Notice that Munich went to Tyrolia and not Burgundy, so that's a clue that Germany's not necessarily on board with England here. And look, we get this sort of convoy line now from France. We get France helping Germany into Belgium, and then in the east, boy, okay, yeah, not good for Alex. Loses Serbia, loses Budapest, and we never technically owned Greece, but he's kicked out of there for fun.
I mean, Alex has unlocked a special diplomacy achievement, which is to be attacked by all 4 of your neighbours at the start of the game. You don't get to do that as Austria very often, but he somehow managed to get Germany to come in 1902 and also join the pylon. So that is an achievement, Alex. Congrats. That actually made me deliberate that double misorder to Albania. It means he gets to rebuild in Vienna, which he otherwise probably couldn't have done. So
Yeah, but the fun part is he could have just disbanded them both, but instead he retreated them both for our viewership. So.
why not?
Yeah. England goes down 2. Finland and Picardy come off. Austria does get to rebuild the one in Vienna. And for the second game in a row, Russia waves the build early on. So Turkey is in a much better position in this game than last game.
The problem that Russia's doing here is that they've waived that build because they don't want to upset Germany, but Germany is always going to do exactly this with Baltic Sea. This was always coming. It would be a hell of a diplomatic masterstroke to get Germany to not take Sweden, but maybe it's by agreement and they're actually fine giving it over. Other than that, it looks like we have an IT in the south. David Miller takes Budapest from Russia. Italy looks like they were supporting him, but they made the wrong support or something. Looks like they were supporting Serbia in. So I understand why you would prefer Serbia to be in that in there as well. But with the fleet coming back, Italy is in an okay position to IT. They're playing with fire a little bit. We'll see whether they're rewarded, whether David Miller wants to take on the entire board, or whether he does just want an ally at this stage.
It is a strange IT. I would say now Italy's really going to gain not much out of this in the Balkans and has to go west, or David's just going to start taking Italian dots.
Well,
I'd be scared if I was Robert.
You call this an IT. We call this a T using I to advance his own score here.
We'll see.
Okay,
Italy
so
gets Vienna.
Italy does get Vienna. See how long.
The other point from last time, which we didn't point out, was the successful guess to Clyde instead of Liverpool, and for that, Keith now takes Liverpool.
Yeah, so this is good for Keith, bad for Tim. Tim also loses North Sea, but Keith now kind of got. This is what I hate playing diplomacy. It's like I got rid of one problem, now I got a whole nother one, and so this Italian commitment towards France. Keith's just like, oh God, can I catch a break?
Yeah, I think that Keith is in some trouble. Tony going for Edinburgh rather than defending Sweden. He's not really been rewarded. Maybe they'll throw him a bone next year, but this kind of looks like it's going to turn into FG versus IT at this stage of the game. And then someone, which at this stage probably Italy or France, would be cut out for a freeway, would be how a normal Dixie game would go from here, I would imagine.
Yeah, the Army Munich heading west instead of east at this point is the assumption, and it's not.
Nah, I don't think you need to. You're in Burgundy potentially by agreement. You don't need to go west yet. Yeah, this is Turkey just pushing up to take Russia. Russia does get into Sweden and has supported Germany to Edinburgh. So maybe there is some sort of deal going on between Russia and Germany, and that's good news for Russia, definitely. It's probably less good news for Teef, because if Germany's playing both sides here, I'm even more concerned as Teef that I'm going to be cut out of Liverpool, that Norwegian isn't going to go to North Atlantic here and Germany takes Marseille or something, because if Russia and Germany are working together, I don't actually see what Teef is necessary to Germany to do.
It's a 4-on-2 right now. I don't know how long that will last, but with England helping, well, yeah, you're right. Keith may be the one that suffers.
No.
Okay, so Turkey takes Sevastopol here. The West is locked up, although it's an army in North Africa, not a fleet, which I just noticed. Yeah, so I mean, not much happened here, other than advancing positions.
England gets into Belgium. Not irrelevant, because Germany going to Munich is a little bit of a weird one. Why you wouldn't cover Belgium, I'm not too sure. Germany, therefore, is down 1 for the year. They've taken Edinburgh, but they've lost, Belgium and Sweden. That helps Teef, because it's probably Yorkshire that comes off the board.
Nope.
In the
Piedmont.
East, I'm sure there's a reason, but I was a little surprised Armenia doesn't go to Sev. And with Black support, and Romania to Ukraine with Galicia support, that would be a better position. But none of that was guaranteed. This was the guaranteed way to get Sev, so I understand that. But we're going to lose a little momentum here. Silesia, I assume, is going to support Warsaw.
Yeah, you would imagine so. You're taking some big risks if Silesia's there to do anything other than support Warsaw, especially having given Russia Sweden. So.
To spring 1905, my assumption of Turkey pushing Italy just forward for Turkey's own gains. I think Budapest and Romania moving up solidifies the alliance more. So maybe that was part of it too. Maybe Robert was asking, hey, look, you said you were going to go. You said you're going to go. Let's make it work this time. And
Italy's had an issue for a number of years in that Fleet Trieste is an awful unit, and they're finally trying to undo that, but they're still wishing that that fleet was in North Africa and the North African army was in Trieste, and then their position would be 10 times better than what it actually is. And it's going to be quite difficult for them to unwind it now Germany's in Tyrolia, because they've got some horrible guesses to do to hold that position. Other than that, looks like Germany was potentially meant to convoy Russia to Livonia, and I actually question why you would then not do that if that was what the agreement was, because you far prefer Russia's army to be in Livonia than you do to be in Sweden, because it means you can always walk into Sweden later if you want it. So that's a slightly odd one. It looks like the East know exactly what they're doing with their orders, and the West don't yet.
Well, except for David, I think he meant to convoy Ankara to Romania. I can't think of a good reason it stays in Ankara.
That's true. That might bring back some flashbacks for you, missed convoys during an IT.
I only did it twice.
In the same game?
Oh, Broadcaster Brawl 2. Go back and check the tape.
Yes.
Yeah. I was the Italy. Ed was the Turkey.
I sadly don't have much memory of the east side of that game, as Tanya and Robert kept me occupied in the west. Oh, and I do bring that up to Robert every time we're on stream together. So thank you for not having Robert here, and I still get to bring it up.
Okay, Turkey does get the convoy here. Turkey takes Warsaw. Nothing happens in the Med, and then Tim loses London. I really don't know what that German army in Silesia has done for the year and a half, and it didn't either. So it's back in Munich. I think it's trying to give space for somebody to attack somebody, but didn't support Warsaw.
All it's done, yeah, by first, like if they convoyed to Livonia, you could have pulled out of Silesia because then Russia could defend Warsaw. You basically made it so Russia couldn't defend Warsaw and then walked away and let Warsaw fall. Maybe you're hoping Turkey stabs Italy. I'm not convinced you want Turkey to stab Italy, but maybe that's the play.
Enough.
Yeah, Turkey is going to be very, very big if they successfully stab Italy. And yeah, okay, it's Turkey. You can probably stop a solo, but it's going to make cutting people out of a draw later much harder if Turkey's already at 15 or 16 and you're trying to do the Dixie thing of get it down to a freeway, or even better if you're playing like Tim Crosby did. So, yeah. Other than that, yeah, a whole lot of not much.
Well, if you're going to make the attempt for the solo, you might as well push as far forward as you can and pick your survivors. If Russia should be cut out, maybe you're stuck with 4, but we'll see as we go. Army Kiel, Silesia goes. Another fleet. Oh, not another fleet, but a third fleet in an IT.
That fleet is enough for me as Italy to be going nope.
But it is not.
There's that in the Army Kiel, right? It's a little unusual.
Not Army Kiel's because of that annoying English fleet that's in Belgium, though. I think that's acceptable.
Yeah. Agreed.
My issue is that, yes, Russia's an easy cutout, but the problem that Germany has is that if Russia realizes they're an easy cutout, they could flip and work with Turkey. And I'd probably be doing that around about now if I'm Russia and trying to make Germany be the one who gets cut out. So
yep.
They've taken Warsaw. That could even be a sneaky, clever play so that Warsaw has a forward retreat into Prussia. We'll see. Yeah, the fleets in Tyrrhenian Sea and Aegean Sea that are Turkish are not what you want in an IT. I like ITs. I like ITs more than almost anyone in this game. I don't like this IT. not if I'm Italy.
I was going to say, depending on
I like this IT if I'm David, because it's not an IT. It's just a T.
Yep.
Well, that Venetian army's gone to Trieste, which A, is dangerous, and B, can't do anything. So, I mean, I don't really know what's happening.
And Germany has stabbed France. Germany has gone into Burgundy to stab France. That is a move that can be made.
It's purely defensive. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, you've got to defend Burgundy to stop France taking it themselves.
And
Germany took Norway also. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah.
That may be agreed. I don't know.
I assume it was.
I'll keep you alive in St. Petersburg, that sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe. And then the forward retreat, as you mentioned, and now Russia walks back forward again.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that this is Germany wants France to be the one who's cut out for the freeway. France wants Italy to be the one that's cut out for a freeway, and Turkey wants them to all start cutting each other out so that they can take everything.
Yeah. Yeah. So here we go. Go ahead, McAllis.
This is why you don't let Turkey have 2 fleets sitting around your dots as part of an IT, or even have 3 fleets existing as part of an IT. So Turkey takes Rome, Turkey takes Naples, Turkey takes Vienna. It looks like F and G do get back on the same page. Burgundy isn't used in a hostile manner. Brest is into mid-Atlantic with all agreements. It looks to me like this is, we'll cut Italy out and end the game, which is really bad for FG because Turkey's going to be on 17 if I read that right, maybe 16 if they don't get Tunis, and France and Germany are going to be on 8 and 7, which is not what I would call a good split of points.
A little more going there, as Jamal said.
Okay. We took 4. We took Greece was the only. I mean, so yeah, so that's a +4 for Turkey here. So yeah. David at 14. And now it's sort of this tricky situation of well, we don't want David to solo, but how's the draw going to go?
Yeah. 14, 2 more fleets.
They've got a big issue in being able to cut Russia out here.
They need St. Petersburg's on the line, right? So it's an issue. But we take Trieste.
Oops, sorry.
We take Trieste. We don't take Venice in the fall, but I'm not sure why not. They can't take Venice. No, they can't.
No, not with Piedmont there.
Yeah, sorry. All right, I think we can fast forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Looks
think
like
this
it's
is
setting
just
itself up.
and unless there's a insane stab between France and Germany, this is just Turkey taking the last dots that are available.
Yep. Moving along the line, 4 fleets.
It's not enough for a coastal crawl.
Nope. And that is it.
Yep.
And Italy and Russia do vote themselves out. Why do you do that, Ed, if you are either Italy or Russia?
Depends on
Italy can be
people's
killed.
motivations. Italy can be killed, but Russia can't. Russia's needed for like. There's no way if I was Russia, I would agree to it. But on the other hand, he's keeping Sweden, which he doesn't need.
And it's 3 a.m. roughly, as we know from the other game that was at 19 at 10 at about 3 a.m. And if you force France and Germany to cut them out, Turkey's probably not going to stop them cutting you out because Turkey wants it down to a freeway as well. So Turkey is probably going to give them room to go and take Sweden and St. Petersburg. Mid-Atlantic can come all the way up to be the extra unit that's needed to force that. It's going to take a long time, but it can be done. And do you really want to play another hour and a half, 2 hours just to get yourself cut out of a draw?
Yep. Oh, here we go. Tony says.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I think I would have taken the draw by voting myself out.
Yep.
And yeah, Italy was fortunate to survive in the first place, so they're definitely going to take the draw at this stage. Because Tyrrhenian Sea isn't necessary for a stalemate line in the mid. You can easily just have Tyrrhenian Sea tap Ionian and FG take Tunis, and that's that.
There we go. All right, so maybe a little before 3 a.m. On that one. Next is down east. We've got John Dargis. Sorry about the pronunciation, from Raleigh, a local. Cameron Higby, previously mentioned, from Missouri. Emily Turnage. I know Emily's played a couple of these before. Alex Ronke, I know that name from previous ones as well. Another from Pittsburgh. So back at our initial tournament here in Chicago, we were about 5 players short of making 3 boards, and 5 high schoolers walk in out of nowhere. And we're like, where did you guys come from? Sure enough, they were all from Milwaukee High School, and they drove to the tournament without telling us. And so we made 3 boards because of them. So we affectionately named them the Milwaukee Mafia. So maybe Pittsburgh has their own clan here that has come down. So welcome, Tim. Todd Craig from Pittsburgh, North Carolina. 2nd or 3rd from Pittsburgh, I think I've seen. So maybe a good group there. And certainly the longest trip of this whole tourney, Ronnie Mortimer from Israel.
I've got a cheerlead, Ronnie, as last year's longest traveling Dixiecon attendee. Actually, maybe Andrew Goff beat me to that title, but we're probably both up there on it. Come on, Ronnie. Let's show these North Americans how to play diplomacy.
All right.
Hey, I like Ronnie, but also take a look at Cameron too. He's up and coming.
There we go.
And Todd is reliable as the day is long. Okay, I'll do spring this time. Other than the DMZ of Galicia, the northern opening from England, and a northern opening from Russia, those are all the sort of the key things, I think.
Seeing a lot of northern openings and DMZs at Galicia here.
Mm-hmm.
We have
3 for 3. Venice to Apulia and Rome.
There's no Italian army in Naples. Wait, what's this?
yeah. Tim doesn't know how to play Dixie style.
A fun Trieste to Venice bounce puts the army back in Rome would have been fun. So, to the fall, Smyrna to Armenia this time around. Michalis, what else different? North.
I mean, the north is what's different. This is an ER combined attack to take down Russia. This is Cameron and Alex rather have worked this out in advance. So they've gone to bounce Sweden. Alex basically told Tog that he's going to bounce Sweden, and therefore Todd has probably gone to Cameron and gone, all right, well, I won't bounce Sweden. You get Denmark. I'll go to Baltic Sea. We'll kill Germany. The bounce over Belgium, maybe France is in on this, maybe France is not in on this. We'll probably find that out next year, but this is almost certainly some big coordination between England and Russia, and Alex has been sort of snookered, or snookered as he would pronounce it.
When I play Germany, in this situation, that's why I never say one way or the other, but usually I just go to Russia and say, you're probably okay. Probably. You have to leave a little doubt, because this issue with Denmark is real.
Well, probably okay means 2 fleets for Germany here, which is fun retribution if the North is coming.
Germany's big problem is Fleet Marseille suggests that France is on board with England. That's not the build that would be coming to Alex's rescue in this scenario.
Fleet Smyrna is the only other possibly controversial or anything like that.
All right. So yeah, this is you. Yeah, your spring. No, your spring.
All right. Yeah, so what we see here is Emily looking good. Emily's in Belgium. Emily's in Burgundy. England here is going to fight Germany. England takes Sweden. England back in the North Sea. But slight problem, because AI have decided, how about Piedmont? How about Tyrolia? How about Bohemia? I imagine Warsaw was supposed to go to Silesia here, but okay. Guess it's and Ronnie, man, love this guy, and now he's got fleet in the Aegean, fleet in Eastern Med. Of everybody, France and Turkey had the best spring.
So last game we saw an Austria who managed to get all of their neighbours, including Germany, to attack them by 02. And this game we've got the opposite. We've got a Germany who's got all of their neighbours, including Austria, to attack them by 1902. So Anschluss relations not going quite so well this game as they tend to do usually. Rody will be rubbing his hands together in glee, because an AIR where you don't kill Turkey it's an interesting game. I'd be very worried if I'm John Darges right now that RT aren't just going to plow straight into you.
Sorry, I missed it last time. I was trying to thank every sandboxer. I don't have a sandboxer for this game, but thank you to Alex Maslow for last game. I'm calling out everyone because, again, we cannot do it without him. My favorite when I was drawn to this was Bohemian Trolia. So let's look to see what they do here. And, of course...
It's not an AI. That's the takeaway. Austria, instead of going for Munich, in fact, is going for Venice. France now puts those fleets into the bed that they didn't put in spring. Italy is the one who's actually the odd man out, except Turkey is probably not working with Austria either. Austria is sort of going alone or working with France as their main ally, which it's a thing that can work. I'm not sure it's a thing that will work. It very much depends on what Todd in Russia wants to do here. Italy's probably a little bit sad that they actually blocked Turkey out of taking the Ionian Sea. It was probably better for them for Turkey to get into it at this point. And therefore Austria would become a really tempting stab for them. Meanwhile, in the north, Germany now piffs that Russian fleet in Baltic Sea. So this coordinated ER has worked out incredibly well for Cameron Higby and incredibly badly for Todd Craig, who has essentially got nothing from it. It's probably going to turn into a very nice EF from this position, looking at Holland.
I agree with all that. I just point out for those newer to diplomacy, Ionian does not move because it is what's called a beleaguered garrison. There's equal force on both sides. So even though it's being attacked by 4 units, it lives and it is not dislodged.
Love it. Eddie and Army London, both German fleets that I was excited to see go down last winter, are coming off the board, and a couple other armies.
The real question here is whether Russia uses that army in Warsaw to go to Silesia and Prussia and continue the attack on Germany, or if they drop down to Galicia and go, right, let's roll the RT now, because if the East doesn't resolve soon while the EF is this far ahead of them, then the EF is going to control the entire destiny of this board.
They do not. So they played ahead of this commentary and could not listen in. What else do you see, Ed?
Let's see here. Austria and Italy are rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, and France is sort of okay. Yeah, not much, to be honest with you.
Credit to Tim. He's heard my advice or seen it in advance, and he's realised that he does want Turkey in the Ionian Sea. Just about the only time Italy ever wants Turkey in the Ionian Sea is when they're being attacked by Austria in the early game. So he's realised, all right, Rhodey, you can come in here. Ionian Sea is yours. Hopefully, Rhodey uses it to take Greece from his perspective.
To the fall, E and F continue to move forward.
Yeah.
Tunis. France takes Tunis, walks in because Italy didn't defend it, which I didn't actually get that. Maybe Italy, realizing Turkey wasn't actually on side, was hoping France and Turkey would bounce each other out of Tunis, so might as well try and defend Naples if you think Turkey is hostile. Austria gets Rome. Austria is, because RT is sitting there and not doing anything, Austria is actually doing okay out of this rat for now. Russia gets Berlin, but that's... I don't think it's something that they're going to hold for very long against this concerted EF, especially as Germany is almost certainly going to pull that fleet off the board, which means England will walk into Baltic Sea and then, hooray, you've got Berlin. Hooray, you've got 5 English fleets coming at you, or English units.
The one build he gets in St. Petersburg isn't going to offset it. Also, we need more likes. Come on, people. All right.
Army St. Pete. So put up a little bit of a fight. The fleet does come off the board, as you mentioned.
I think that's all as expected.
Yeah. 2 fleets for France. That's fun.
They need it. They've only got 2 in the med, so actually, is Tunis a fleet? I can't see because of the banner.
It is. Oops, sorry, I forgot about the banner. But participate in the chat. We appreciate seeing a lot of familiar faces in here. And if you're new, introduce yourself and make a friend or 2.
It's not an EF anymore. England has taken Holland here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because look, Russia goes south, doesn't feel any pressure. That fleet's going to move around. I really wonder why Sweden isn't moving to Norway, but maybe that's to make Todd feel better. So there's certainly movement here.
It's, as EFs go, or as stabs in an EF go, this is probably not the most effective way to do it. I'd far rather have dropped into English chant, because Holland was always hanging there in the breeze if you've got a friendly Russia. So take Holland in full, get yourself good position in spring, get those fleets into a better position to actually fight France, because instead you're just trying to funnel them one by one through English Channel with a France who's already been tipped off. And sure, you're going to get to North Atlantic with the other one, but France is going to pull Lyon back to Spain right now, and so you don't get Mid-Atlantic anyway. Not the most effective stab. I think the real question is what Russia and Turkey do now, because if England's attacking France, I see little to no reason why RT don't jump in on Austria right now.
Well, I think that's going to happen. That's probably one of the reasons Ionian doesn't go to Tunis, right? So, but and Austria's looking mighty scary now with 2 builds, right? So, series of issues.
Well, it's spring, so I don't think Austria's getting 2 builds.
The answer to
So
that, McCall, I'll let you keep going, is
they don't get any builds.
They
lose.
get -1 builds because they don't get Munich, they lose Serbia, and they lose Greece. Italy finally gets the reward of Turkey being Ionian Sea, but it's a bit late because they're dead. France doesn't care about England and just carries on going into the Med. That is brave. That is delightful if you're Cameron. France does get Munich with Russian support, so they have recognised that it would be a good idea for Russia has recognised that it would be a good idea for France not to die very, very quickly. I can't quite see what England was doing with Kiel. Can you pull that?
It's supporting. Yeah, it's supporting the Munich.
Okay. Maybe they're already thinking of some arranged draw.
It doesn't go to North Atlantic. Norwegian doesn't go to North Atlantic, so it may be Cameron just sort of exercising his power, but trying to be benevolent dictator, sort of like me.
So Austria, as mentioned, does move one.
Is Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, what you would call a benevolent dictator, Ed?
Well, for one
kind
season.
of dictator.
Yeah. Tunis comes off the board. 2 Turkish armies.
That's also a really interesting pull, Tunis. I would have thought that Tuscany, because you're not likely to get any of those Austrian dots in Italy. Austria is Italy now because they're not Austria anymore. All right, over to you, Ed.
All right. So, well, Austria is trying to defend against the RT. Good news, no pressure from France anymore. Bad news, lots of pressure from Russia and Turkey here, with and so racing back to try and hold Trieste. But Austria lost Budapest here, so not looking good for poor John, although somewhat predictable. Meanwhile, Cameron Liverpool goes to English Channel. Again, doesn't go to North Atlantic. Fine. So there's this attack here. So it looks like we have this FRT. No, that can't be right. ERT? I don't know. I don't know what we have.
It looks like Dixie storing hat on my head. It looks like France is the one who's going to be cut out to get the freeway. I question whether that was the best freeway Cameron could have got. I feel like actually, in terms of center count, but the center count, although the draw size is what's the biggest factor, the center count is then what wins you against people with the same draws as you, and lots of people will have the same draws as you, especially in a freeway situation. I feel like Cameron is going to have to do pretty well to get more centers out of France than they could have got from just charging early on into Russia here and getting all the way down to Warsaw, Moscow, which was achievable because they probably would have got Berlin, Warsaw, Moscow, St. Petersburg. So to compensate, they need to get 4 centers from France. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. We'll see.
I tend to agree with that. I think the centers here were in Russia for Cameron, because sometimes when you're England, you don't attack Russia because you need a prop up against Turkey, but you don't need that. That counterweight's gone. So you're giving Roni a lot of power here, which, is fine.
And you're also, the fact that Russia starts building can get very scary, because if Russia, at this stage, Russia's not really going to be taking stuff from France. Turkey's not in a position to take stuff from France. So it's very easy for Russia to do, this and put France into Kiel and potentially build in St. Petersburg right now and decide to work with France instead of with you. Rodi is going to do nothing to help you because Rodi's just taking the dots. Rodi doesn't care who's part of the draw. Rodi's like, right, Trieste now. Let's stop it with Venice. Then I'll take that. Then I'll go take Tunis. But beyond that, I don't care. England, France, you're all the same to me. All I want is my dots and my draw. I'm not going to help England in any manner here. So it's really down to what Todd does, and that is not the build you want to see if you're England from Todd.
Oof. A build that you like to see, McCallus. So we'll see what he does with it.
I've
to
been
this,
known to do the occasional South Coast Fleet. That is true. I mean, like
I
North
like
Coast
them.
Fleet does nothing here. Like you're never getting into Norway with it, so why do it? South
Yep.
Coast Fleet gets out and can actually have some sway.
Yep, I like it. Ed, let's see what happens with it. Nope, it's a unit to just keep bouncing with Finland. That's lovely.
Yeah. Well, but it spooked Cameron, right? So Cameron has to move North Atlantic back to a Norwegian. Just as it got there, a little too late. But as I look here at the east, which is where I think a lot of the action is, Vienna's gone, Adriatic is gone. So this is all horrible for Austria. It's great for Ronan, great for Todd. And
Emily's
Cameron
made an
gets it.
error here.
Yeah.
At Paris should have been holding Brest or stopping Picardy, not blocking either. Is because Emily is on the clock here. Emily is hoping that she can hold out long enough that Russia takes stuff from England, and if she can't hold out long enough, then Emily is the one who will be cut out of this draw, and Cameron will make it in. And not blocking Picardy and letting Brest fall is really bad in terms of momentum. It's a swing against her and in favour of Cameron, and I don't see a world where they both make the draw unless some crazy stuff happens between RT. So you can't be letting Cameron take Brest.
So,
And we have an incoming convoy from Armenia that moved to Smyrna. We'll see it come somewhere.
Successfully covered there. I will say one note about that. Sorry, I was turning the background. When we see orders like that where it's a hold, it might have been a misorder. There's a lot of times orders that look just too wrong to be wrong or too wrong to be right. Sometimes they were misorders, and the support of that is just what they put in the system to speed things up. So
Cameron's she's got away with it though. Cameron has walked everything out. I didn't like Cameron's attack on France in the first place, but I'm not entirely sure I actually like Cameron backing out of the attack on France either, because I still think only one of them should get into the draw. And the way that he got into Brest in spring, that should have been him. Yes, it wasn't entirely holdable, but it was a case of I need to tie up France until Turkey goes and takes Tunis and France is crushed from the other side. And now that's probably not going to happen. Turkey not getting, well, actually they couldn't get guessed correctly with the convoy either way because Austria defended both, so fair play to John for that. Yeah, Turkey's not going to come and save Cameron, so I guess Cameron's now hoping that Rhodey goes for Russia. That's the get out of jail to get a freeway out of this.
that build likely does not do it. Army in the north.
But why is it an army?
Well,
Yeah,
to move to Bulgaria, because why not?
This is Ed's turn.
Yeah. So we have Turkey here getting into Apulia and setting up more. We have Russia kind of chugging up the line here with some peace with France, it looks like. France is just sort of hanging on, kind of helping, staying out of the way. Cameron's totally reacting to Russia here. The only question I have is whether this is going to be a 4-way or a 3-way draw. That's like what I see here. Because without that fleet, I don't think Turkey could push easily west.
Yeah, the pressure's gone off of France. France isn't looking like following up on England, so they've taken the olive branch in that regard. But this does feel very 4-way drawy unless Rhodey stabs Russia, which he may do. He's got all the armies there, which even though he's gone Serbia to Albania for now, that can easily turn back later. Russia's the one walking armies that are actually probably not coming back. So if I'm Russia, I really want Turkey to be the one in Tyrolia rather than me, because if I'm the one in Tyrolia while Turkey sat in Trieste, I hate that as Russia.
Let's see. Well, you guys do the fall. I've got the scoring system calculator on diplobn.com, so we're going to do a little math analysis while
All right.
Nicholas,
you do that.
So Russia is the one in Tyrolia, which that's an alarm bell. I don't like that for Todd. That is the way that Turkey can get a good stab on you. Turkey gets Naples, fine. Like Austria was never surviving to the end of this. England takes St. Petersburg. This does feel like it's going to come down to whether Rhodey stabs Russia. That's going to be the decider in this game.
Let's see. England builds one, puts down an army. Russia, because of the loss of St. Petersburg, where are my eyes? Loses to Tyrolia. And Austria on the way out. 9-8-9-7 at this point. So a 9-9-8-8 four-way draw gets 142, 142, 138, and 138. If they had to force someone out, looks like they get about another 24 points each. So
plus the centers from cutting that person out, so it actually works probably more to 40 to 50 points more each. You tend to get about 170, 180 in a freeway.
Yeah, but let's just assume someone just voluntarily.
All right. All right. I was going to say that the build, I dislike disbanding Tyrolia and keeping Finland, but actually they've done the sensible thing and convoyed it back. So fair play, Todd.
I think Ronnie waved too.
He did.
I might have built, yeah. But anyways, he takes Rome, takes Tyrrhenian, takes Ione, so he can get Tunis if he's interested here. He's in Tyrolia, so Michalis is happy. Let's see. Meanwhile, Russia playing defense, convoying Finland back to Livonia, which is, I think, probably pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
And why is North going to Helgoland? Is this for, like, I don't understand what's happening there, but fine. They got 4 on Munich now, right?
Yeah, there's enough things here that I'm worried if I'm France again.
Yeah, I think Munich is takeable, but they don't take it. Michalis.
Getting to 3.
Sorry. Yeah, Turkey. I mean, they're getting 3 without stabbing Russia yet, but those 2 fleets suggest that the stab on Russia is potentially coming, or potentially no, they're forced to draw. Okay, Todd voted himself out.
Yeah.
All right, so that was basically Todd. You've got a decent score at the moment, or we're going to kill you, and you're not going to get a decent score. This was a threat that worked as well. This was not like the Liam Tim Crosby situation where Liam definitely shouldn't have taken the draw. I think from Todd's perspective, this was the best result he was going to get as soon as Turkey built those fleets down. Like, he doesn't have a get out from this. The game goes on another 2 hours and he gets nothing, and then there's a freeway draw because there's not a solo threat on this board. So Todd didn't actually have any sort of leverage once Turkey turned against him. I think that this was a really well played threat into a draw that Todd did the right thing by taking it as well. Yeah.
Also, I think if I remember correctly, Todd is a local but lives like an hour away, so he's going to drive an hour. It's in the middle of the night, so I think it makes sense.
That's a nice result for Roni for the furthest traveler, rooting for the furthest traveler. We'll get there. 1D is High Country. Do some Googling in the background here. As a reminder, these DBNI results are last year's DBNI results. We do not have enough events yet this year. I think the first countdown usually comes out after Dixie, so stay tuned. If you don't have the notifications set up for the broadcast, we'll do my favorite. Where's my overlay? There we go. Like and subscribe here. I think we got everything here. Probably end of June. Would expect that. So. High Country, we've got former Dixiecon champ Peter Jurgen, former Chicagoan, Edward Turnage, father of Emily, on this board is England, former Dixiecon champ Brian Ecton, Hal Schild, previously mentioned, who is commenting. So hello, Hal. Hal was sending some pictures back to us this weekend, so thanks for that, Hal. Jason Bennett. in Italy, former Dixiecon, virtual Dixiecon champ, Karthik Koneth, and Turkey Sophie Lewis from Fayetteville.
Yeah, who let Karthik win virtual Dixie?
It didn't let him happen. Okay, didn't let it happen. But look, at this point, this has got a lot of really good players on this board. Okay, if you don't
And
really
Karthik.
know, and Karthik's, it kind of depends if Peter Jurgen is here to play or was he filling out a board. I think that's a key question here. But Brian Ekman came to play, Karthik came to play, Peter's obviously great, and then
Peter came to play
Edwin's
last year. Yeah, Peter definitely came to Dixie to actually play the games last year. There was a good game with him and Steve Cooley in an AI where both were very close to soloing at different points.
I don't see a universe where he and Karthik get along very well.
Yeah.
Like, just objectively, they have two different personalities.
Yeah, you'd see Peter. He will always play. Whether he comes to play the game is another story. But when he's on the board, he's not there just to ever fill out a board. So,
what I will say for Karthik in his favour, he is very good with working with newer players. I've never heard of Sophie. I don't know whether she plays most years, but I don't remember her playing games last year. So maybe this will be a case where Karthik goes to the newer player, especially compared to Peter, and is able to do the sort of friendly, I'll coach you along, I'll get myself a good score, and you can come in a solid second behind me. And he is very, very good at that style of play, which fits very well with Dixie scoring as well, because a a three-way draw where Karthik is 4 or 5 centres ahead of Turkey is a good result for Turkey objectively, but it's a better one for Russia. So if I'm Karthik, I'm looking at that immediately and going, hey, Turkey, let's work together.
Yeah. So nothing extraordinary about these opening moves. Smyrna Hold is about something we don't see as much, and Black Sea stays open here in fall 1901. McCall, stick with the fall this game.
Yeah, so we see Sevastopol to Romania. Turkey has supported it. Usually that's seen as a anti-Turkish, very pro-Austrian move, because it means that Romania can't actually move against Budapest. So maybe Karthik's going to ignore me, and actually he's going to ignore both Ed and I and work in an AR against Sophie immediately. Possibly, but also I will say that we were just a couple weeks ago covering the Canberra Open in the Australia meta. What we learned from the Australia meta is that Russia goes to Romania more often than not with the fleet, and more often than not, it's actually to work with Turkey. We saw that repeatedly both at Canberra and at the Melbourne tournament beforehand. The Australians love Fleet Romania as part of an RT, so Karthik was at the Melbourne tournament. Karthik may have learnt from that meta. Maybe that's what he's doing here.
You stole
Karthik doesn't learn anything. Karthik doesn't learn anything. Come on, what are we talking about? All right, and I'll note, I think there's a fourth game where Mid-Atlantic goes to Spain, which we almost in our little DBN VDL meta, we don't see that very much.
Yeah. Dixie is old school. Love it.
Has Peter won Dixie before? Because if so, we've got 3 previous champions that I know Brian Ecton has.
Yes, Peter Jurgen is a former champion. Yeah. This is also seersucker round. I think there is a picture of a lot of seersucker somewhere, and I will find that as this game continues.
I believe it's on the DBN server, Kevin.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
All right, so this suggests to me that Karthik isn't about to attack Turkey. Maybe he is, but the empty Sevastopol looks pretty promising if you're Turkey. It looks like Karthik's going to focus on the north, and maybe we see another rat.
That's what it's looking like.
It's looking like a rat. I was going to say it looks like a rat to me.
Until now, Ed.
All right. So, well, it's an air. So Russia uses that Fleet Romania to go to black, Ukraine to Romania. So these are all very air moves, taking Aegean. And Karthik gets some traction up north because North Sea doesn't defend Norway. So it's coming up good for the air. The question now is, will the West respond to this? Because we have England attacking France.
This doesn't have to be an air yet. Like Russia in Black Sea is actually okay as an RT defensively against an AI, and if you're Karthik, maybe you want to keep the south in stasis because you're growing in the north. It looks like Edwin was spooked by Brian's fleet breast build, and that's why he's gone to the channel and tried to defend everything. I would imagine the fact he hasn't moved to North Sea, he expected to bounce in the channel. That's why North Sea is now empty. Obviously, it hasn't worked out that way, and instead he's sort of just got 3 fleets that are horribly disconnected from everything, and it's a really unpleasant position as a result. But it actually looks like he potentially at least has Germany on side, because Germany has moved down to Ruhr, putting pressure on Belgium. It probably also looks like he might have had France on side if he hadn't gone to channel, although fleet Picardy isn't something I love as England.
Turning around.
All right, definitely an air in the east. Garfic decides that actually, no, I don't want Sophie. I do want Peter taking Bulgaria. It's an air where Jason Bennett hasn't got Trieste as part of the agreement, didn't get into con here. Jason is going to have to work quite hard to get something out of this, otherwise he could be cut out as part of an AR. Belgium remains neutral because France and Germany bounce each other out and England just moves back. Karthik does lose Sweden to Germany, so it's not all gone well for him in the north, and especially if EG do stick together. Maybe this is why he's chosen to go with the air.
I got nothing.
Well, then we will get to the winter here. See, England loses one of the discombobulated fleets. Germany builds a 4th army. 2
That's
other
good
armies
news
in
for
the east.
England.
Yeah.
It's
The Galicia
only
army,
good news for England. Yeah.
I do see that someone commented. Yeah, I noticed that Warsaw held on the last turn. That was interesting. Whether it was supposed to be a bounce there or not, I don't know. May have been a misorder.
I would imagine that if it's an air, it's so that something to go to Silesia, and maybe Karthik is saying, Austria, I want you to be the one to go to Silesia. Because Peter's in a really nice position here, and both Russia and Italy should be a bit nervous of that, because who Austria flips on, IR aren't in a good position to wintergreen against Austria, so they want Austria going into Germany, and they want him doing it hard so that the Austrian armies can't go into either of them.
All right. Continuing on, spring 1903, Ed.
Yeah, Peter kind of splitting the baby here, right? Yeah, he does go to Silesia, so he moves the Galician army there, but he's moving to Budapest away from Jason. Jason still doesn't get anything out of this. Moves the G into Eastern Med, but that's okay because Karthik is convoying Romania to Black, but Romania is vulnerable to Austria now. So I don't usually see this kind of, on the one hand, slow play from Karthik at the top, and then it's a disjointed play that I don't normally see from him.
Yeah, I really dislike Moscow just staying there. I think you need Moscow in Sevastopol here, even if it's just to keep Austria honest, or maybe Ukraine even. That way you can defend Warsaw if you thought Austria was going to go to Silesia and stay in Galicia, something like that. But being in Moscow and convoying out of Romania, I don't see a world where Austria doesn't go, all right, Romania's mine. That is almost certainly what's about to happen.
Well, take it by gift.
Well, Karthik doesn't bother defending Romania because he knows that if Austria wants Romania, Austria gets Romania, so why try? The problem for him is that Austria has decided they don't want German dots, they do want Warsaw, so they're into Galicia and Silesia. Karthik has killed Turkey off, which just means that they don't have he doesn't have anyone to actually help him. Italy has still not got on anything though, and that's potentially something that Karthik can offer as a bone. Like Austria is getting very big very quickly, and Italy is on 4 centers and isn't even guaranteed Smyrna yet either. So Italy is in not a great position. That might save Karthik's bacon, as will Germany pulling out of Sweden like this instead of kicking Karthik out of Norway to help England. So I question how choosing to do this. it looks to me like he's in a horrible position to take stuff from England himself, and this is just going to make a very big, very scary France, which is then going to be Hal's problem to deal with. But either way, I think that this is probably the end of Edwin having hopes of some sort of redemption in this game.
Yeah, I agree with all that, and I assume we'll see Fleet Brest.
Yeah.
Your assumption is correct, and Austria puts down an army.
In the spring, the army from Belgium is convoyed to Wales with Irish support. This is the end of Edwin, just in slow motion. In the east, we just call it Carthic defense here. But the problem here is that we've now lost Ukraine because he was supporting Warsaw, which he kind of had to do. And these are all the horrible choices. It's like having a elderly person on life support. It's always one problem after another, and Carthic's got a ton of them.
Yeah, tactically, Karthik's position is horrible. Diplomatically, his saving grace has to be get Jason Bennett to attack Austria. It's the only play he's got here. If Jason Bennett, he's got into Smyrna, and maybe he can try snag Trieste and Greece. If that happens, Karthik's actually fine. Like, that instantly changes the equation. If Karthik just doesn't get Italy to attack Austria, then Karthik will die sooner or later, even though he's got Germany moving in what I think is a forlorn attempt to get an English dot. I played with Brian last year. I'm pretty convinced that what Brian will do here is he will take London, he will take Liverpool, and then he will go for Edinburgh, Holland, Munich, and just keep coming. Brian Ecton is not going to gift centres to an ally who's well behind and turns up late. That is not the play I would expect of Brian Ecton.
He's all aggression. I think Jurgen covers Trieste here with Serbia. So we'll see.
It's going to be hard to cover Trieste and Greece.
And he doesn't cover either and doesn't need to.
Yeah, and that's just more good news for Peter. Karthik was Karthik trying to defend Turkey there? What was Ankara doing? Okay, so
supporting Khan to Smyrna.
Yeah, so Karthik's getting nowhere with working with Jason Bennett, which is not ideal for him at all. Does defend correctly between Sevastopol and Warsaw. That was a coin flip on which one Ukraine would try and attack. He does have Hal somewhat helpfully tapping Silesia. Doesn't really matter though, because as predicted, Brian Ecton's gone, all right, England's dead, Germany, you're next, and into North Sea, into Ruhr, gets both Liverpool and London, which is probably because Edwin is quite annoyed at Hal for doing this late attack on him, because I'd be almost certain that Brian's gone, Edwin, like, Hal has just killed you off for no reason, Hal's getting nothing, punish him, and it's a pretty cretin argument. Hal missed the boat on attacking England at the start of the game, and joining when he did, it was never going to work out in his favour. Maybe Karthik's saving grace in this game becomes, I'm the only thing that can stop Ecton in the north. Maybe that's a pitch he can start making to Austria at some point. Because Hal's got a lot of armies and is reasonably defensible, but there's no fleets, and there's no fleets in the north. Hal's not putting more fleets in the north. Brian is going to get complete dominance with those French fleets and do the DBNI meta, especially as Jason Bennett is probably not going to be able to do anything more than be a mildly irritating gnat by putting a fleet down and doing one or two units against him, because Jason Bennett's now in Eastern Med as well. Also, if I'm Jason, I'm not even attacking France, because I think that just opens the door for Austria to cut you out instead.
No. England leaves Helgoland Bight, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Takes the army off the island, which was useless anyway, but still fun to leave Helgoland.
Yeah, but like Mikala said, Ecton's not going to like care that fleet. Like, he's still taking Edinburgh, right? Like, that's happening.
Yeah. Edwin is punishing Hal. He's not playing to survive. He's playing to punish Hal, and fair enough. I'd probably do the same.
Yeah. Attacks Kiel.
So in the spring, well, I'm looking at the east. Bad news for Karthik. He loses Sebastopol here, which he didn't have to, but he's trying to cut. He thought the attack might come from Romania, so that's anyways. Long story short, and Black Sea, I think, meant to convoy Ankara, not move to Ankara. I mean, not move to Seb.
That might be a
wouldn't have worked.
sandboxing error, because it wouldn't have mattered either way. So they might have just
Wouldn't
not
have
entered the
mattered.
correct order correctly.
But Italy does get Smyrna. Question is, what's Italy going to get now? I can't answer that question. I think Italy may have tapped out.
I don't know. Like, Jason going to Ionian Sea is something that I would be concerned by if I'm Peter here. I know Italy has got Smyrna and they're up to Tyrolia, which you probably presume is agreed. That's why Austria's
But maybe not
one army
Apulia
back
to
to
Venice?
Trieste. Yeah, there's a few things here. Like, why are you in Ionian Sea? What are you getting with that fleet that isn't an Austrian dot? Like, there isn't a need for another fleet to take down the large Turkish center. That fleet is something Peter will be concerned by.
So, Jason, let's talk. Sort of.
So Jason's
sort of?
taking Trieste, but it may be by agreement because Ionian
so.
to Tunis at the same time. Yeah, I think this is an agreement to balance the alliance out, which is more bad news for Carthage if that's what's going to happen. Meanwhile, the north is just Brian Ecton dominates, but turns out Brian Ecton will leave Edinburgh alive for now because Helgoland is actually useful and he wants to bring a fleet back and he hasn't got enough fleets on the board. So, yeah, you've got England as a janissary. Why take Helgoland off the board by taking Edinburgh when instead you can just take Holland, get yourself another build, push your armies forward, and have enough fleets in the north to hold position. I think that's pretty good play from Brian.
Winter 1905. Ecton is in the lead. Jason Bennett catching up. IA is tied. Fleet Rome, unmistakable. Army Venice, probably unmistakable.
So Trieste was there to build the fleet, right? To get Jason the fleet, because now we're going to see this fleet parry. We have the war between France and Italy, which sort of makes Jason useful to Austria, and then they rearrange some stuff there. But Brian's into Kiel. Brian convoys into Denmark, which is a nice place to be. Even with an army, it's better than not having Denmark. Can't have it. Have it with an army. So this is really Brian Ecton's board. And
this is lining up for the FAI freeway though. I'd give a shout out to some really nice tactics in the southeast corner, pushing Constantinople up to Bulgaria east coast so that they can force Black Sea. Doing it as a swap from Bull and Con is really nice play between Jason and Peter. I love to see it. And Hal, I criticised your attack on England. This attack on Carthage is funny, but also it's probably the correct move because your only hope of getting survival is St. Petersburg at this point. And if Brian becomes really scary and St. Petersburg becomes quite an important centre that they don't want to give away, I don't think it's going to work because I don't think Brian is going to be able to take Tunis. And so I think that in the end, St. Petersburg won't be necessary, but it might get you a survival point if they don't cut you out, even if it doesn't get you part of the draw.
As Ed uses the lighter, we can hear the gas in the background there. We'll go to the Fall Michaelis, 1906.
All right, so Austria walked back out of Trieste. Interesting. I guess Italy's made the case of I want all of my units. You don't need it. The problem is Austria's lost Sevastopol, which is a problem. They have gained Warsaw, but the PIF is annoying, but not the end of the world. Hal doesn't go for St. Petersburg. Instead, he actually just holds Norway for now. Okay, I don't hate it. Like, you're probably not getting Norway and St. Petersburg that turn anyway, so fair enough. Brian is locking the positions up. I wouldn't be shocked if people start voting themselves out the draw soon, bearing in mind this is round one and it's very late at night, and the only real result from this game is going to be a France, Austria, Italy freeway. Maybe Carthage can parley something, but I don't see a reason why he'd survive.
Why is Constantinople not supporting Bulgaria to black?
It's a good question.
Disorder, maybe.
It
Or
sort of
maybe
has to be
it's- It's because they don't want Italy to walk out a ball and be down a net 1. Because it's a full turn and Austria would still be in con. So Austria would be taking con from Italy, but Italy would not be taking bull in balancing that out. It would just be get a straight give a center to Austria. So maybe they're waiting to do spring to do it.
Okay,
All right.
that makes sense.
Another +2 for France. Hale does lose 1. Everyone else staying.
Okay, so spring Karthik lives. He supports Conda. They picked the Italian fleet, I guess, because Ekton is scaring everybody. Tells me that Smyrna is going to take Greece in the fall. Meanwhile,
I don't
Ekton
think-
gets into. Oh, go ahead.
Let's say that's pretty dangerous if Ekton makes the correct guess around Western Med and Tunis to not be going straight to Ionian Sea here. I don't know. I imagine Austria would walk back out if this is by agreement, and that's what happens.
Oh,
I'm
this is
shocked.
probably just a blowout.
Yeah.
A walkout.
Yeah.
You're right. I shouldn't do analysis and do the moves. Meanwhile, Ekton really doesn't advance except for this North Africa move, which is pretty significant, I think. But we can push. It's really an issue of who's going to make the draw here. And this
Yeah,
is
I'm shocked
Karthik's
that they've
attempt to make
actually
the draw.
pulled off of the gas on Russia. I don't see a reason why Karthik should make the draw. Like, Ekton isn't that scary. Yeah, sure, he's on 11. 12 with Norway, Edinburgh is 13, Sweden and St. Peter's what? The three-way draw with France on 15 is fine. If you hold the Mediterranean line, they are a fleet short, but the rebuild is going to give them that fleet back because they build a fleet. Italy builds a fleet right now in Rome. That defends Mediterranean Sea. Ionian Sea defends Tunis. Ekton is never getting through the Med. That line is locked. So why Peter doesn't want to just kill Karthik here, I don't know. Maybe he will next year. Now that it was a play to buy them a year to get Italy that rebuild, and now Peter will walk into Ankara. And now, thanks Karthik, but no thanks.
The kill Karthik plan is back on.
Yeah, or Karthik's agreed to vote himself out of a draw, which is also possible.
There's your rebuild, which works out perfectly. And let's move through this one quickly, unless you see something that says stop.
I mean, this
take
says
Sevastopol,
buy Karthik.
take Ankara. Yeah, we're killing Karthik now.
Yeah. Either we're killing him or we're forcing him to vote himself out.
No builds. Nothing. Oh, Helgeland has a chance to save Edinburgh. Baby.
I mean, Edwin will be voting himself out of the draw. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Karthik.
All right. So he doesn't even need to vote himself out. So there's the happy one.
But Peter probably wanted the points as well. I would expect Hal and Edwin to vote themselves out in spring.
Well,
maybe not.
Maybe not.
All right. Well, in that case, it's going to be by Hal. You're just next on the chopping block. Edwin loses Edinburgh. Maybe they've decided they want to grind the dots out.
14. Well, every 4 points matters for a tie-breaking purpose. Yeah. Nope, that's where we'll end there.
So Hal did vote himself out. Maybe Edwin didn't, or maybe Edwin was fine with Brian taking the extra points. They might even have rushed the order through. Rather than wait 15 minutes, we'll just Wilson it, all put our orders in, blah, do it that way. Yeah, all right. Good. Great result for Brian. He dominated the West and took every opportunity really nicely. Jason parlayed that into a pretty solid result. Okay, seven centers isn't a lot of centers, but you look at 158 points. He's not actually far behind, despite only getting 7. So, well done, Jason.
So,
and
if it's 4 boards, it's 1 2-way and 3 3-ways, and that 2-way should have been a 3-way.
Yeah,
could have been anyone's game.
Which is what you'd expect at Dixie. The interesting thing is that now everybody will know there's been a two-way, and how will that change how people play round 2? Because that's when the real effects will start to come in. You probably won't see the sort of conservative play of, oh, I can win this tournament just getting 2 freeways anymore. Now people are going to have to be going big or going home.
So from a DVN perspective, we like that. We're gonna see some maybe advanced play in round 2. I know McCall's at the top of the broadcast suggested round 2 is the round you go for it anyway. Well, now we even have more of a motivation to do so. So here's our top 10 as we see it at the end of round 1. The two ways. David Miller's 194 was the best of the three-way draws, and that is all she wrote for round 1.
I just don't want to underestimate how tired Randy and Tim must be going into round 2, and it's going to be a stamina contest to make it for a super.
Yeah, Randy looked pretty chipper in that interview. So maybe he had his morning espresso or whatever he had.
Yeah, you say that. Also, the other games went to about the same on year count. Like that game just went at a really fast pace. So 1910, 1911, it wasn't like it was at 14, 15, 16 and way longer than the others. It looks like in terms of year count, we don't know if people were progressing turns faster, which may have been happening in some of the cutouts at the end of some of the other games. I wouldn't think they were more than an hour behind when everyone else drew.
This last one was spring 1911, and Randy's was fall 1911. So, assumingly, there were a lot. Now, David did say it was the last one going, so maybe there was some speed.
Yeah, I would imagine some of the cutouts at the end were sped up, and Randy and Tim's board wouldn't have had that because it actually mattered. Every move really mattered. But I wouldn't think they were hugely behind on the time clock, even if it was the last game going.
Well,
okay, but they're all tired then. They're all tired.
Now, not everyone is tired, so we're not going to have any spoilers. There are no spoilers here. But to show everyone what a diplomacy tournament is like.
Hey, everybody, we're live on DVN. Oh my God! No, don't say that.
No one say results. I will cut you out, but there's a DVN zone.
We just wrapped up Dixie Con. It's around 6 o'clock, whatever time in North Carolina. Here's Ben. Hey, we all had a great time. Yeah. We're now getting our first real meal of the day.
Come to tournaments in person. It's great.
In person. We have a lot of fun.
Dixiecon's so fun. Here's Dixie-Con #1, baby. Dixie-Con #1.
There's the horns. Oh man, no, too many horns on screen here.
A lot of good games, guys. Again, it's hard to hear you. I'm kind of out of the way. Live on DVN. Say hello, everybody. Here. Hello, DVN. Hello.
All right. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Al.
Hey, it's hard. Again, we're in a crowded bar. It's hard to hear you, so we're going to just sign off with that. Just wanted to say hi. Come to tournaments in person. That's the big thing. Like, Ed should have been here. There's some lame excuse that his kid.
I needed him.
He's a lawyer. He should figure out a way to get out of that kind of stuff. Come on, Ed.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, thank you, guys. Take care. Good luck, and thanks for doing the broadcast.
That is what a post-tournament dinner looks like. A lot of energy, even though everyone's tired from playing a lot of long games. There's still a lot of fun to be had. So I needed that on the broadcast. We couldn't let him go this year. All right, 2A Metrolina. Not sure if that's the Charlotte area or if that's another area. We will find out. Tim Richardson, Liam Stokes, Hal, who we just saw. Robert was in Italy in game 1, now in Germany. Randy Lawrence Hurt starting 2A here in Italy. Alex Maslow in Russia and Peter Jurgen again, back-to-back games in Turkey. Let me throw out a thank you to my sandboxers. Sophie was our sandboxer. I don't know how long Sophie sandboxed. And Maletsky played Germany on that last game until fall 1901. So maybe Hal was in transit for that. So that's good to know. Round 2, our sandboxer is Alex again. So thank you to Alex.
I think the thing to look for on this board is Randy and Alex are friends from the Northeast area, from Randy's, when he used to live up there. But they all know Peter and Tim and Dixie. So this East is going to be super interesting. And then I think this is a good setup for Liam in the West, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Randy had the two-way draw, and Liam is going to make sure everyone on this board knows Randy had the two-way draw. So Randy's going to have to work quite hard to get a result, but it depends how many people around him think that they're in contention with the tournament. Maybe Hal and Tim do, maybe they don't. They haven't had great results so far. Peter obviously will.
Yeah, Liam and Robert are the only two lesser knowns, and I would argue Liam is not a lesser known on here. These are significant names in the hobby, and let's see how they start out. Let's do a little shift up. Let's do odds and evens. So Ed, let's do all of 1901, and McCallus throw in some comments maybe after the fall.
Great. I can go quick. The only thing interesting here is Turkey's old school Peter Jurgen opening. Everything else is pretty standard as best I can tell.
Last time we had an old school opening, Turkey got 2, not in this case.
So Peter Jurgen, I assume, well, usually you do that move there to force 2 on Romania, but don't take the black in conjunction with it. That didn't happen. So I would say that there's RT tension here. Meanwhile, England gets Belgium with French support, although it was unnecessary, and no bounce of Sweden by Norway. So this is good for Liam. So far, so good for Liam.
It's quite interesting that we have an Italy that's in a big, scary lead in the front of the standings, and now for the first time in a while, we don't see Mid-Atlantic in Spain South Coast as a result.
Right. In the winter, we've got a lot of powers with 2 builds here. Ed, anything stand out? Otherwise, we'll head to McCallus.
Yeah, well, Fleet London, but no Fleet Brest. It's hard to not look at that.
Double armies France. That's the standout then.
What do they do with it, McCallus?
They respond to Fleet Brest by coming up to Mid-Atlantic. Sure, it looks like England, the 2 fleets are actually going against Germany, but Germany sniffed it out and bounced Helderland, so well done, Robert. And yeah, it looks like AT is what's happening in the east with what I kind of suspected might happen when there was RT tension over Rum and Russia and Galicia. That lines it up quite nicely to go into an AT. Whether Italy's on board, maybe not. Piedmont might be going to Tyrolia to attack Germany. There's a lot of maybes on this board at the moment.
I don't quite understand why Randy's not supporting Greece to Aegean as opposed to tapping Greece, but okay.
McCallus will explain that, maybe not.
Well, it looks like Randy is going the other way with the fleets, but is taking Trieste, I would assume, by agreement. If so, this is a bit of a miscalculation by Tim, though, because I loathe this stab on Turkey when leaving Serbia open in behind. And in fact, this is a net 0, but a much worse position, because you're in Rum and Bull that are hard to defend. You've lost Trieste and Serbia, so you're not gaining. You couldn't build anyway, even if you had gained. Italy's gone the other way, so an attack on Turkey is far weaker than it would have been if Italy was actually coming with you. Yeah, this is great news for Alex Maslow. It's okay for Peter Jurgen. Like, if you're going to be stabbed as Turkey, this is the best way you could be stabbed. And yeah,
I feel confident that Tim was giving Randy that Trieste build because of the army in Piedmont, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, I think Serbia was an overlook. He just forgot that Rum would retreat to Serbia. what should have happened, especially if you had Russian support, is Bud goes down to Serbia, Vienna to Bud. Problem solved. But that is an error.
English armies go to die in Belgium, usually not from piffing or pulling them yourselves, but they do here in this case.
That's a really interesting poll. Given the France-Germany tensions, I wouldn't have thought Belgium was that at risk, and Barents Sea is sat out in the breeze, not really achieving anything at the moment. So,
well, he must have been watching the coverage from the last round and saw Tim Crosby with all fleets early on and wants to.
He was in that game. He doesn't need to watch the coverage for that. He was the German in
Oh,
that
right,
game
that's
for
right.
England.
See, that's even you have to watch the coverage, but you're not supposed to spoil the promotion here. Ed 1903.
All right. Well, I keep looking at Randy because he's the board leader, and he's helped him back into Serbia. Serbia then goes to Greece. Constantinople goes to Bulgaria. So it looks like Russia's attacking Turkey. Austria's attacking Turkey. Randy just sort of trying to be in some sort of stasis with all of them. And in the West, we have France taking Belgium with English support. Okay.
And German support.
Everyone loves, so it's a Western triple. That's what we can say. We know definitively it's a Western triple right now. But England,
North Sea is a big sign of the Western triple as well.
Yeah. Thank God Barents tapped Norway. If that hadn't happened, Liam would not be in the North Sea right now.
Yeah, and that's why he pulled the army. He saw what was coming.
I mean, English Channel could have defended North Sea, but instead he's going to walk into Brest.
Okay, yeah, come on. We got to talk about the Delta variant here. What did the Delta variant do, McCallus? Look at these Liam moves.
Well, Liam has lost Belgium to Germany because he stabbed France for Brest. He's also got Norway because he is working with Germany. That's quite fun. This is a very chaotic board. We haven't seen a real chaotic board so far. So far, what we've seen is early alliances and then someone being cut out to get down to 3 or 2. This is a lot of people not entirely sure who their long-term partner is and flipping around a lot more than we've seen so far, a lot more than you'd actually expect at Dixie with draw size scoring. Draw size scoring doesn't generally reward chaotic games. Just chaotic games is how you end up with 4- and 5-way draws and messes. The East is much the same. We've got Turkey's now pulling back from that attack on Austria. They're still in Bulgaria. No one's actually gone anywhere. They're back basically where they were at the end of 01, at the end of 03, except Austria's got rum and the Russian fleet's off the board, which means that actually the attack on Turkey is even worse because the Russian fleet's not on the board. So this is chaos on both fronts. You like to see it. For a game, it's probably quite fun. For a tournament, the only person that really benefits is Randy because he's already got a good score. So a chaotic game, if he comes out with any sort of draw, this is still good for him.
Well, Robert stays in the lead here, builds 2 armies.
And now Liam's built the army back again.
And moves it.
Take it away.
Yep.
Liam's going north, yeah. He loses Brest, which was not holdable anyway. Fine. The East is the chaos continues in the East as Austria is back attacking Russia again now. So hey, we've had an AT, we've had an AR, now we're back to an AT. Turkey's going for Sevastopol. Alex is probably living on borrowed time at this point, with Germany also coming against him. I'd be quite surprised if we see an AR again. I'll put it that way. Italy seemingly expected Austria to come to Vienna to deal with that German army, and instead Austria's gone the other way. So there's clearly not a great AIT or any sort of real coordination. Austria's attacking Bulgaria to stop it moving, possibly, or maybe they thought Italy was going to tap Aegean Sea. Because why wouldn't Italy tap Aegean Sea? Well, it's just they're worried about losing Ionian. This is chaos in the East, and it's kind of chaos in the West as well. You definitely got an EG. It's just not a very effective EG if Italy's not attacking France. And it looks to me like Italy's actually going to go there and help France.
I was just going to say we have Liam and Germany who appear to be playing the ultimate short game. Like, what can I do right now? Like, literally right now, without understanding like what's going to happen in a year or two. We got Randy thinking, how am I going to win this game? Peter thinking, how am I going to win this game? So we have some players who are engaging in some strategic thinking, and then we have people who are engaging in McAllis thinking.
All right, McAllis.
That
What are
is
you thinking?
outrageous. Are you calling me a short-term player, Ed? I'm insulted by that one. I mean, what I'm thinking is Germany's gone to Prussia and Silesia to put Austria in Warsaw, which is not what I saw coming. that is a decision. Now we've got an AG. Austria's found another ally this game. They are going an AI against Turkey as well now. They finally gone for a GNC, but they don't get Bulgaria out of it because Turkey's defended ball with Blatt this time. So they missed the boat there. Meanwhile, Italy was in the west to help France, but France didn't believe that Italy was in the west to help France. Maybe they thought that Italy was going to sneak into Spain behind them or something. So they've not covered Mid-Atlantic, and instead England's walked into Mid-Atlantic with one fleet, which is apparently all you need to take Mid-Atlantic these days. Yep, the chaos continues. We've got actual alliances, but it's still very chaotic.
It's a great game, by the way.
Yeah.
What price on Randy attacking Austria soon?
60.
Get Turkey down to 2. Get Turkey down to 2. Then attack.
Right now.
No, it's agreed. I think this is agreed.
Why is it agreed, though? Why are you walking out of Aegean to attack Austria? Why would that be an agreement?
All right, so we have an IT. You love ITs, so this is an IT. Now we have France accepting the Italian support into Spain, but Liam moves to Portugal, which can't be defended in the fall. Good job, Liam. I guess it depends on what Italy does. Then Liam's back on with the anti-France attack here. So we got North Sea going to English Channel. That's fun. Let's see. I think it's Liam has stopped at St. Petersburg.
I mean, it looks to me like Liam and Germany wanted to do an EAG freeway. Like, that's why they put Austria into Warsaw, and Liam here was supporting Austria into Moscow as well. But Austria has decided they don't want that, because instead they're supporting Russia into Prussia for reasons. Turkey's up into Sevastopol. The Italian attack, they've supported Austria to Tyrolia, which maybe they just wanted rid of the German before going after it themselves, but I don't know why they wouldn't just take Tyrolia themselves as an attack on Austria. It's like an attack on Greece doesn't make a lot of sense as a stab. It just makes even less sense as an attack on Turkey. It just makes no sense in either scenario, because this can't be an AIT, surely, or can it? I don't know. This is a very, very weird East, and a West that looks like it's trying to resolve sensibly, but is being prevented. Liam's got a 50-50 to defend Portugal, because he could put Portugal to Mid-Atlantic with channel support, and that could brace against the French attack. He's got a guess that is in his favour if he wins it. If he doesn't win it, he's back to being in a horrible position to attack France, as France has an Italian support. But he has won it.
So Greece was absolutely agreed on, right?
It's an AIT. It's an AIT. Does Turkey's put Austria into Moscow? Don't ask me why it's an AIT, but it is an AIT.
And I guess Austria, moved to Tyrolia with Italian support, but now Italy's going there with the army in Trieste. So that gives... I'm looking that Tim's getting what? 1, 2. He gets one build, and he loses Greece, can build in Budapest. So, all right. It is an AIT. In the... What was English Channel supporting?
It braced. It supported Portugal to Mid-Atlantic, and they bounced it either way.
So
didn't fall.
Portugal did not fall. Like it said, it was depending on Italy, right? And so Italy switched gears here.
No, Italy didn't matter because Mid-Atlantic went to Spain, went to Portugal with Spain support, and Portugal went to Mid-Atlantic with Channel support. So what Italy did was irrelevant. The only way Italy would have had an effect would actually be if they supported Portugal into Mid-Atlantic and got Liam to accidentally walk out. But yeah, that Liam won the 50-50. But the problem with an AIT is why is Turkey in a GNC as part of an AIT? Like, I still don't get that.
We say goodbye to Alex Maslow.
Bye-bye, Alex.
And Tim Richardson plays one short. Again, maybe?
I miscounted. My commentary is horrible. Your turn, McAllis.
All right. So the AIT decides that Turkey doesn't need to be at a GNC after all. Turkey just needs to sit still and do nothing. Peter will do that right up until it makes sense for him to not sit still and do nothing. Austria is being attacked by Germany. EG are getting into great position against France now because that Portugal made a huge difference in France's defensive capabilities, and Italy is now probably going to come in and mop up the rest of the south of France, possibly with French acquiescence at this stage. I'm still not seeing the freeway yet. I can see a four-way where Austria gets cut out relatively easily. Can Italy be cut out by Turkey as well? I think that would require some elite play from Peter and some huge mistakes by Randy to make it plausible. Germany being cut out? I don't know. This game is smelling of a four-way draw where no one's satisfied to me, except Randy.
Well, let's see if there's any progress towards those goals in the fall.
Well, this is how the four-way draw starts. Does Turkey... why they're in an AIT. Turkey's gone, why am I in an AIT? I want Moscow. I want to be part of this draw, and that requires Austria to not be part of this draw, most likely. So, into Moscow with English support, yeah. This is why Austria and Italy should not have taken their foot off of the gas of Turkey. Turkey now just goes, hey, okay, cool, I'll take that. Other than that, England gets better positioned against France, and Italy does walk into French dots with France not defending them. As I kind of suspected, looks like Hal has decided that, hey, Italy, you help me for a bit so you can have the dots and EG Con. This is still not a clear path to a freeway, though. It's still looking very four-way likely.
To be fair, Randy never really put his foot on the pedal against Turkey.
No, but if I'm Tim, I'm probably demanding that he should have.
Well, if AIT was going to be sliced down to just IT, you don't do that with Fleet Smyrna, right?
Yeah, like this isn't with Randy's support that he's going after Austria. Randy doesn't want a big turkey that can then cut him out afterwards.
Yeah.
All right, so Italy takes Spain. That's another good game for Randy here. Meanwhile, back in Aegean, back for Turkey. Turkey's now back in Aegean. Turkey's in Ukraine. Yeah, it's looking grim for Tim, is the way I would put it. And Liam's getting his sort of fleets in position. Mid-Atlantic will be safe. That's the only thing I know.
Italy and Burgundy is a fun little headline here. It really constrains what Germany can do a lot if there's heavy pressure on Munich. I mean, Munich is actually takeable here. It can't be defended. AI can force Munich right now. And that does open a path to a freeway. If Germany starts going down, the freeway is suddenly open. So that's a huge hole that's been left by Germany, and that's an issue. To the point
I wonder
where
how much
Germany
Austria
at this
will be
point, I'm
interested.
saying, England, you need to give me St. Petersburg, because otherwise Germany is in trouble.
I was going to say they can't do it. They can't do it without Austrian acquiescence. Okay, and Austria is acquiescing. So Bulgaria goes in exchange for Munich, I assume here, and Germany. I mean, I don't really know what Peters plays. He's hoping Germany into Warsaw, but his allies, are they allies? Maybe not.
I don't think Turkey is allied to anyone in this game except the EG.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. So, all right. So they're not ally. Okay. Meanwhile, nothing happens in the West except Munich being lost, which is pretty significant. Bad for the EG. Very bad. This is
It's
going to be
bad for the
difficult.
G. I'm not sure it's bad for E. If I'm Liam, I'm not sad to see Germany in trouble, because Liam is not looking for a four-way. Liam's looking for at least a three-way, probably more because he's got no points so far. And I think that Germany struggling and then going down makes it easy for Liam to take his dots at the end of the game, which I imagine is what Liam is going to be looking at. Austria, I think Austria takes Munich because they're the rat trying to stay on board a sinking ship at this point, and they're taking whatever boat is thrown at them.
The best part about it is they lose a supply center and build one.
Yeah, they got to rebuild a PIF,
Yep.
so
At least
that's quite nice.
I think Germany's outlived his usefulness for it, right? Like I think at this point, Italy has to commit now against Turkey. There's nothing happening in West, so it seems to me that bye Germany is the reaction here, or not. McAllis, take it away.
Okay, so Germany gets into Paris, which is pretty big. It got in because Brest can't move to Paris because it's a fleet. Okay, I was just saying, how did that get in? That's how it got in. Armies can move to provinces that fleets can't. Tactical insight of the day right there. Other than that, this is still an EGT by the looks of it. Germany is now pulling the fleets back to try and protect Kiel and Berlin from that massive great hole that was opened in their lines. More good news for Liam. Bad news for Liam is that Italy is really pinning him at the moment. Sooner or later, Italy's going to not have quite enough units to actually do this. But this is really going to drag out, and Liam's risk if it drags out is that Turkey then becomes huge if Turkey is the one who makes the breakthrough before him. So this is still a very unclear game on the result. Munich's no longer a huge problem for Germany because they can cover everything from it. On the flip side, if Munich went to Burgundy here, it could become a problem again. So, yeah, this is a lot of units moving, but not a lot actually changing. Germany gets into Galicia with Turkish support, continuing the sort of GT alliance over there. Massive red arrow on mid-Atlantic Ocean. Doesn't do anything. Nothing happens in the west. But France, having lost Paris, isn't getting Paris back, which is a problem because France was a janissary for Italy. So that's a net loss for Randy in that regard. Germany cleverly keeping Berlin open for the build rather than just covering it. Fair enough. And they tapped Munich as well, so there couldn't be any hostile supports to stop that. It looks like EGT are getting the upper hand against AI here.
Ed, is this the point where you're thinking someone's negotiating to get Austria to vote themselves out, to get France to vote themselves out for the three-way, or is someone going to say nope?
Well, I don't think Peter Jürgen played in the first round, or did he? Yeah, he played Austria. Okay,
he got a good result. Yeah, he got a three-way.
Yeah, three-way.
Okay. I think you got to kill Randy. I think you just keep going, kill Randy.
Germany
And
gets
I think it's achievable as well.
Because this is the barbecue round, and there's no Saturday night round, so this game could go for quite some time.
Yeah, I think the barbecue usually happens around about like 07, 08, if I remember rightly. So they probably had an hour pause for the barbecue and are now back at it.
Yeah. Add 1909. Let's go to you.
Another failed attack on the Western Med. Randy's really not getting it. Germany into Burgundy. Bad news for Randy. Sacrifices, Munich to do that. By the way, because I don't think they wanted that Austrian unit to retreat to Burgundy, is my guess. Meanwhile, Peter takes Romania, and they're slowly grinding out Austria here. So the way I'm looking at this is ultimately Austria and Italy cannot hang on, but it's 1909, so maybe in the long term. Fall 1909, now they take Munich from Burgundy. France is gone, so I guess McCallus would say another net problem. Good for Liam here. Liam is the one who gets Brest. Nothing happens in the east except Romania is gone and Galicia now in the hands of Austria, but I don't think it matters ultimately. They needed to take Munich, so that's why Galicia was not supported.
So Austria is basically defeated at this point. They're no longer really a factor. They could keep Ruhr around and annoy Germany, but they're not going to get... The AI has lost fundamentally against the EGT. The question now becomes, how greedy is anyone in the EGT? Peter Jurgen will be quite happy probably to take a freeway with Randy getting nothing from this game. That's probably fine for him. Liam and Robert have no actual real scores yet so far. So... we've already seen Liam get greedy once and go for a two-way, but if you keep grinding Randy out here, you're never getting better than a freeway, I don't think. Maybe you can cut Germany out later and do an ET two-way, but that seems unlikely. I think you're getting to the point where you've got to move on Germany now while Italy is still fighting Turkey, and you can both progress at sort of the same pace. Otherwise, it's just going to be a freeway that is fine for Peter, but not great for Liam and Robert. And we'll see whether Liam in particular still thinks he can do something tournament-wise, and will go for a higher score here.
That build does not suggest an attack on Germany. Randy voted himself out of the draw, so it is a three-way. That's probably a just result.
Yeah. And it's smart by Randy. He's got some points out of the game rather than wait for himself to be drowned out. He no longer had a position to defend against the EGT, and it's better for Randy for it to be a low-scoring freeway for the three of them than it is for them to keep going and then somebody to get a two-way.
Yep. Excellent. All right. We can get through the first course of the barbecue. We've got our pulled pork sandwich. Let's get to... Unifor. We've got Roni coming in here as Austria. Kevin Kurtz is a first-time player in this tournament from Rockville, Maryland. Timothy Crosby we saw with one of the two-ways in round one. Jason Bennett and Keith Worstel, not next to each other here, but both in ninth place. Ben Kellman, who had a swift elimination as Turkey, and Brian Ecton with one of the big draws in the first round. So a lot of high seeds on 2B here.
So I know Kevin for a long time. He is a press player online, WebDip, known as Goldfinger 0303. Used to run a lot of the tournaments on WebDip. Hasn't, as far as I'm aware, played a lot of face-to-face, but he's definitely not new to diplomacy in general. He's a very experienced player.
Yeah. Good,
things I'm looking for is the relationship between Keith and Brian. They are two different personality types and players.
Yep.
I can't imagine a universe they get along well in. And then McCallus probably knows more about this than I do, since I didn't play a lot of Tour of Britain, but there's a lot of history between Tim and Jason in the West, like a lot. And I saw them work together for a while, and I think lately I've seen them work against each other for a while. So I don't know how that's going to play out in this game.
I can also imagine Roni and Brian being very opposed to each other as well. There's a sort of personality clash there, which could be good news for Ben. I think Ben is in a position where he can work with anyone in the East, and that may work out nicely for him.
We'll give McCallus the odds.
All right. Sounds good.
We see another Russian Northern opening, and this time it is combined with a DMZ in Galicia. We also see Russia going to Finland, which you don't see very often, for the reason that theoretically it gives Germany less reason not to bounce Sweden, because now Germany doesn't worry about Bothnia to Baltic following up. So we'll see whether that is what happens, or whether this is just going to be some sort of sea lion against England.
And into the fall, we see, maybe it was pre-negotiated, I will give you Sweden if you go to Finland.
I mean, okay. I don't think that really that matters much if it's getting in Sweden at the end of the day anyway. But either way, Belgium is bounced. Russia just get to walk both units across, go anti-England. Italy does the online meta, so we see the Trieste loan, we see the go into Aegean Sea. Ben and Roni are both very experienced online players, so it's not a huge surprise to see them doing something like this. And it looks like Brian Ecton is going to be the odd man out in the East.
It's a total air, and it's being run well. I guess the question is, how does the West react? We already see a convoy into Norway, which we don't see too much, but that's a response to Keith moving north. Let's see how this goes. Let's see who gets Belgium. I think that's an interesting question. And we don't get a fleet build Marseille. They don't see the air, at least not right now. They're not worried about it.
I do wonder how much of this is people not knowing Kevin and whether they think Kevin's a weak link because everyone else is a well-known player on this board, and so they've gone after him, expecting him to do less effective things than he probably will end up doing.
All right, Ed, you are the evens this time.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're going after Kevin. Okay, whichever way you want to slice it. I'm looking at Finland and Norway. So there's Russian-German cooperation for now. England goes to Skagerrak, goes all in sort of against Germany here. Well, maybe Germany. The Skagerrak move could go either way. But meanwhile, France's moves are all anti-English. And as we look at the air is being successful here, right? Which is they take Bulgaria, which is what they need to do. Italy will be in the Ionian, and not good news for Brian Ecton.
Yeah, I think we've got to shout out to Kevin here, realizing Norway was lost, convoy back, so you've got defensive cover on Liverpool. It's unfortunate that Wales can't be blocked though. There's a guaranteed convoy to Wales for France right now,
and it is so ordered.
Yeah, so France is in Wales. There's a convoy to Tunis, which tells me that Italy really doesn't want to move west right now, doesn't want to spook what's going on with France. Probably a smart slow play here, but might be a momentum killer. But there's plenty of time for France and England to keep fighting for Italy to make a move if that's what Italy wants to do. This is always the air problem that McAllis actually talks about. I'm going to compliment him, which is what does Russia get out of an air? And right now, what Russia's gotten out of the air is sort of buying peace in the south without getting any dots. I don't know if that's a long-term strategy here. We have Norway being held, which was theoretically vulnerable. But I'm curious because it looks like Keith is opening up the north for a fleet build, and I think that's what we'll see.
I mean, right now, Russia is in both triples. There are two triples on this board, and both of them include Russia, which isn't really sustainable. Sooner or later, both of them are going to be saying, why are you not attacking the other ones? So Keith's going to have to make a decision. It looks like Kevin actually supported Keith into Denmark and cut Helderland for him to take it. And I'd have been really tempted to take that deal if I'm Keith right now, and then just try and do an FR in the north and say, well, Germany's dead anyway, let's jump in on them together. Because I think Tim Crosby is in a really, really strong position. It's hard to see Tim Crosby being knocked down, which is good for Tim, given he's got a two-way draw and is really in contention to win this tournament. So Tim having a really nice position as France, and if Keith is opening the north for a fleet build, it's probably not good news for Germany. So more good news for Tim in that front.
One other note about maybe Tim and Ben is that they played a lot of online together with us in Chicago. We played a lot of online games with our Chicago group, but they were both in our top 7 last year and had a lot of games against each other too. So their relationship might be, good.
I know, but Tim's second in the tournament. So
yeah, but Ben's got nothing. So if you want to have a shot, you need to get at least one, right, to start. So maybe Ben's willing to say, I'll give you another 3-way and see where it goes from there.
I really dislike that Russian build. I like the fleet somewhat, but it had to be south coast. Where's that north coast fleet going? You're not getting Edinburgh before France and Germany get there. You're in Livonia and Warsaw, which sets up a decent attack on Germany. Put another south coast fleet down, go all in, hope that AIR sticks long enough for you to pull this off. You've got a result. Yeah.
He's just doing it the other way now with the move to Skagerrak and.
The issue is the AIR has not stopped long enough for that to work because Austria takes Rum and Gau. And I'm not hugely surprised, having seen the North Coast fleet and the slow play from Russia. That's probably what I would have done as Austria. Yeah, Rody and Ben pull the trigger. They're going all in on killing off Turkey and now taking Keith out as well. And we're back to, like Ed was saying, what does Russia get from an air? And not a lot. Tim is doing a game very reminiscent of what Brian was doing in the first round as France and just taking an absolutely dominant northern position as France. Jason's in a bit of trouble. Yes, Russia's under pressure, but does Russia actually have motivation to pull out of this attack now, or does Russia try and cut a deal with France to take down Germany still and hope that, because I don't see a result where both of them survive, so maybe Russia just tries to outlive Germany here. But Russia hasn't gone to Prussia. This was not a very effective attack on Germany, even if this was the plan. So, yeah, Keith was sort of half committed both times, both in the builds phase and in the spring phase, and he hasn't had enough units to get away with half committing. He had to go in fully, and he didn't go in fully, and he won't get rewarded.
Ouch. Is it me or you? I don't know.
It's me, yes. All right, so we see a convoy from Tunis straight into Smyrna. Nice, cool. Don't see that work very often, so well done, Ben. Ben's in a good position in this AI. Austria. No, they weren't walking out a Rum. That was deliberate to defend Bull and defend Rum. So good tactics by Roni and Ben this turn. Fair play to them. Other than that, Germany gets Belgium, which is probably by agreement and is really well negotiated by Jason. You got to give him a lot of credit for negotiating that, because Jason was in a really perilous position, and now he's in a plausibly getting something out. Getting something out of this game. Yeah. Kevin's doing a good defense as England, but is eventually losing.
Into the winner, Ed, any commentary on 1903? It was pretty straightforward.
No, let's go.
All right. So then 1904 is yours.
Okay. Well, if it was a Ranger, not Belgium, Germany's certainly attacking France. That's what this is. This is happening. So Jason is all in against Tim. So is Italy's attacking France now. Ben's making his move that way. He's not making a move against Roni, but is honestly quite vulnerable to Roni. This is coming up great for Austria here. Keith's defending. Ben getting into Armenia so they can take, I guess, Khan in the fall.
What this reads to me is that spring of 1904 has happened, and everyone on this board has suddenly gone, oh yeah, Tim had a two-way in the first round. They've only just remembered and gone, maybe we need to do something about this dominant French position. So maybe we all need to turn around and deal with it, because, oh yeah, Tim's actually well ahead of us all. And so I would actually be quite surprised if Rody attacks Ben at this point.
Things have really changed for Tim's dominant position. Like really changed here. Losing Burgundy with the retreat to Paris. Now you have fleets in Lyon and Western Med, and presumably the Irish fleet is not friendly. Maybe it is friendly. Hard to say. I mean, Tim seems to be trying to tell England, I'm moving away. I'm not moving anymore against you. England obviously not so sure. But the West would be bad for Tim. That's how I would categorize. Bad for Tim.
This all started when Kevin got the retreat into English Channel and kept it on the board, and Tim had to walk out of North Sea to deal with it in spring, and that pushed his good fleet position back, and then combined with the Italian-German attack, he's got issues. What it does look like, though, is he's got Russia on board, because it looks like Russia is attacking Germany again, which is only good for Tim at this point.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. And then the other part was a little sort of unintentional trade of Romania and Warsaw. Keith prioritized. I think I would have moved Sevastopol there, but I think he was worried about Armenia. So who knows?
They prioritized taking Con for Italy. Because Bull could have helped defend Rum, but if Black Sea had helped defend Con, that doesn't happen. So it looks like they're focusing on trying to get Turkey off of the board and keep progressing that way, which makes sense. I think like getting the Turkish fleets off the board was more of a guarantee, so why not go for the potential trade and a net gain over Turkey?
All right. The only adjustment there, Fleet Naples.
Which I think everyone on this board is happy to see, except France.
Odds is McCallus, spring 1905.
All right, so Tim does have Kevin on side. Kevin is working as a janissary or a combat potential. Maybe he's even going to try and get London out of it. If so, if I'm Kevin, I'm deeply suspicious of a failed French convoy to Brest.
Yeah, look at that. That's got
instead of convoyed out. That is so blatantly fake to the point that if I'm England, I might stop trying to work with France solely because that is like, who are you kidding doing that? All right. Other than that, Russia does get Denmark, which is good for Tim. AI do keep progressing against Russia, and Italy gets into Marseille. Tim has good diplomatic position, but tactically he's still got a lot of work to do to solve the problem with the IG that's coming in against him.
Follow 5 McCallus.
That is one way to solve the IG, is to support Germany against Italy and Marseille. You still lose Marseille, but it doesn't matter so much if Germany's attacking Italy. The attack on you is a lot weaker. The issue for Tim is that his blatantly fake convoy in spring did annoy Kevin enough for Kevin to just walk into Portugal instead, and Italy gets Spain. So Tim is collapsing. That's -3. And yeah,
sorry.
That I'm afraid is karma for that convoy in spring, because no one on this board will believe that convoy was actually a misorder. Which means if it was a misorder, it's probably the most costly misorder of all time. But yeah, that there's a bit of karma for that. Russia keeps Denmark. Doesn't lose anything other than Rum, so he's actually even for the year. And does this time it's Russia that makes the clever moves to stop Italy taking Ankara. So holding some of the progress against them up, because once Italy takes Ankara, Black Sea falls. Keith's doing a decent rear guard. Problem is that Keith's partner in the west is France, and France has just imploded.
A few of the people from this game seem to be now commenting, so my guessing is dinner is nearing an end, and we may get some fun comments as we move forward. And as we get into the adjustments here, what highlights, lowlights, anything else?
Fleet Liverpool's fun.
Fleet Liverpool, where Tim is trying to do everything to buy peace with England.
Yeah.
And Kevin's not having any of it. Kevin's like, I think I'll take London. I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you're the fall. Spring. You're the 06.
No,
you're the even.
All right. So I'm just looking to see what Kevin does. Kevin's in Spain with the help of Tim and York and Liverpool. Meanwhile, Germany has to sort of tack back here and does so to. Well, I'm not exactly sure why, but okay. I think he thought that Paris was going to Burgundy also. I'm not sure what Jason Bennett's grand plan here is. Meanwhile, not a great turn for Keith. Losing Ukraine, if I read the map correctly, and into Romania. Yeah, I mean, Anchor is still around for him, but he's got problems now that he's not going to be able to overcome.
Yeah, that is the loss of Moscow, and that cuts Keith in two. So Sevastopol will fall as well, and he's not going to hold Denmark another turn either. Yeah, it looks like Keith is. Again, this is all caused because Keith was allied with Tim, and Tim collapsed. Like, if Tim was still strong in the West right now, him and Keith would probably be carving German dots up, and instead, it's the alternative is happening. England's going to walk down into London for free and get Spain, and probably build again. They probably lose Portugal, maybe, who knows? But either way, Kevin, the comeback is on for Kevin. The freeway is. Jason's taking a bit of a risk by walking away from France. I think Jason's freeway is with AI, and if you upset AI by coming the other way, maybe you don't make it into the freeway.
All right. Just listen to McAllis. He knows what he's talking about. But what I'm talking about is it's not looking good for Keith here, losing Denmark. But I guess going to the North Sea, which is good for Kevin that he didn't go to London, because now he can cover Edinburgh. In the fall, Kevin does lose Spain, but retreats to Portugal with German support. So what I know is it looks like Germany, Italy, and Austria here are the three trying to force a three-way. Like, I think earlier you talked about a four-way, but I think that's the three, and I think they can get it.
Oh yeah, the four-way was the last game. I think this game is. Jason's got away with that turnaround as he's turned straight back around, still got Denmark. I've complimented Kevin a lot so far, but not taking London, I think, is an error. You're in a race to outlive Germany. If you make yourself difficult for Germany to cut out, then AI come in and cut Germany out instead. And so I think that whether or not you hold Spain is irrelevant. You take London, you're putting another fleet down, and you're trying to control North Sea. Because if Germany can't cut you out, then Germany has big problems in 2 to 3 years' time. Instead, it looks like Germany is going to be in a position to do the cutout of England, and therefore Jason's problems are going to evaporate, and it should progress to a pretty straightforward central triple freeway.
I've turned into a kitty condo here, so yeah, it's jumping on me. That's fun.
The Chris Brown roll.
Winter 1906. Yeah, building. I would agree. Yorkshire to London and building in Edinburgh could stop the same attack there. Keeping Black Sea. That's fun. McAllis, spring 1907.
Okay, so Turkey is finally dead. They've done it in such a way that if it didn't work, they were going to put Austria in anyway. Austria gets the walk into Sevastopol as Keith is now collapsing. Keith, on the other hand, is now working with England as well. So North Sea is actually there to help Kevin because it's convoying Yorkshire to Belgium, which is a lot of fun. It's sort of a coalition of the doomed fighting to the last. But
the Carthage Coalition.
It's the damned united are working together as a FER. An FER that between them have 10 centres compared to the 23 that the central triple has between it. So it's a slight unbalance in these two triples, but yeah. Brian Ecton's misery at least is finally over. He can go and join the barbecue and not have to worry about this game anymore. Kevin, Tim, and Keith might be here for a while if they're going to fight this out.
You are allowed to eat at the table, so they could have gone out and gotten their fill, gone for their seconds.
Okay. Fall 1907.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Austria. Yeah, Austria walked out of Armenia because they didn't need to be there now that Ankara had fallen. Austria moves to Munich, to Bohemia, which goes next to Munich, which might be because France can get next to Munich, but might also be, well, Germany, if you don't do your part, maybe we don't need you. But Black Sea is about to come off the board, which is about to free all of those Austrian armies. And the problem, Germany is now facing the central triple problem of cutting down the freeway. In that, what does Austria do at this point of the game? Because Austria essentially has to sit around kicking their heels for the central triple to make a freeway. Because Italy fights in the west, Germany fights in the west, and Austria, well, they've even got St. Petersburg, which isn't usually takeable for them. What else are they going to take as part of a central triple? Is Rhodey going to be patient, or is Rhodey, screw it, Germany, you're next? I can very easily see that unfolding here. Meanwhile, England's building again, and Russia retreats to London because they lost North Sea, so that's always fun.
Awesome.
They retreat to London to take it from France, as is perfectly normal in Russia-England-France relations. Tim, even as part of the coalition of the doomed, Tim is the one who's most doomed and is losing out as the other two get something.
Well, again, they realized he had the two-way in the first round. So,
see, if he hadn't been so mean to Liam,
yeah,
he'd be dominating.
That may well have been, the trigger. That is the problem with the big early round one storm, isn't it? First it happened to Randy, now it's happened to Tim. Your head is above the parapets and there's only 2 targets. And when there's only 2 targets in a field of 40-odd people, it's very easy to attack those 2 targets.
David knew to put them in boards A and B in round 2 for this time for our coverage. 1908 is post barbecue time. Ed, what fills your belly here?
Man, I'm loving Austria. Just loving the position, loving everything, and it takes Munich here. That's great. Austria's in
Takes
Finland.
Munich with German support.
Yeah.
How often do you see an Austrian army in Finland? Pretty rare. That's badass. All right.
The problem with the Austrian army in Finland, if you're Germany, is why is the Livonian army still in Livonia? Because that can't be nice for Germany. Germany's like, oh yeah, you're in Finland. You can help me take down this annoying ER. Oh wait, you've not put a second unit in St. Petersburg to go after Norway. Instead, you're sitting next to Prussia and Silesia. And you're sitting next to Trieste with 2 on it. If Rhodey gets greedy, Rhodey has a lot of dots to get greedy on, whichever one of the 2 he decides to be greedy against. Because Italy won't be happy to see Budapest and Serbia both occupied either. The tension is building on this board. The coalition don't lose anything for a turn. Woo.
They don't, but if you notice, Tim moves to English Channel. This might open up things for Ben here. We'll see.
Well, Portugal's still against them, but
It's true.
Germany has cut the channel though.
Yeah, Germany cut the channel. So, all right. Let's see. Well, hold on. Why is Germany cutting the channel if they're working together? I don't. Okay.
Germany's not working with Tim. Germany's trying to partner the AI, aren't they? So it's to help Italy get in.
Yeah. Okay. Did Italy get in?
Yep. Italy got in Mid-Atlantic. And Germany
Okay.
got rewarded. Germany got rewarded nicely. That's why Austria's in Kiel, Prussia, and Silesia. That's the reward, Jason. That is the reward.
Jason thought Munich would be in Burgundy. I think Roni was just like, hey, I see some easier centers to take. I think I'll take them. And that's what he's done. By the way, as much as I detest McAllister being a better player than me, his commentary is so good. When he's talking about England's in a race against Germany, that was true. Because look, this Germany now is going to lose this race.
Yeah. I mean, this was the problem for Jason, is that Roni had nothing to do. And so Roni's gone into him. He's pulled back from Italy. It looks like this is probably all arranged. And the coalition of the doomed is now going to be fighting to be who can be king of the ashes. Whether any of them make the draw, this is very, very plausibly an AI 2-way draw from here if they continue to mess about against each other.
And Roni had a really good first round score, so we might be looking at a new tournament leader.
We'll skip through the builds. We'll get to spring 1909, and Austria does get to Norway, McCallus.
Yep, Austria's into Norway. It looks like the coalition of the doomed now includes Jason, who's realised actually he's part of the doomed, but it no longer includes Russia, who is instead working with Austria just because that's funny. So nice one, Keith. Gotta love it. Rody gets into
It's an error.
Norway
It's
as a
an error.
result. This is it. Finally,
Air.
finally, with the air is back up. This Ed, this is what Russia gets from the air. You asked the question earlier. 7 years later, we see Russia gets Sweden from the air. Sweden
Against the Western Triple, it looks like.
Yeah. Italy gets into Marseille and Berlin. The problem that they have in trying to do an alliance to stop the AI is the armies around Gascony, Burgundy area. That is the whole. And the fact Italy's gone to Tyrolia instead of Piedmont means that they can't channel armies through very quickly. So they might actually be able to plug it if they can try and somehow piff now at some point. And then they have some sort of line. Because obviously Austria isn't putting fleets around. Like Scandinavia doesn't matter at the end of the day. So there is still some hope of stopping them, and then it becomes a question of who becomes the third partner, and you would probably think it would be England, but maybe Russia's making the play for it to be them. But this is the first move you need to make. You need to piff that North Atlantic fleet, and that's what they've done. So really good play by them there. Ben's made the wrong guess on Gascony or Burgundy. Does get into Munich, but actually Munich doesn't matter that much either, because Munich's been forcible for some time. Does mean they can pressure Burgundy though, so... Yeah, the hole in this line that the coalition of the damned has is Gascony, and if they can get an army into Gascony at some point, i.e. Burgundy and Belgium comes down to Burgundy, they have hope of getting a result if Russia is on their side. Because if Russia's not on their side, then that fleet Sweden actually breaks the entire line.
Russia
Tim
plays.
gets a build. It's a rebuild, but it's a build. Yeah, the excess northern fleets will come off the board. Cool. The build does plug that Gascony hole. They can, where they are, stop anything happening. Interestingly, Russia also is up to 3 but can't use the build because they don't own any home centers, and Roni is pulling away from Russia. Maybe they're going to try and get Russia to actually build more, give them St. Petersburg at some point. I don't know. Right in the south, Russia is working against them. Although this is Edge here, I'm taking over. Sorry.
You do it better than I do, anyways. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out how this game ends in a most favorable way, and it doesn't seem with that move to Gascony that it's gonna that they can force people out of the draw. And if they can't do that, and I'm Roni, I'm like, maybe I'll have to increase my centers right now because, and break it open a bit. I don't know.
I mean, if Roni stabs Italy, I mean, the question, like, can he solo? Not really. Like, 6 centers, maybe. You get the Turkish 3, you get Trieste, Venice. 1 of Rome or Naples, but with the amount of Italian fleets, it's really hard to actually get either of those. Munich, maybe, because Kiel is a fleet, so actually the West doesn't have a great bit of leverage for taking it for themselves. So yeah, Munich, Trieste, Venice, Cologne, Smyrna. That's 6, that's 17 centers. Where's the 18th? Norway? Maybe. Norway is the natural 18th in any Austrian solo, but...
He can't be in Norway. I mean, he should be in Norway now. I don't understand why Keith has 3.
He couldn't build, right?
Well, they're making a diplomatic play to Keith, and maybe Keith will buy it. Maybe actually Austria will walk back and Keith will side with them and get himself into the three-way draw, just courtesy of not being killable.
Seems this is where we die. Nope. We lost a turn here, so let's try and imagine what happened.
All right.
Spring 1911, what moves?
It doesn't look like much happened in fall 1910. But
No, 10, Berlin. Something happened to Berlin and Prussia.
It got pulled off the board,
Yeah.
right?
No
Why?
centers changed though, right?
Why was it
No.
pulled? What did Austria lose to pull it?
Nothing. Unless
Oh,
it
well.
was
Either
error.
way, I guess we just carry on anyway.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they slid down. So I'm pointing. You can't see where I'm pointing to, but Prussia to Warsaw, Berlin to Prussia.
Yep.
Warsaw and Ukraine.
It might be that the sandbox was entered wrong and that this has gone weird because they undid it and did something back, and that's what's happened. All right. So either way, it looks like Rhodey is moving on Italy, and Ben is absolutely moving on Rhodey either way. So game back on. Not sure who this benefits. Does it? Probably won't. Neither of them is likely to win a war against the other. It's going to go into a stalemate. So it then becomes who can mop up centers in the west. And well,
Ben got something.
Yeah, Ben got Greece.
Munich.
But
Ben got Greece.
Yep.
it doesn't fundamentally change anything because he can't get more than Greece. They draw. Is it a draw with all of them in?
This is a great question. I know Brandon has to do some magic behind the scenes, and I thank him for getting all this stuff in, because you don't know who's in or who's out of the draw based on backstabber unless they do it.
Well, we have Tim and Keith in chat right now, so they can tell us if this is actually a 5-way draw. A
Great
6-way draw.
6-way draw.
6-way draw. There we go. It was.
Well, in that case, congratulations to all of you for completely wasting your time.
No.
I'm sure there was a lot of fun. Yeah. There was a lot of fun, but from a tournament perspective, that's an awful result for every single one of them.
Yep. Hey, Jason,
well, what about the Coalition of the Doomed? I feel
Yeah.
like it was a good result for the Coalition of the Doomed.
Yeah. They all got better than what was looking likely at some stage, but yeah, Roni and Ben, this will be a really disappointing outcome from what will look like a really good position for them. The stab on Germany didn't work, and they couldn't get Keith to flip. Yeah.
So Tim giving his due to Kevin here. So apparently the Coalition of the Doomed. Here we go. His tactics were perfect.
Yeah, but the real winner from this game was Brian Acton for not having to sit through the last 3 years of it.
No, he had to sit through 7 years. I'm not sure it's much of a win.
That's only half of this length.
Oh, what a pain. Okay, can we go to another game?
Yeah, we're certainly going to do that, so that way we can move on here. We've got Buffalo made an appearance here. Thank you, Andy Bartoloni from Maryland. Karthik, after a terrible result in round 1, plays England, which I think he likes and does.
Favorite country?
Well. Is that his favorite?
Well, he said that or Austria. He said it multiple different accounts.
He plays very good in England, yeah.
Yeah. Jack Craig in France, Emily Turnage in Germany, Tony Bilsey in Italy. Victoria Hayden is also a new, also from Rockville, so I wonder if there's any relationship between those two, friends and other. And Tim Hubert in Turkey from Pittsburgh again. So my thanks to Tim Crosby was my sandboxer in that last game. Thank you, Tim. Karthik is my sandboxer in this game. So thank you, Karthik.
I mean, this is a pretty favourable board for Karthik because there's 5 people that probably don't know that you should just kill Karthik first in all of his games. So,
and Buffalo might not even know that too. Buffalo's a great player, but might not know the evil of Karthik.
He probably will.
I think he'll have a good result. I've seen him play Austria a few times.
Oh yeah, he does enjoy Austria a lot. Yes. Let's keep it this way. Let's keep McCallus in the odds, and because Ed is definitely not odd, we will go evens for Ed.
All right.
I like it.
I mean, this is a pretty standard opening everywhere. There's everything is exactly how you'd expect to draw a. This is your bulk standard board.
All right. Nothing more needs to be said. How about Karthik getting Belgium?
Karthik gets Belgium and gets a bounce in Sweden, so these people don't know that you shouldn't trust Karthik and do anything that's in his favour. That's very nice for England. You've never heard of Karthik before this weekend. You've heard of him now. Clearly, you
Nice
haven't played
guy.
enough with him.
Yeah.
No, in all respects, yep, Karthik, brilliant first year. He gets bounced in Sweden, he gets Belgium, great. The East, Russia gets into Romania with Austrian support, so this is quite fun actually. We haven't seen a bouncing Gao like we often see. Once there's a spring bouncing Gao, you just keep seeing bouncing Gao, but instead AR just work together to progress units. Cool. Fair play.
Venice to Tuscany is a little odd. Can't say I've seen that. And
It's old school airs used to do that a lot, where it's just Italy trying to be unthreatening.
Come
I
on,
was gonna say, I
Fleet
think
Venice.
this is an air here. Yeah.
Turkey opened Con for a fleet build, which was actually quite interesting. They clearly saw that Russia was not working with them, so they're doing something to try and force Black Sea.
Ed, they will do that, and
Yeah. They forced Black Sea because Bulgaria was lost, so Bulgaria goes to Con. Definitely an air with the move to Aegean, but Andy Bartoloni is probably not the kind of player who's going to lend Trieste. He doesn't seem to be a lend Trieste kind of guy. He might argue for a lend Venice. You lend Venice to me then. You want Trieste? Give me Venice if we're in the lending game. Meanwhile, what's happening in the West? Oh, well, I didn't notice that Fleet Liverpool. That was pretty saucy by Karthik. So he's all in. Meanwhile, there's a mistake. Munich doesn't support Ruhr to Burgundy here, which slows him down. So Karthik's going to have to work with Emily here to continue this to try and get the orders in correctly. Because now it's harder.
This is the Russ Dennis EG where England gets Sweden. Goes back to his legendary tactics video where he said this is what should happen in every EG, and I still watch that and go, no, it shouldn't. But England should get it from England's perspective. Yeah, if he keeps Sweden here, great for Karthik.
should and does are two different words.
So I went right to the West. The headline is because there's only one fleet for France. France loses mid-Atlantic. It's too late to get Burgundy with the defensive setup as it is. But with Karthik in Sweden, that's like really good. Karthik will be fine with this. Meanwhile, how's the air going? Not great is the way I would put it, because Italy decided it wanted Greece. So Italy's getting the fleet off the board, which is good. Yeah. And
Buffalo Bartoloni is not a lend Trieste guy, but maybe Buffalo Bartoloni should be a lone Trieste guy, is the takeaway here. It looks like Italy, especially going by Tony's comment in the chat that Nopi was not when you said about Trieste. It looks like Italy was like, well, I need my fifth, and if you're not going to give it to me, I'm just going to take it. So the air has become RIT by the looks of it, as Russia definitely tap Serbia to help Turkey take Bulgaria back and gets an empty Black Sea out of it, although the fact it's Bull East Coast is not actually very good for further progression for this RIT. So this could turn into a wintergreen.
So another example of where Russia doesn't get anything early on, but empty Black Sea is worthwhile. Fleet Liverpool, more fleets for Karthik, rebuild. An army of Rome.
Karthik's got a glorious EG. I don't see why he'd rock the boat. He's just going to keep pushing down against France. Italy's now busy fighting Austria.
Yeah. And let's make quick work of this analysis then. EG McCallus, anything?
Well, it might be EG, but it might also have a French Janissary for Karthik to take Tunis in 03 at this rate.
For sure.
Even better news for Karthik. I'm not sure why France is rewarding this, but fair play. Yeah, Germany's into Bothnia to presumably get St. Petersburg, or even better for Karthik if they just help Karthik get Sweden and St. Petersburg. That's the best kind of EG when you're England. And this RIT is really wishing that Bulgaria was an army. Other than that, Italy is moving up in great position to force Trieste, which will balance out the guaranteed loss of Tunis.
And there it is.
And the Tyrrhenian Sea. But aside from that, everything is fine. Just like the dog in the house that's on fire, everything is fine for Italy here.
Oh.
Yeah, Germany is the one that gets St. Petersburg, so good job, Emily. You're not completely bamboozled by Karthik, and in fact, with Karthik moving out of Belgium, this is actually a decent position for Germany as well. Still wish that they had Sweden.
I was gonna say, Emily, if it means anything, I'm on the DBN stream and Karthik bamboozles me like about every 2 or 3 games, so it happens.
Yeah. And to be like at the moment, especially with Dixie scoring, there's not a lot of reason for Karthik to rock the boat. This is a great EG. Karthik's got the upper hand, but Emily's the one that's got the good score coming in because she got a freeway in the first round and Karthik didn't. So yeah, I'll do a freeway with Karthik where you're slightly bigger. Fine. That's good for a tournament from Emily's perspective. Yeah, Austria is being attacked by everyone without dying, which is bad news for everyone that's not attacking Austria.
In the East.
Yeah. Well, EG aren't attacking Austria yet, and I think by the time EG are attacking Austria, it is bad news for everyone.
Yep. Ed 1904, just walk right into Spain.
He walks into Spain. He built the army in London, but he didn't convoy it to tap. But that's fine. Meanwhile, just complete peace between E and G. Everything being arranged. Why France doesn't go to Rome or Naples here as a Janissary, I'm not sure. But no matter, Rome is takeable. That shouldn't. Maybe Tunis is takeable. It sort of depends. Like when I said earlier, I hate to go back to old metaphors, but it's goodbye, Andy Bortolone, and now, this is a 1904. And he didn't even retreat Vienna. He's just like, bye. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Once Turkey had the army in Bulgaria, it was all over, and they finally got the army out, and they're a long way behind the EG on tempo, but this is at least some sort of balancing. The issue now is what next.
I think they should have thought. Well, I was going to say they have 3 fleets: Sevastopol, Black, and Ankara, which are, pointless right now. And so they needed to be thinking of a way to help. Okay, so Tunis is gone. Revenge of France. I'm no Janissary. Jack says he's not a Janissary. I'm taking Tunis back. So good news for France. Bad news for France is France loses Brest. France loses Marseille. France loses Spain.
And Paris.
Not great news.
Yeah, I suspect that this
Paris.
was Jack wanted to be a Janissary, but when EG just kept taking their stuff, Jack was like, "Well, this is a bridge too far." It's one thing pushing me ahead, but I do want to keep some stuff behind, and you've just kept taking all the stuff behind, so now I'm going to flip and work the other way, which makes sense. Like,
if I'm Germany,
have some dignity. Well done. Keep your dignity, Jack.
If I'm Germany, I'm thinking, what's the army in London doing? So just keep your eye on that army in London.
North Africa is also a really weird retreat for England. Like, Western Med is just better because you actually might want to go to Lyon and do stuff like convoying to Tuscany and going through that way.
I don't understand that retreat.
Yeah.
So I just got a message from my son. They won their soccer playoff game. Yay! How about that?
Right.
Tony says we don't understand the diplomacy. Okay.
The diplomacy is Karthik, where no one understands Karthik.
Yeah, no, I was going to comment. I didn't want to interrupt you guys earlier, but yeah. So Tony, if I don't know how much you watched, that is the sad thing about most of our commentary is we don't know most of the diplomacy behind the scenes. If you want to give a little as you are in the chat here, we always appreciate it. Just we'll try and limit spoilers.
No spoilers
as we go through. So.
All right.
Nice. So we're winter 1904.
Tony's like, by the center chart, Italy's suddenly in a really good position. The problem is, what the hell are Russia and Turkey doing at this stage? Maybe you can Wintergreen against them, but with EG coming so fast, I don't think that the Wintergreen has the resources to attack Turkey and fight EG at the same time. So maybe
I think we're going to see pressure.
Turkey. Maybe
I think we're going to see Italy and Turkey. I think we're
Yeah.
going to see the IT. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. Except Italy doesn't know about it.
Well,
I mean,
tell us
they could easily turn this around in autumn. This could be like lulling Russia into something.
And Karthik listened to you. He should have been in Western Med rather than North Africa, but
yeah, it's just the better place to be. Right, Italy pushes the fleets forward. Turkey goes to Rum, which might be by agreement to walk through to Gao. Sev goes to Armenia, presumably to be piffed, because they've worked out that, as Ed said last year, that's a completely unnecessary fleet on this board. Let's get rid of it. Russia's problem is that once Turkey does that, do they then go, well, actually, Russia, you're just completely unnecessary in general. I should be all there. I'm necessary. That's all mine now. And then takes Warsaw, Moscow, Sevastopol, and goes, well, it was what was needed. That may be what follows. Other than that, it's just EG pushing forwards. Being Spain having to hold because of Gastardy is mildly annoying, but hardly the end of the world. It's actually good play by EG to not force Gastardy with Brest and Paris here, because neither of them wants that French army to be in Burgundy. So it's quite smart to hold Brest for once. We rarely say that holding is the right move, but in this situation, holding was the right move. So well done to Emily and to Karthik for that.
into the fall, a lot of English movement, fleet movement.
Yeah. So they do blow up the fleet in Armenia, but Turkey's like, I think I'll take Romania and Sevastopol while I'm at it. You're getting Vienna. It seems fair. So yeah, no, that's horrible for Victoria. Tim, you're not a nice man. I don't know anything about you. That was cold. Meanwhile, what's Italy doing here? They piff Tyrolia. Italy gets into Western Med. Karthik, just follow that fleet in Tunis. I think it's been on damn near every center of that western part of the Western Med. Spain, Western Med, Tunis, North Africa, now it's in Leon. Takes Portugal. Meanwhile, France takes Marseille.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad turn for Emily, because not only does she lose Marseille, doesn't cover it, which is a reversal in momentum, but Karthik is setting up to convoy through St. Petersburg. And yes, you can make the argument that in an EG, Karthik should be convoying through St. Petersburg, but there's a small issue in that St. Petersburg is not Karthik's center. And now, yeah, she's lost Marseille, and given that Karthik's in Spain and Leon and she is not in Burgundy or Gascony, it doesn't look like she's in a great position to actually take Marseille back. If anything, it'll be Karthik that gets it in future. So that's probably a permanent reversal between the two that Karthik hasn't had to take directly. He's like, oh, well, Marseille's hostile now. I've got to take Marseille. And so Marseille probably is English going forward. And Brest just holding instead of going to Gascony is interesting. Like those two armies. Last turn, holding was the correct move. This turn, it probably wasn't. The fact neither followed into Gascony is weird.
Yeah, I mean, although I'm surprised that Brest does not go to Gascony. That's the one thing. And the other thing is, I don't know. Yeah, Karthik looks like he's setting up for that, but on the other hand, he could have just convoyed to Norway here. Which he didn't do. So maybe that fleet's going to pull around on the west. I don't know.
Or maybe he's going to build an army in Edinburgh and convoy that and keep Yorkshire there as a defensive unit. Not that I think he's got much to worry about defensively. I mean, Italy's got a horrible disband here as well. None of these units are really something you can afford to disband.
And Western Med is the one that goes.
I'm looking at all these fleets Karthik's got in a forward position down south. And he knows how to move the pieces. Go ahead.
Yeah, the tactical order is about 2 or 3 turns ago. I was going to jump in where a master class of everything moved.
Is it me or is it you now?
It is Ed.
Okay. So I talked over McAllis, which I do both in the games and the commentary, so I apologize. But at least I said your name correctly, I think, this entire broadcast.
First time for everything. It's only
Yeah.
taken 4 years.
Okay, Michaelis. All right, so Edinburgh moves to St. Petersburg. Poor Emily has to eat the shit sandwich on that one to get the army through. And I guess what, we got another army coming through, Emily. So you ain't getting that back right now. And I'm sure Karthik's telling you think he'll trade Sweden for it? Maybe.
I hope so. From her perspective, she's got to be all for it.
I don't know, but in any event, what I'm really liking here is, I mean, there's not much any things could have stopped, but it's just sort of beautiful to look at on the map. All right, with Marseille gone to the French fleet. France is back on the Janissary game, I guess. Maybe that's what's happening here because he only goes with one. And but on the other hand, why is he moving to Western Med? Don't quite get it, but
I think
it's
France
coming
was
up all
trying
Karthik.
Yeah, France was piffing that German army to help Italy, I think. Italy's gone with the Kraken, like they could have done a year ago. The problem is I think that they've gone a year too late on the Kraken, and that now Turkey's already got their dots from the Kraken, and Turkey's going to Bulgarian Con. Like, well, you need another fleet to plug the hole in the west, so I've got to bring Black Sea out. And in fact, what's actually going to happen is Turkey's going to walk into Greece and go, Ichi, what a tragedy it would be if I was your partner and we got a nice little freeway between us. I suspect that's what Tim is going to be thinking and playing for at this stage of the game.
I don't think Karthik's playing for a three-way draw.
Oh, Karthik's not, but I think Turkey will be.
Yeah.
Well, a trade here. St. Petersburg for Sweden. Probably allowed since it couldn't be stopped.
Well, what does Karthik care? He's in Marseille. He's about, he's got all his fleets are in the Med that can't be stopped. Let's see. Meanwhile, Germany advances to Silesia. Russia's dying. So far, Greece is safe. McAllis, so we'll see.
I mean, Greece is very safe because instead of Con coming out to the Med, it's gone to Bull East Coast, which is actually too far the other way because there was a fleet needed in Ionian Sea. Although I guess Italy is going to build, and if they can make the correct guess in spring over Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea, then they're okay.
But this is a mistake. It was clearly not meant to go to East. Well, I guess he wrote it because if he didn't write a coast, right, it didn't move. So he wrote East Coast, but it shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey has chosen the alliance play with the Kraken. I'm not sure that there's enough units to hold the line against a committed EG. It's going to be really slow to break through, though, if they don't make... Yeah, the thing is whether they get the correct guess in spring. If they get the correct guess in spring over Tyrrhenian and Tunis, then the EG is through. If they make the wrong guess on that 50-50, this is going to take several years to force through around Galicia and then Vienna and all of that, because it's going to be armies that make the breakthrough if Italy gets to Ionian without losing Tunis or Tyrrhenian.
I was going to say now we're looking at the center of the board is the key.
Yeah,
and the guess.
We've got Thomas Haver in the chat. Greetings, Thomas. He's a world champion from Dixie Con 10 years ago this year. So he will be at World DipCon next week, I believe. A couple of our DBN people will be there. So we look forward to hearing some reports from that.
Tom's a favorite. Tom's a betting favorite.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Ed, as usual, making sure anyone other than him is the target.
Hey,
the propaganda never stops with Ed Sullivan.
I am happy to help that propaganda because even with the odds against Tom, he is a fantastic player.
Yeah, but Kevin, are you happy for a world where Ed Sullivan is world champion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Stop talking about
ratings through the roof.
That's right. All right, look.
We'd
Am
hear
I
the
odd or
victory
even?
gloating from other countries.
They may
Who's
not be
got
able to
the
bring him
odds?
back into the country. So
Am I odd or even?
I'm odd. You did last year. All right. Okay. So this is just moving to the to the stalemate line everywhere. England and Germany do get the correct guess, sort of, in the Med. They get Tunis and kill France, but they lose Western Med to do it. And they don't have a fleet in Mid-Atlantic. So actually, they haven't really got the correct guess. They've just got half of a correct guess. And they've got to make more guesses at the end of this turn to solve the issue with their incorrect guess. But it's still 50-50s rather than a locked up position, which is what it would be if they hadn't got Tunis. So, okay, cool. Turkey makes a mistake here. Con should be in Rum by convoy. They don't want a fleet in Rum. They want an army. Those units are the wrong way round. That is a tactical error on their part, which may cost them later. Because Bohemia.
I think he wasn't thinking of the convoy, right? It's clear to me that he didn't realize because he's. But this is the problem with Bulgaria East Coast, and now he's got these. I can't imagine a Turkish position worse for fleets. Actually, maybe Sevastopol and Black Sea.
Yeah, you really need an army to defend Galicia. Oh. Now Turkey's helping Germany into Warsaw, which is also brave. I mean, I'm guessing what's being said here is, oh, we're doing a 4-way after this year, and that's what everybody has sort of bought. I don't know. Maybe Carthage will take it because Italy's got into Mid-Atlantic, which is a real problem for Carthage. Carthage got rid of that German fleet in Norway by agreement, presumably, but Carthage's position, if he doesn't take a draw here, is actually, it's really, really hard to now keep pushing through the stalemate line while Italy is dotting you and getting builds and all sorts out of that army. So there's still a hole at Galicia. The hole at Galicia is just that it's still not an army in Rum though. Like if this was an army in Romania right now, this would essentially be all right. Let's just call it. The fact that it isn't means that they may keep playing to push it through.
That's such a good point. But this fleet situation is really bad for Carthage, like really bad. I'm not sure why he did that, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd rather have just got rid of it.
And it is gotten rid of.
4-way draw.
Yeah, that's the issue. I think that the 3-way draw went as soon as Mid-Atlantic got in for Italy. Because Turkey had chosen not to stab Italy, so that wasn't happening. Yeah, I think that was a tactical mistake on Carthage's part, which is delightful to see.
I feel bad for Carthage. I think he could have had a better result.
Yeah.
We got to give credit to Italy and Turkey there as well. Like they were well behind for a long time, and they managed to make all the correct moves against. I don't know how much experience Tony and Tim have as players, but we know that they haven't played a lot with Carthage and online, so they've done a really, really good job to find the stalemate line. Yes, there's a hole at Galicia because of Romania, but they've pushed through elsewhere. They got into Mid-Atlantic. They made the correct guesses where it counted, and as a result, they've got themselves a 4-way draw, which wasn't looking on a few years ago. So, really good play by them, and good play as well by Emily. Like she was the one who already had a good score going into this game. And a 3-way and a 4-way won't win you the tournament, but it's going to get you a decent position overall. And if you can get better in the final round, cool. So. Yeah, I know Emily only, I think, plays at Dixie. She goes with her father, Edwin. We saw him one of his games before. So she's sort of a casual player, but yeah, this was really, really good play from her as well.
On to the last one of round 2. Either of you guys need a break? Want to keep going? We got a lot left to go.
Keep going.
Not mind a 5-minute break if you guys cover the start of the game and I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll cover this, Kevin.
Let's
you
do
and
it.
me.
Yep. All right. 2D. We've got players from Chris Barfield in Austria, Hudson DeVoe in England, Cameron Higby in France, Sophie Lewis in Germany. Sophie is our sandboxer again here in round 2. Thank you so much, Sophie. Todd in Italy, David Miller in Russia, and Benjamin Pierce in Turkey.
Keep your eyes on David Miller. He's such a nice guy. I don't actually know why he hangs out with any diplomacy players. He's so nice. And Russia seems to be a perfect fit for his play style.
I believe he is athletic, and a lot of them do runs and rides. So he joins up. I think he and Chris Martin do Ironman, like not Ironman gaming, but like real Ironman, and a bunch of them other run as well. So
better him than me.
Yes. All right. Let me read them out, and you give commentary because I can read and you can play diplomacy.
Chris, by the way, I think you're totally right that Benjamin Pierce is a MASH fan.
There you go. We don't allow fake names in the stats. So his parents would be MASH fans. Spring 1901, the bounce in Piedmont is the most interesting, otherwise traditional Turkish opening. And that's all I see. Liverpool to Eddie is not my favorite, but I know it is others' favorites. Into fall 1901, Eddie normally does not convoy to Belgium from there, but it is technically allowed. And it is bounced 2 for France and getting into Piedmont, which is kind of fun. That's really pretty straightforward. Add anything you see from 1901, including the builds I'm showing here.
Well, I was going to say I thought France was sort of committed against Italy here with this bounce, but doesn't build in Fleet Brest, and so you see Fleet London, Fleet Brest. Hudson is, like I said, he's a super nice guy, but he's hard to get a read on, and Cameron is just like super honest. So I'm not sure. They're either going to get along great or not at all. 2 fleet builds, generally horrible for Germany in most cases, but might get away with it here because we don't have a lot of army strength from France. And fleet Rome, you don't see very much in this situation. Most of the time, I think you'd see fleet Naples.
Yeah, but if Turanian is the only spot it is going to, then we will see what it is. I will keep going with the orders here. We've got support into the channel, a self bounce in Belgium. That's interesting. Germans go solely west with their fleets, all the way down to Skagerrak. David Miller, who is your featured player here, gets held out of Galatia, moves into Ukraine, and holds in St. Petersburg. Nothing terrible. Although there's your Rome to Naples. So Todd was listening.
Yeah, I mean, I like the patience of David here. This is good in Russia, just to try and find the weak player and not hurt them, which I think is optimal Russian strategy. That's how you survive in the north most times. Be curious to see if there's an attack on Denmark. I suspect not, with that fleet in Berlin moving to Kiel, but we'll find out. Meanwhile, I'm curious why Germany doesn't take Belgium, if I'm being honest. And the other thing that I think is super curious here is, McAllis is a big fan of the IT. I don't think he's a big fan of Turkey building fleets in an IT, let alone helping Smyrna into Aegean. And if I'm Todd, I got to get that stranded army in Tunis back to Apulia like right now. It's a big priority.
Well, maybe you can do it now with Naples being able to support Ionian. You wanted to get the fleet back there. My interesting move would be Piedmont to Marseille. If there's no armies from Germany coming back, if the self bounce was known, either hold it, misorder it somehow. There's no attack that way, but I'd be curious to see what happens here in fall 1902. Belgium was left open so that way they could support Picardy. to Belgium. Interesting. South bounce in Burgundy. Now France gets the Channel, which retreats to London. North Sea Fall. That is interesting. So there was the attack on Denmark, as you were thinking. David stands still for the most part, except taking Galatia. And the army from Tunis does go back, but not to Apulia, goes to Greece.
This is a bold move from Hudson. Okay, that he knows that English Channel is going to get dislodged, but instead uses North Sea to go to Denmark. I guess hoping for Russian help. He doesn't get it. So, some might say, North Sea maybe wanted to play defense here. I don't know. Meanwhile, you didn't cover the East, Kevin, but Todd getting into Greece from Tunis is significant with the GM support. So definitely the IT is off to a good start. The fleet and the GN notwithstanding.
Yeah. Well, Nicholas is back, so I'll go back and just show you a spring 1902 in case you didn't see it. 1901 was fairly straight forward with the order set. Here's what we saw in spring 1902. Ionian supporting Smyrna out, and maybe that was to accept some support into Greece. The Winter gets another second build in Rome from Italy this game, this time an army rather than a fleet. Another fleet breast for France there.
Yeah, that's why France got Belgium, right?
Yep.
To get that extra fleet. But if I'm looking at this board, I'm loving Cameron's position. No threat in Italy. Got a good ally in Germany who has 3 fleets. This is a great France position. I'll take this all day long.
Perfect.
Also, the army Rome is really good use for France as well, because it means that Italy is very unlikely to wind back and flip on you anytime soon.
Yeah. All right, Nicholas, how about you read one more time in the odds, and Ed can continue with the commentary.
All right, this is not the turn to be Chris Barfield in spring of 03. Italy gets into Trieste, makes the correct guess there, and Russia gets into Budapest. Bohemia is a weird one. Like, maybe that was there to stop Russia trying to shift both armies down, or maybe Chris has just gone, right, screw it, I'm just going to go take Munich and try and survive there, or I'm done and you can all have my stuff. The fact that he's tapped Greece and stuff suggests he's still trying to play somewhat, so maybe not giving up entirely. This is setting up really nicely for a wintergreen now, though. They've got really good position. Turkey has been working with Todd last turn, but this could very easily flip to a wintergreen. The West is just FG pushing against England. Cameron's in a really nice position.
They might get slowed down if Austria just decides to give up and take Munich.
And he does.
He does, but to a degree that Germany clearly saw it coming and got Belgium by agreement as a result. Very, very kind of Cameron to do that. Fair play. England getting into Sweden is an issue, though. Germany, like, Sophie could have survived losing Munich, but losing Munich and Denmark, even though you've got Belgium, there's no good disband, and this is a really tough position for Germany. David Miller, meanwhile, gets Norway in return. So David Miller is the one who's the big gainer, and this is turning very quickly into a wintergreen. Serbia goes to Italy, and this looks like a wintergreen is now got the upper hand over the FG.
Well, except for Sevastopol not moving, that could have been. It's not. But this is David. David's sort of. I'm taking this as David likes one enemy at a time, and his new enemy appears to be England. He's taken out Austria. I don't think he really wants to fight Turkey here, but I think he's forced to. If I'm reading it correctly, France is a disband. I don't think there's a great disband on this board for France. Disbands Piedmont. It's probably the right call.
Although
very much depends what Italy does with those 2 fleets. Yeah. Like, it's lined up for a wintergreen, so you'd expect Italy to be sending those fleets east, but if they don't, if it instead becomes a Kraken, France is in a real pickle as well.
Unlike previous rushes, this one does put down all 3 units, does not leave any behind. Gets the south.
Cameron only has to survive 1 year. If he can survive 1 year without losing anything to Italy, he should get Liverpool and London.
Famous last words. How many times have I thought if I could only survive 1 more year? Okay, he takes Liverpool with the army. Tries to help Germany into London. Doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. It seems like because it's a brace. Yeah, I see Edinburgh now. Let's see here. Meanwhile, in the east, I think Cameron's going to survive that year. Adriatic's going to Ionian. Still.
The big news is Tyrrhenian Sea is still empty somehow, despite Italy putting 2 fleets down, which is just huge for Cameron.
Yeah,
it's sort of shocking that Rome does not move to Tyrrhenian Sea under any circumstances. I'd probably move there, but
that has to be great diplomatic work on Cameron's part, and so all credit to him.
Into the fall, Ed, you get to keep reading here.
Am I reading another brace, another correct guess by Hudson, playing really good defense here, not losing Edinburgh. Still has a disband. And meanwhile, helping Russia into Kiel. That's really good news for David Miller. David doesn't really have any problems to worry about in the south, and sort of locked it up. Once Italy sort of advanced, now we see Rome to Tyrrhenian. The Belgian attack.
Belgium, I'm guessing, is by agreement because Germany was going to have a build they couldn't actually put down. So I think Belgium is actually agreed because Germany was going to get Munich, and they thought Germany would get Edinburgh and lose Berlin. So they thought Germany would be +1 with nowhere to build. So I think Belgium would be by agreement here. But Italy going to Piedmont after not going to Tyrrhenian Sea in spring is really weird. Like, this would have been so much more effective if you'd just gone to Tyrrhenian Sea in spring.
Yeah.
Well, now you got 2 French builds, right? So this is sort of a blunt attack.
And you've still got to send fleets east to deal with Turkey.
I'm not sure I love Army Brest.
Yeah, I think I would rather they were the other way around, actually. Fleet Brest, Army Marseille.
You get scared. I don't know, again, how... Oh, no, Cameron's not new. Although, no, you'd say Cameron is newer?
Cameron's not new.
Cameron nearly won Regatta last year. I was certainly cheering for him.
He eliminated my daughter, McCallus. So, now them's are fighting words.
Yeah.
It was more that he was fighting you for the title.
My daughter must be sacrificed. So be it.
That's the Ed Sullivan way. There we go. I think someone should just clip that. We can just do that as like a 5-second clip for Ed.
The editing powers aren't working. All right.
I have to say, also, shout out to Benjamin there for building an army. It would have been very easy to see Italy come in and put a fleet down, but the army is way better defensively. So nice one, Benjamin. It's a rough position to be in, but he's making the right decisions here.
Yep.
Got rid of that Russian fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Loses Bulgaria in the process, but still.
I'd happily trade Bulgaria for a guaranteed hold of Black Sea.
Yep.
It's me now. Okay, so elsewhere, yep, good decisions by Benjamin. Does piff Armenia. Does do it with the wrong unit. Not entirely correct decision. Actually should have moved Smyrna up so that you had something in Ankara for a guaranteed support on Smyrna in full, but there's still guesses to be done. Elsewhere, Austria gets Munich with Russian and Italian support. They're a janissary now. France tries to take Holland but doesn't succeed. Yeah, that's the London and Holland moves are very passive by France there. I think I'd much rather be just trying to put Belgium into North Sea. But maybe they thought that one of the others would go to North Sea, so It's a Princess Bride moment. They thought the wine was in front of them, but the wine wasn't in front of them. The poison was in front of them. Yeah, Russia is looking in a better position in the north than France.
Oof. Denmark and the North Sea.
Yep. Denmark goes to North
London.
Sea. Yeah, that's rough. Hudson. They made the correct guesses in spring. They do not make the correct guesses in fall. And Cameron also gets Holland, supported by Germany, makes sense. Supported by Russia, which doesn't. I don't understand why David Miller would be supporting France to Holland there. Is that a misorder? Maybe he was supposed to support Hell to Hull, and instead he supported Bell to Hull.
Yeah.
I can't read that any other way. He's walked out of Denmark, so he's not stabbing England.
Well,
He's
bigger picture. He needs France for a two-way, right? He's not gonna. He doesn't want Italy to keep growing. France can be the buffer on that if there's a chance to get a two-way.
Doesn't he want Italy for a two-way? That's much easier when you've got lots of units fighting France already in the north. Doesn't he want to solo and not care about either of them?
I don't know. We will see what happens.
I don't see why he'd do Holland. Elsewhere, Turkey made the correct guesses to defend because nobody actually made guesses against them.
Nope, nothing.
Austria builds. Oh wait.
Austria,
the comeback is on. The comeback is on for Chris.
Austria grows, but cannot get home except for through Prussia.
I mean, Germany is eliminated, so Austria is the new Germany. Austria has reversed the wrongs of the 19th century, and it's now Austria that leads the German people.
All right. What do you think here? I mean, like, are they aiming for just a three-way here? That's the only explanation for this. Like, Russia, France, Italy.
I mean, I think Italy is certainly aiming for a three-way because a two-way is way too risky with a Russia this big. So Todd should be aiming for a three-way. France, the FR two-way is on. Maybe. David Miller and is going to be aiming for a solo. Maybe France is also aiming for a solo. I mean, I think France is just shocked and delighted to be in Holland, and so shocked and delighted that they've instantly lost it.
Well, key problem here, where David didn't order Romania to support Sevastopol. Clearly a misorder, not intentional in any way, shape, or form. And it has a devastating effect. Not devastating, but it's poor. It's going to slow down a lot. Meanwhile, really good news for Italy. Italy takes Cannes, takes Smyrna, takes Munich with Russian help. Russia does take Silesia and Denmark. So, obviously not devastating, a bit of hyperbole, but not good for David. I'm just looking at France's orders, and it just seems like they're a bit just moving units around.
Okay, 4D chess devil on the shoulder. Is Romania a misorder? Is it in fact just getting Turkey out of position so that they can kill Turkey this year? Because Turkey was in a pretty nice defensive position, and now Sevastopol is really easy to. Well, okay, if you have to cover Warsaw from Austria, it's not quite so good, but. Maybe, yeah. I mean, they got France out of position in Holland and piffed a fleet out of it. Now they've taken Denmark and Berlin. If you're playing for a freeway, it's fine. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe it's just this way will actually. Now Turkey's got a disband. Neither of the disbands is none of those are palatable. Maybe it was actually just to speed the game up.
I wouldn't mind being David Miller, even though I mean, look at these fleets. He's got 4 fleets in the north, which is super dangerous. It doesn't look like he's France's ally. Still supporting Hudson in Holland right now.
This is very soloable.
He's looking. Those Italian centers are looking really juicy. Just get Sevastopol back. Put an army down.
I mean, the Italian centers are looking juicy, but I don't think you go for them yet. I think your play to solo is to keep Italy and France committed against each other. So Italy's doing God's work for you if you're going for a solo, because you can just take
Oh.
Sevastopol and try and get the English dots. And if you can get some of the English dots, then the solo is just there for the taking. And if Italy is working with you against France, the English dots are takeable.
Fair point. And I'll note 5 Russian fleets now.
All right.
None in the south.
We usually do a who's your pick at some point during our broadcast. We have not done one yet. Let's get McCallus, solo or no?
I don't think he will solo, because I think Cameron will recognize the threat quickly enough
Ed?
and be able to pull it out.
Yep.
I think he solos. I think if David wants to solo, he can. I think Todd is a very trusting player, and everything I'm seeing here is Todd's continuing to trust, and which is, yeah, you're right. He might just start taking English dots in the north. Todd might continue to fight Prince in the south, and then just to wrap it up, take those juicy Italian dots. But on the other hand, David's maybe he's not going to kill him. He's worked well with Todd.
I have some insider information, and I know one of you two is correct. So let's keep moving to see who it is. Spring 1907, McCallus.
Okay, so Italy gets into Marseille, piffs the French fleet there. That doesn't really matter too much. David is going for mid-Atlantic and not going for the English centres. I don't actually think that helps him solo. I think that mid-Atlantic is the wrong place to be going for the solo. Like, David's way to win this game is to take those English home centres and then grab some dots from Italy. Going into mid-Atlantic and helping Italy take the French dots makes it harder to take those centres and then grab dots from Italy. So I think Italy is growing fast enough that it's going to be quite hard for David. And there's also the risk that if David gets overcommitted in a fight against France, you start have to thinking about an Italian solo sooner or later, because the move to Bulgaria is really nice from Todd. He gets to put more units in relevant positions, but he also makes it harder for Russia to stab him and gives himself potential future stabs. He's not going to lose anything to France being in Western Med. He sees that and goes, so what? I don't care. Munich is the only centre that's really hanging in the breeze now for him. And getting some builds out of Marseille and Spain and co will let him strengthen that area around Trieste and the other centres there. Russia doesn't have a southern fleet, and so the Turkish dots are not ever going to be forcible for David in this game. So,
on the other hand, he could take Liverpool, Brest, and Holland.
That he could. That does change the equation if Cameron just lets him walk into dots, which kind of looks like he did with Wales hold, walks out of Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Or this is a Hail Mary from Cameron saying, right, Italy, you draw now or I give a solo away.
He has 4 builds, right? He's at 15.
Can only build 3. The armies don't necessarily do much. I don't know.
Is it all right? So then, if he is saying if Cameron is saying to Todd, all right, you have to draw now. There's no reason David draws now, right? Or even entertains that maybe later. But
oh yeah, David now is saying, prove that you can stop me.
Yeah.
If that's
I think what David's actually probably saying is, I'll only take a 2-way, and I don't think Cameron's gonna. I don't think Cameron just vote himself out of the draw. So we'll see what happens. But David doesn't want a 2-way, by the way. But
I mean, Cameron's disband suggests he's giving the solo away. Cameron, yeah, this is just a solo.
I mean, Edinburgh, London, Belgium, right?
Yeah. Cameron's not attacking Brest.
Well,
I suppose David has actually managed to do such a move to lose Romania here, which is an achievement.
Well, actually, he passed up the solo. He could be taking Munich here.
I mean, yeah, Rum is guaranteed that if IT work together, they take Rum.
Yeah.
What IT?
14 center IT.
But I mean, David passed up the solo there. This should have been a solo right now. He doesn't want to attack Italy.
Unless he wants 17-7. Is there any bonus for getting 17-17?
Maybe he wants 34 centers. He's gonna play this out to disband all of those units one by one and take all of them in the final year and get the rarely seen 34 center solo. I've seen it in online games. Doing that in person.
He'll get the 18 here if he wants it. That's a solid. He doesn't want to get it through Todd. I think
He's
he doesn't go
not
for
to
it.
take
Right?
it.
Well, yeah. 'Cause
He
now,
wants the two
now France cannot rebuild, so they'll piff Portugal here.
Now he
Walk
takes
into
it.
Belgium.
17-17.
I mean, if he takes the solo by stabbing at the end, that would have been quite funny. If Italy had stabbed him for the solo, it would have been quite fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 2-way draw. Cool.
All right. Hang on. Where could Italy have stabbed him for the? Well, everything held.
Well,
so.
yeah, it depends whether they were actually holding or whether Rum was being defended.
Yeah.
They may have just not bothered entered orders on the sandbox. If David was really just ordering nothing, then Italy obviously could have taken Rum or Brest.
All right. Well, he got its 2-way. Maybe it was. Maybe Cameron would not vote himself out, and they said, "Fine, we'll take care of that for you." So.
Well,
congrats.
here's the thing. I'm not booing David at all. First of all, 2-way 17, amazing result. Okay, he's going to leap into the tournament lead here. He may still win the thing, but he also diplomacy is a game of relationships. He didn't want to burn Todd. It's a really admirable game from that respect. Everyone knows he could have had it. He didn't take it. And if he doesn't win, he knew that was his choice. And that's the way he wanted to play. And I love it. So, I'm not booing, I'm cheering, actually. It's a different way of playing.
I like it. I mean, I've got a lot of 2-way draws in diplomacy through stuff like this, and he also means he's not a target going into the final game as much as he might be if he'd soloed. He may not win the tournament, but
no, he would have won the tournament with the solo.
Maybe
the way Dixie works, that's not actually necessarily true if other people get solos and stuff. Like a solo is not a huge instant win store in Dixie.
It depends on who else in this top area could solo with a better other result. Because what was David's result in the first round? It had to have been 3-way, right?
It's just really hard to solo in round 3, and someone would have had to have done it.
Here, let's see map. Let's see which one was this one. Was he in board 4? No,
he had a good
2.
result, if I remember correctly.
16. So he had a 16 center 3 with 194, and a solo would be you'd need a 2. Whoever had the 2-way in round 1 was that Ekton?
Randy and Tim. Yeah, they may have been able to do it with 2 ways. That may overtake a solo and a 3-way. It'd be quite close. 16 center 3-way, possibly not, because that's a really good 3-way. If it had been like the 8 or 7 center 3-way in this game, it would have been different. I think then 2 ways would have beaten the solo.
Yeah.
But thank God for DBN coverage, because the balance of the game, the balance of the tournament is in hand. We were supposed to do this in 5 hours. It's been 4.5, so we got 4 games to go in 30 minutes, Kevin.
All right, let's go fast. Hey, I want 30 seconds per turn. That's what I was saying. But
we're having fun.
Yep, we certainly are. So we are going to go to round 3, and we are going to do 3A first. I've got some inside knowledge on which order to go, but not on any of the results. So 3A gets us triad. We'll figure that out. The aforementioned 2-way draw from round 1, Tim Crosby in Austria. Todd Craig again from last game in England. Ben Kelman in France. Ben of the 6-way draw, Ben Kelman in France. Victoria in Germany, Tim Richardson in Italy, Sophie Lewis in Russia, and Hal Shield in Turkey. We've got a couple of my sandboxers in this game, and I will thank all of them. But for this game specifically, I will thank Sophie Lewis. Thank
So
you,
the
Sophie.
interesting thing here is Todd Craig obviously also has a 17 center two-way draw. Tim Crosby has a less than 17 center two-way draw, to the point where, given that David's other result was a 16 center freeway, I'm not sure Tim can win with a freeway. Tim and Todd, they're either looking at, if it's a freeway, they need at least 16 or 17 centers in the freeway to win, or they need better than a freeway, so they need a two-way most likely at minimum to win the tournament. A solo obviously as well, but in a time round, that's a lot of centers to try and take.
All eyes are on Tim Crosby here. The two Tims relationship, they should get along, but I think it's critical to figure out, will they get along?
I mean,
I'll take the odds here.
Todd's in a slightly better position than Tim.
Yep. Ed,
Yeah.
Start with the odds. And actually, here, let's just for the interest of time here, we are only because of it's really not solo. It's not going to happen. Let's just focus on Tim's orders, and then anything else we miss that's interesting, we'll call out at the end of the year.
Yeah, Tim Crosby's orders. He doesn't quite do the Western attack that McAllis has advocated for in Diplomacy Briefing, which you should read about that no one's ever tried. Someone should try it one time. Meanwhile, just old school turkey opening by Hal. Nothing else I see of consequence.
No, we got our first hood hog, right?
No, Breast's not in.
No,
no, I missed it. Yep, partial hood hog.
So as we go to the fall, Burgundy has to cover Marseille. It's one of the reasons I like moving to Piedmont, Italy, by the way. Solves that little problem of a French fleet build in Marseille. Concentrating. Well, Tim Crosby didn't do anything interesting, and Todd didn't get into Belgium. Other than that,
bad year for Ben, who's only building one because he had to cover Marseille because he couldn't force Belgium because of Piedmont.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, yeah. Neutral Romania as well. Actually, haven't seen that very often.
Neither wanted anyone in the Black Sea, so we've got.
I think Turkey's going to be in the Black Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fleet London, an Army Paris for the one Army build. So
Germany waived.
Yes, they did. Or misordered.
Yeah.
It is Victoria's, I think, like I said, second or third time playing. So
that's unfortunate, and this is the reward here. So EFC Germany wave and go, right, well, we'll go and kill Germany. That's rough, unfortunate. Whether it was misorder or deliberate, either way there, that's just really unfortunate for Victoria, but Ben and Todd will take full advantage by the looks of it. Meanwhile, in the east, we're looking very airish from Austria and from Russia. Italy, not so much. They've not gone off to Turkey. They're making defensive moves. They didn't trust Tim Crosby, clearly. Well, if EF get a really good start and the air just messes around and doesn't get a good jump on Turkey, then EF are going to be in a better position. And EF continue to be in a great position, getting to Holland as well now by convoy, which is really nice. Ben has recovered from that, only building one in the first year completely, gets up to 6 and is in a really nice spot. The air is now fully on. Bulgaria goes, Eastern Med goes. This is EF versus air in a bit of a race, and Germany and Turkey are going to be killed pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess the key question is, does Burgundy support Munich now? We'll see if that happens.
Well, they build properly, so we think. So see where this moves to. Does not support Munich.
Yeah, it doesn't look like. Let's see. French shifts fleets around. I can't say for sure. Burgundy supported Belgium to Ruhr, meaning Germany is dying at Austria's hands, whereas Austria loses Greece, all by arrangement. Greece goes to Aegean, Sev to Armenia. So we do have this air going on that the West can't really react to because they're busy trying to kill Germany, which England, Todd here, takes Denmark but loses Norway. They can't really outpace this air if they're still fighting Germany, and I don't know why Germany would fight with them. Fight against the West. I mean, why they wouldn't do that.
Well, there's also the big issue in that Italy was the one who was behind in the air because they spent that year convoying back and holding position, didn't commit immediately. And France hasn't jumped into the bed to take advantage. Like, they could have been in Lyon and Western Med here, forcing Italy to bring fleets back before they take Turkish dots. Instead, they've just parked their fleets in Portugal and Spain, which means Italy is going to have as much time in the world as they need to take the Turkish dots. So the EF have wasted that advantage that they had on that front.
I think this might be a mystery to Ben on Tim Richardson. Tim's a very sort of loyal player here. I don't think he's going to just attack Austria. In fact, he moves to Smyrna here, as we see, through the pretty nice convoy. Meanwhile, the air continues with getting Berlin. Germany's helping France into Holland.
So this is why Ben didn't jump in on Italy.
Yeah, he's attacking England, obviously, here. And Germany gets Denmark back. Let's see here. And Holland did get to Norway.
So Todd's chances of winning the tournament just plummeted through the floor, basically. That's the takeaway there.
Yeah. Tim's still building those. So Tim is at 7. He is our player to watch on this board in the third round here. So,
yep.
Another Southern Fleet for France, but Tim waves his build this time, or tried to build Fleet Vienna. We're not sure.
So the Southern Fleet from France is weird because that means he's not following up in England, and yeah, this instead now he chose in on Italy, and this is just the wrong way to have done it. Like, you had Italy struggling for units last year. You could have jumped in on Italy then and gone and stopped them taking Turkish dots, maybe got Tunis for yourself. Instead, you've waited for Italy to get an excess of spare units and then attack them anyway, which is maybe there was some breakdown in negotiations and Ben wanted to attack England, but relations with Italy just weren't recoverable. So maybe that's why this has happened. But either way, the EF is back on. England walks into Denmark and yet Sweden, which is really nice. Bouncing Norwegian and Norway with the same unit is also really nice. So that's always a delight when that happens. Slight error on Russia's part tactically. Russia does get the convoy into Constantinople through the Turkish fleet as Hal decides that he's had enough of playing this game and he just wants to go and socialise instead.
I am keeping up with the news as we get here. Fall 1904. Well,
how do France and Germany get into Munich and Berlin? Why are those
there was a thing here. There was some misorder. We got a new link, but maybe because I never I never updated the software. All right, hang on. We're closing this out. Hang on.
Nothing to see. Nothing to see.
Nothing to see. Nothing to see. All right. Talk about here. So I'm going to go offline for a second here. Talk about what it's going to take for anyone to catch. Who's going to solo in a time shortened round?
Well, Randy's got a good. I mean, Randy's a good player. Got a 2-way. It's best 2 out of 3. I guess it depends on who he's against, but he's got the best chance, I think. Right? Is there anyone else?
I think it's going to take a solo. Like, the fact that David Miller's freeway was 16 centers means that a freeway and a 2-way is almost certainly not going to be enough to overtake David Miller. So you're either looking at 2-way and 2-way, in which case Todd who's basically Todd or Tim don't look like they're going to get a two-way out of this game that we're watching at the moment. Maybe they can turn it around quickly. Maybe they can get people to vote themselves out, which is how you might get that to happen. I know somebody here has got two-way draws from positions that shouldn't be two-way draws in final rounds of Dixie before by doing that. So that's always on the cards. If not, you're looking at someone who can solo in a time round, and you're hoping you roll Russia. B, you're hoping that the time round ends at the very last moment that the time is gonna possibly end. Because it's a window between like 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, I believe. So it could go the games could have their final year start anywhere in that 2-hour window. So you're hoping that the games are called as late as possible in that window. You don't know how long you're gonna get, and you're hoping to get a really, really good start. Russia's probably the best country to get it as. Maybe Germany, like maybe France. England and Turkey have got longer to go to get their solos. Italy as well. You've got to get some incredible early momentum to get an Italian solo in a time game. So yeah, you're probably hoping for one of Russia, Germany, or England or France, and then you're hoping for very favourable circumstances. People who hate each other, people who are tired and don't care, people who are not playing for tournament position, and all of those things come together for you to solo.
So David's going to win. All right. These orders make more sense.
Yes, much better. So,
all right. So it was me doing this. Okay. Yes. Berlin and Munich do not fall because one unit can't dislodge another unit. Russia gets Sweden back from England. So they've actually just traded Norway. Russia's up because Denmark was German. So Germany is pulling. In the south, AIR are just sending all their units west. But yeah, Hal had clearly given up when he convoyed Russia into Con in spring. I'm not surprised Hal didn't enter in order to take 7 full. France does get tuners at the cost of the Gulf of Leon, so that is not unnoteworthy because Italy isn't going to be able to build another fleet now. They are even for the year with Con. Austria is net down 1, aren't they?
Yeah.
Tim
was our watcher and does lose 1.
I mean, Sophie's on 10, which is quite incredible. Out of nowhere.
All right. Solo watch is on Russia. Fleet South Coast. We've seen a lot of those this weekend, which is great. More
Solo watch is not on Russia.
What's that?
Solo watch is not on Russia. Russia needs another 2 years to go like that one went for Solo watch, I think.
We can't get there unless we start somewhere. So we're going to start here. Ed, give me Spring 05.
All right. So Tim gets Bulgaria back after he made that's part of the trade. He moves to Aegean here. So it looks like he's not done. Is my guess. That's where he's going to get some dots for. The things look pretty locked up on the center of the board. In the north, some Finland gets to Sweden, Norway gets to Finland. It looks like I think Norwegian should have gone to Norway there, or maybe not. And then in the Med, advancement of the French position.
Yeah, if Norwegian got into Norway, but Russia got into Norwegian, that would have been catastrophic for England. So this is why it held. Like England is paying the price for being so short on units, though. They need both.
All right. So in the fall, Tim walks out of Bulgaria, instead goes to the Ionian, takes Con. Russia takes Con. Russia doesn't get Sweden back. And Tunis did not fall, correct? Yeah, Tunis did not fall.
No, Tunis can't fall. They can't tap Western Med yet.
I just can't read the arrows. I don't like Brandon's map.
I'm very confused about this continuing to give Russia fleets in the north. I mean, I guess they're not worried about Sophie. Sophie's a newer player, I believe, so that you're probably giving Sophie more leeway than you'd give, say, David Miller or Karthik or someone in this position. But I don't get what
are you kidding me? After seeing David, After seeing
Well,
David
yeah.
Miller's game, I'd give him a lot of leeway.
But like, what result are you going for? Like, where's the two-way on this board? That who thinks they're getting a two-way with Russia?
I don't know, but I can pretty much think that Tim Crosby's out of it, so we can maybe go through this a little faster.
Yeah.
In terms of like, he's not going to win the
Well,
tournament.
he's playing for. He's making the stab now, so I think he's
There it
trying to take it. Venice,
There we go.
Bulgaria. He's shooting his shot. We shall see if it succeeds.
Another Northern Fleet.
Fleet Trieste is fun, but also I actually don't think it's correct. I think you want Army Budapest, and you're just going to try and take Russian dots as soon as you possibly can.
And that's not where they're going. Russia does advance one of the fleets.
So it's just
Convoy
cutting Italy
to
out.
Tuscany.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, this looks like they're playing for a three-way draw. I don't think that Tim is playing for to win the tournament, but he's looking to try and get a good position overall in the tournament score, I guess. There's definitely a three-way potential one. Yeah.
I don't think Tim could have gotten a two-way out of this. I think he did the best he could with what he had.
Yeah.
And yeah, Italy, England, Germany, they will vote themselves out. So that'll get Tim highly placed. It's not going to win him the tournament, but that's probably top 3, at least top 5. So yeah, good tournament for Tim. Ben gets a decent score, and Sophie, I think that's her first good score in the tournament. So congrats to Sophie. Good,
Yep.
Really good game for her.
Agreed. That's a great game for Sophie.
Yep. Didn't mean to skip through it so fast on there, but definitely a good result.
No, let's get through the next one fast. Get to the last 2 games. That'll be the interest.
Do you know something I don't?
I've seen enough DBN to know how you guys do it.
We are well informed here on DVN. We are in 3B, the Great Smokies. We are all aware of the Great Smokies. Anyone who's seen Pixar Cars movie, I think it was Cars, 3, 2 or 3, 1 of them. I forget them all now. Brian Ecton had a great score in round 1, nothing in round 2, so he's got a lot to build on here in round 3. Tony Bilsey from that last game of round 2 coming in at England. Jason Bennett had a solid result, so he is starting in 8th. Peter Jurgen was in 2nd to start the round, currently in 3rd because of Tim's score. Emily Turnage had a nice round last time too, so Emily's starting out in 5th here in Italy. John, I remember from, I think, round 1, don't remember not playing in round 2, but we've got him in Russia. And David Maletsky, the big sombrero, making his first trip from Mars in this tournament, although I think he was a substitute in a couple of games as well.
So I think that here, any of Jason, Peter, or Emily will win the tournament if they get a 2-way or better. Brian had a good 3-way, but it wasn't as good as David Miller's 3-way. So Brian and anyone else would need a solo. But I think that Jason, Peter, and Emily have good 3-ways. So 2-way might get them a tournament, or at least it will get them in the top 3. So solo, of course, any of them can do it.
Yeah,
I haven't had the pleasure of playing with Peter much, but I know I've seen him get a lot of really good results from Central Powers. So it's a good spot for him to be in.
he does enjoy playing Austria a lot more than Germany, but he had Austria earlier in the tournament. Spring 1901. I like that last one. Ed, keep with the spring on this one, and then we'll give you guys each a spring and I'm sorry, 1901 odds and evens. Stay with the odds on this one.
Bouncing English Channel is a sort of the first bounce we've seen in 10 games. I hate this for England, by the way, but fine. I guess we're doing old school here, where Ankara is supporting Armenia to blow it up right off the bat. I haven't seen that like years. But that is so Dave Maletsky. Like that's what we got here.
Yep.
And we got a Rome to Yeah, we got a supported movement to Burgundy, which I don't think is controversial, so I just blew it off. But I do see Rome to Naples again.
Yep. Third time this
Combined with
tournament.
Venice to Apulia.
Yeah.
Italy is invading the south. So I played with David Miletsky in the third round last year, and he wasn't playing for scores or anything of that. He played England and got a really good score out of it by just telling everyone, I'm just not going to die. I'm going to enter almost no orders, and I'm just not going to die. What he's going to do here is he's going to piff Armenia. He'll take Bulgaria. He'll put one unit down. He might probably take one dot every year, and half of his units are going to hold. I'm going to predict that that's going to be what happens going forward.
All right. Well, let's focus on the center of the board, Ed.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not doing that. They pipped the army in Armenia. I really like this play, by the way, as Turkey. If you can get it, it's the way to go. And let's see. Convoy to Tunis. Austria moves their standard. France picks up 2. England picks up 1, which is all they could pick up given the bounce in the channel. So we don't really know the structure of what's happening here, which is fine. Let's move on.
You get Fleet Eddy, Fleet Brest. That's interesting to see. Fleet Venice is something you don't normally see. Interesting. And Russia builds
Army Smyrna.
Yep. Well,
either Brian Ecton's about to be ganged up on by everyone, or I can't read a board.
well, I'll have you start reading Spring 1902.
Well, Brian Ecton is being Brian Ecton, and instead of being ganged up on everyone, he's attacking everyone.
Oh.
So he's taking Venice and Romania. Okay, it's Sandbox there. It was a fleet Smyrna. That makes more sense.
Thank you,
I
Tony.
retract. To be fair, that makes it more pro AT, but instead Miletsky is just walking into Serbia, so that's just funny. Yeah, other than that, that's just will Ecton win this attack everyone approach or not? We'll see whether the gamble pays off.
If anyone
France-
could, it might be him.
Yeah, I've seen Brian do this before. He was Austria actually in a game in my first game last year, and he did this, and he was eventually drowned out of the game, but it took us until 3 a.m. at about 15 years, which doesn't happen in time round. So doing it in the time round, it's probably going to be more effective because he was top of that board for a long time.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, it looks like it's going to be FG versus England.
I did not call out our sandboxer, but with Tony's frustration about doing it on the phone, I have to thank Tony. He is our sandboxer for this game, so thank you, Tony. And yes, ordering Backstabber on a phone, unless it's like one of those Galaxy Notes that are about that big, is very difficult. So, John Jameson's in the chat. Hello, John Jameson. Yes, Greece to Bulgaria. That's the attack everyone
That's
strategy
the
we're
Brian
seeing
approach,
here.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the follow-up in attacking everyone. It doesn't go that well. He walks back out of Venice. He's decided maybe Italy is one too many people to attack. Maybe Russia and Turkey is enough. Maybe I shouldn't be fighting all 3 opponents. Loses Romania to the RT, who for some reason worked together. I can't imagine why. Loses Serbia to stay Turkish. And the West, it turns out that there is not an FGR against England. There's a Western triple or something. France holds everything. EG worked together to take Russia out of Sweden. Probably not a Western triple given Munich's gone to Burgundy. So this is suddenly turned into an EG, and not entirely sure what Jason was expecting to do. Like English Channel hold looks very passive.
ENG worked it out, is the best I can tell.
And to do so, France puts an army down. Austria gets to build one, but cannot. And another army for Russia. Ed, get me through Spring 03.
David puts the fleet in Bulgaria, which is such a Miletsky thing to do. They're killing Brian here. Let's go to the west. Good for Jason getting into Burgundy as as Peter plays a little defense. Peter's games have been pretty interesting here, and nothing's really happening. Next.
Yeah, fan I am. I would like to look into that. Ed deserves a few dollars for his commentary. That is for sure.
I don't even know what that is, but if I can get more money from DBN, I'll take it.
You are the highest paid.
One of us argues in front of US Supreme Courts. The other one's a poor, broke college student. It's definitely Ed that needs the money here.
Yeah.
I need the money always. You don't have my kids. I support a lot of poor, broke college kids with my spare change. All right. Oh,
all right.
Still me.
This is still you. Yeah.
All right. Germany takes Sweden, but it's okay because England takes Norway. On the other hand, not so good for England as Gascony goes to Wales. Tony gets the guess wrong. Germany still running away from France. All right, cool. Then in the East, what do we got? Looks like a lot of nothing happened here. Somehow, nothing happened. Peter Jurgen got to Serbia in the spring. I guess I missed that. And David didn't get it back. He got Bulgaria instead.
Yeah.
There was a double bounce from both sides on Greece, which is nice for Brian. Don't know whether he arranged it or not. It's a very weird year from England in that they got an EG going, but then did nothing against France, and as a result, France was able to then go and do this. So it was they focused on fighting in Scandinavia, and the problem is that that's going to cost them their home centres. Maybe it was the best they could manage. Maybe it was all Peter was willing to do with them. Peter wasn't actually willing to attack France, just to go after Scandinavia. But this is a tough spot for Tony.
Well, in the game, we've made it through 3 years, and we've gotten to 6 centers. So to advance for a two-way, we need some separation here. We're not getting it yet. Peter Jurgen does grind upward a little bit, though. What are we going to see in 1904, Carlos?
Oh,
so we see the mopping up of England by France.
Brutal.
Yeah. We see the mopping up of Brian Ecton by Russia, sort of. No, Russia has actually lost Romania at the same time, so that's interesting. Peter's gone down to Tyrolia, which I really liked, because if you're going to get a big score in this game, you need to start influencing that east and try and go over there. It looks like the path to a two-way for Peter is probably an FG domination, because no one in the east is actually coming out on top. This is all a bit of a dipsy doodle. Russia takes one from Austria, Austria takes one from Russia, Italy takes one from Austria, Turkey gets slightly further out. It's going to be Peter going down to Tyrolia, and whether he can actually take something with that. Probably not Venice. I mean, it's Brian Ecton, so maybe he'd support you to Venice. But Trieste, I can see a world where Russia would support him to Trieste or something right now. Maybe not given the situation in the north. Maybe you cut a deal to then attack England together or something.
That's what I don't understand. He's fighting Russia in the north. And I think right now, if he was still fighting Russia, he'd rather Munich be in Silesia. Which is a more natural position for Germany to be in. He'd have a walk into Warsaw. He wouldn't have known that, but I'm curious why it moved to Tyrolia, what the thought process was.
Maybe it was requested by someone like Austria or Italy.
Well, he thought he was getting into Vienna, and
did,
Russia decided not to help.
So probably Brian Ecton offered him Vienna and then didn't follow through because it's Brian and he needed to find a way to stab Germany as well. France takes Edinburgh, doesn't get Liverpool, but that doesn't matter. England helps Germany take St. Petersburg, which is nice for Germany. So either this game is about to go turbocharge and FG just throw everything at the East and try and get a big score, or this game peters out to a comfortable three-way draw with nobody putting too much effort in, because there's not a lot of in-betweens.
Ed, spring 1905.
Peter Jurgen is in Vienna and Bohemia and Prussia and Belgium. So I think, Peter Jurgen watch. France doesn't. I guess they're trying to use Tony, but Tony's fighting them. And Burgundy doesn't enter a support of Belgium here, which would have been useful in this situation. So query what's going to happen there, and then, that's all I'm looking at. Peter Jurgen's the only one that I think matters.
It's really weird, like, whether France actually entered all NMRs here or whether this was they just had pointless supports with the other units.
Yep. That is where we're going. Wow. Okay.
Okay, so France takes Liverpool here. Jurgen's into Galicia. Gives St. Petersburg to England. So Tony's leading the charge here of Janissary. But is this a Western triple?
A Western triple against who?
I don't really know. But it doesn't look like Peter's going to solo here. I don't even know if he's got a two-way draw on him.
I mean,
yeah, because
concessions are possible.
Yes, concessions are possible.
I'd like Jason Bennett has just given Germany Belgium and been happy for him to take it. So I don't
know. Who's got fall? I think McCallus. Spring 06, a lot of black arrows from the black units.
FG are pushing down in. This is how you get the big score as FG if you've got enough years and you can get there quickly enough. So they get Budapest now. They're probably going to be able to take Galicia as a follow-up. There's going to be some guesswork. The issue is that France isn't in the Italian dots yet. But a convoy to Tuscany would be pretty powerful from this position. So maybe France can get there. And Maletsky gets up to Romania but loses Bulgaria. The East continues to be a big mess between them all. Looks like it's AI versus RT, with Germany being the only person actually gaining.
Oh, John Jameson's in the chat, and we get the order.
All right, so, yep, France gets the convoy to North Africa, which is actually a pretty good move here, because Tunis is probably as far as that's getting for now. Gets Belgium back, so it was actually just a loan. It was an agreement for whatever reason, so fair enough. Jason is probably not conceding anything to Peter. Peter does get Tony to walk out of St. Petersburg for him to take it. Tony probably wants to go do other things rather than just sit here watching this game. I fully understand that. Germany gets Budapest and Trieste and Warsaw. Not a bad year.
And St. Petersburg.
Yeah, so +3 with room to build all three. Doesn't bother, but does have room to build all three. If there's enough years, the two-way is on for FG. The solo might even be on for Germany at this rate.
You don't see Germany take over. You don't see Germany take over all of Austria before Russia, Italy, or Turkey, any one of them get any of their centers.
I mean, all right, shortened game, maybe till 1908, 9, maybe 10 if they're pushing it. Is there a solo chance?
There's a chance. It depends. It requires the East to remain as chaotic as it has been. But I don't see a reason why Austria wouldn't be helping Germany to solo at this point. Russia.
I want to go out on a limb. Oh, go ahead, McCallus. I stepped over you again.
I don't think there would be a solo. I think Jason Bennett will stop there being a solo. But if Jason Bennett is okay with there being a solo, I think there can be a solo.
I don't think there'll be a solo, not only because I think the players here are smart enough to stop it, but also there's not enough time. I don't think he's going to get it in 2 years.
I think it depends. Like, they might have been pushing years through quickly. We don't know when this game will end.
There's a lot of units moving both ways, Ed. Still too slow.
Making it fun. And Italy doesn't seem to be worried about it too much. So we have Peter in Serbia, Peter in Moscow, moving fleets back. Jason, of course, is on the alert here. Everyone's got to be talking to Italy. David's going to Armenia to support Sevastopol, I'd imagine. So we'll see.
So Emily tried to convoy France into Greece. I mean, whatever Emily's doing, she's not on the same page as Russia and Turkey. That much we can be sure about. Whether she's on the same page as a solo is a different matter, but she's on the same page for some sort of result for France at the very least. This is the chaos that can let them happen. Ukraine, yeah, as John Jameson just pointed out, Ukraine supported Germany forwards.
No.
Oh no, it supported Russia down, but now it's going to support Germany.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it supported Germany into Moscow. Okay. And then this is still Ed.
Now it makes it.
Well, he doesn't take Sevastopol, but he takes Romania, keeps Sevastopol, keeps Moscow. So another +3. He's already been waving. Everything in the West looks arranged or stalemated, or not stalemated, but no progress.
Well, who?
And now Miletsky is supporting France into Greece.
Because why not? +4 because he had 1 left over from last time.
He's put 2 fleets down. He's going for it.
He's going for it, but where are the centers?
Nah.
If you're going to get a two-way out of it, that's not a bad two-way.
Yeah, they all voted themselves out. Okay.
That is.
I mean, it makes sense that that's what Emily was trying to do when supporting France forward, and Miletsky probably didn't care at that point. So
Peter's two-way was not as good as David's two-way, and his three-way must have been just shy of it too. So Peter Jurgen in second place as of now, with obviously David not being able to lose points. So Peter.
Well, just remember, David had a 16-way three-way, and so Peter didn't get to 16 for this three-way. It's never going to be good enough.
No.
Jason Bennett, that capture of Greece got him ahead of Tim Crosby overall at the end of the tournament.
Oh, by 1 center. Perfect. Gets into a top 3 at this moment. So, all right, let's say so Peter does need a few more. He knows he can't catch him for a title, but can he get? He gets Sevastopol. We don't know if this is time over or not, but let's assume there's 1 more year minimum. We've got Sevastopol, maybe. Or is Miletsky not in the throwing mood? We don't know that.
Venice, possibly, depending what Italy does. Miletsky was supporting France forward. I don't think Miletsky was going to actually throw a solo, though.
Yeah.
I think Miletsky was fine to just get a draw forced.
Yeah. So, all right.
15. But otherwise, Miletsky would have helped Germany take Sevastopol last turn, and he definitely didn't do that. So.
No, you're right. Yeah. All right. So that 15 was where we get to there. But excellent game by Peter, getting 15 centers in 7 years. Not bad. And
Jason, good play for Jason as well.
Yeah, great alliance. Peter's a great ally. I've had a lot of boards, both in house games here and in tournaments as well. Peter is willing to play the good long game as an ally. And as Ed mentioned at the beginning, Central Power Specialist. We're going to go to 3D. We're going to skip C for a minute. We'll get it, though. In 3D, we do want to get to David Miller because we want to see the leader improve on any of his score. Probably not, but let's see.
That would be an achievement. Oh, that 16 center freeway is not good enough for me. I need to make it a 17 center freeway.
Yeah. Or how much of a two-way? I guess that's the question: is how much of a two-way would you need to get past 16 center three-way? In that, we'll see that Edwin Turnage in Austria, Tim Hubert in England, Alex Maslow in France. Maslow has been our sandboxer this whole time, and he is, again, our sandboxer. Thank you very much, Alex.
I'm rooting for Alex. Alex had a rough go of it. I'm rooting for Alex here. And David might give him a good game. Also looking at Liam and Keith, my
Yep.
buds.
There you go. Keith and Liam, Italy, Russia, and Jack Craig in Turkey.
I think the way David will play this will be the way I played round 3 last year, which would be just make sure no one on your board gets a big score. That's all you got to do. You don't care about your own score in this position. You care about making sure there isn't some runaway solo or two-way draw for it. So play a very heavy balance of power game.
Then let's
Nothing
let's
happened in 01. Nothing.
Next.
I looked at it all. Totally. Yeah. So this is strange for David going to Belgium here, but okay. He still gets his 2. Austria gets into Galicia. That's kind of the big things.
Russia goes back to Moscow instead of to Ukraine, which is a little odd.
As I said, Liam is a strategic tactician.
Is he?
4D chess here.
All right.
He's a 4D chess tactician. We'll go with that.
Pretty straightforward builds. Army Smyrna, second time we've seen in a row. Last time it was the Sandboxer glitch. This time, no, not a Sandboxer glitch.
This time it's for an IT, which is what you would expect with an Army Smyrna. So it's clearly been designed that way, and that's what they're doing. So they convoy Italy into Greece with Turkish support, push over to Armenia to try and have some threat on Sevastopol. It's not the most effective way to do it, but it's better than nothing. With Italy walking into Trieste as well, Edwin has been taken for all he's worth by Keith here, I think. Liam, meanwhile, is using those armies to do the natural thing as Russia, which is a 1902 invasion of Germany with no one's support.
Silesia is a German province. Russia does not want to let that happen. Fall 1902.
So Italy is kicked back out of Trieste. Makes the wrong guess not to try and shift fleets around, so that's not ideal for them. Russia comes down to Bohemia and Ukraine, so it looks like this is going to be an AR versus IT situation at the moment, given rum tapping bull. The West, Germany shifts around to cover from Russia, but doesn't have to worry about it now because Liam's pulled back out. Germany gets Sweden with English support. France gets Belgium from England. So, yeah, this is all very stasis and balance of power, as I'd expect in the West. Nobody's really got the upper hand yet. There's no clear advantage for anyone on this board, which is what David Miller will want to be seeing.
Yeah, but he does grow one and gets his ally France 1-2 for another fleet build, which is helpful. Army Venice on the other side, and Baltic goes away. Everything coming up roses for David Miller.
Yeah, including the disbanded Baltic fleet.
Yep.
Okay, so with that pesky fleet gone, David doesn't exercise any vengeance here. Instead, England takes St. Petersburg and Sweden goes to Norway, but David gets into the North Sea with France help. So David seems to be working with everybody at some level, just where he sort of wants to be. And the revenge of Liam, sort of. He's attacking his ally. Is he? No, it's AR, right? Yeah, so no, they're getting Bulgaria back. Russia's getting it. All right. So advantage Liam.
Fall 1903, David Miller moving east.
Yeah, those centers were too juicy, but Liam will be building. No, he won't. He'll be flat. So yeah, that's coming up great for David. Coming up good for my man Alex Maslow here as Pickering gets into Wales with the convoy with support. So he's looking at Liverpool and London right in his sights. Working with David, just the kind of person David needs to be on his side. I don't think Alex is going to try and stab him or anything. So if you are managing your tournament victory, this is a textbook.
Yeah, Alex has, I believe, 2 eliminations, so he's the perfect person to work with in that regard. So you don't care if Alex gets quite big.
Yep. And that is what they are doing from positional standpoint. Bring 1904, maybe a little conflict for David, but not too much.
Yeah, this is just David mopping up Russia and England. France gets Liverpool, London. David tries to get up into position, take St. Petersburg, but is blocked for now there. Gets into Warsaw though, and Liam is still busy trying to fight the war in the east, which is just a big mess when nobody gets anything, which is just good news for David Miller.
Not a single black arrow in the southeast. In the fall there is, though.
In the fall, there is black arrows, but it's because Russia is taking dots from their own ally, so they get Trieste and Budapest, and in true Liam fashion, loses Romania at the same time because Serbia gets to retreat there.
I said strategic tactician, 4D chess.
Oh, that's even better. The reason Serbia gets to retreat there is because it was Liam's support that put Italy in Serbia. Yes. So Liam supported the Austrian unit to forward retreat into his home centre, basically. That's. I'm not sure that's 4D chess. I think that might be 5D chess at this point.
And what's kind of sad is he used Black Sea to cover Bulgaria, which was not attacked, which could have covered Romania. He could have covered it.
England loses Edinburgh, doesn't defend it, hopes to make some guesses correctly and doesn't get the guesses. Yeah, other than that, this is just great news for FG, and we've seen this game already. It happened last time. We'll see whether it goes the same way.
I don't think it's going to matter, but I'm a little surprised that we don't see a convoy of Holland to Edinburgh if was going to be the move.
The convoy is better if you're playing for a score, but I think David's just playing defensively. I think he probably wants to keep Holland there, not be stabbable.
I have a small video that I think was caught of this adjudication as they were laughing about what it is. Maybe we'll get to it in a minute here. Yes, David Miller, in a game he needs no score, is still running away with position and score.
You know, things have gone badly in the East when Austria's down 2 and the only person up is Germany. None of the centers were taken by Germany, and yet Russia has stayed even because they've lost elsewhere.
Alex waves one. That's interesting. Or misorders. We'll figure that out.
I think it's intentional.
Yeah.
I do too. I think he might be regretting that intention now that he's lost English Channel to the English fleet. But
yeah, he lost the English Channel to the English fleet. David gets into the North Sea. David gets into Moscow. Let's see here. Can't really tell what's going on in the East, except Liam going forward with the attack against Austria here. Takes Vienna, but loses Trieste. Takes Romania. Keeps Bulgaria.
Yeah, the double bouncing bull is nice for him.
Yeah.
It's a race of whether anyone can be king of the Ashes and become a partner for a freeway, basically.
All right. What are we copywriting on this broadcast? We got King of the Ashes and the
Coalition
of the Doomed.
Coalition of the Doomed. I like that. We're gonna have a end of the year award. Coalition of the Doomed. I do have the adjudication video up. I do need to get a drink of water, so I'm gonna put us on a 1.5 minute break here. But this is how the 4D chess comes into play.
Hey there. We are looking at some adjudication that just took place here in Game 3D at Dixiecon. Just wanted to show you a little candid shot. So Alex Maslow here, Keith Worstel, Edwin Turnage, Tim Hubert is reading, Liam Stokes there, and Jack Craig is doing the pushing. This is on one of Keith Worstel's boards that we're using here for Dixiecon. You can see not only the homemade boards, the homemade pieces, but the color-coordinated order pads. There's also color-coordinated order writing pens that go along with this. It's really quite a diplomacy set. All right, let's watch the adjudication.
Greece support Albania to Serbia. It's normally right. In Albania to Serbia.
All right, so they're showing how orders get cut and all that right on the board. That's how you do it. If you've never played at a face-to-face tournament, somebody pushes the pieces, and then you make sure that you've got the adjudication right before you move on. And often, you see how its pieces are standing on their ends. That's how you indicate a support when you're doing an adjudication in a face-to-face game. See how the fleet in the Black Sea is standing on end? That means that it was supporting a move. If there is a dislodgement, which there may be in this adjudication, you actually put the dislodged unit on top of the unit that just dislodged it to show that there is a retreat. See how it's in Serbia? They just put the army on top because the army in Serbia, the Austrian army, is retreating. So anyway, just a little bit of a window on the world of face-to-face tournament diplomacy. And now back to the studio.
Thank you, David. For anyone who has not been here, been to a face-to-face tournament, there are some little techniques and things we do. It's not as easy as just clicking Backstabber and looking and refreshing your screen. So fun to be there. Thanks for those videos you've sent. We've got one more video that we'll queue up in a little bit. We've got the final of this game coming home, and we'll go to fall 1905 here, and David says, I don't need a result, but I might as well take one.
I don't need a result, but screw you, Alex.
He's a kind dictator. Okay, we know he's not going to solo. But he does take St. Petersburg. He does take Belgium. Ex-wife thinks this is important. What else does he do? Meanwhile, just as Alex is moving away, here comes David. That's basically the headline.
Alex doesn't cover Brest either, which means that this is actually two units pulled. Presumably he didn't cover Brest because he had one in pocket and was like, I don't mind if I have a wave, I'd rather get position. But instead he's actually got to pull a unit off.
Well, there is some context here, though. So we're going to pause right here with David Miller pushing, because there's one game we have not seen yet that pushes David to the end. Board 3C, Crystal Coast, which I believe is on the coast at the very southern tip of North Carolina, wine country. I think I was there last year. This board has 7 players in the top 20 here, including Randy Lawrence Hurt, who we were talking about earlier. We got Karthik Konith in Austria. We've got Roni Mordmanov in England. Randy Lawrence Hurt in France. Kevin Kurtz, the aforementioned fantastic tactician in Germany. Cameron Higby, called out by Ed at the beginning of the broadcast here. Benjamin Pierce in Russia. And Robert Muller in Turkey. This is a stacked board based on the results we've seen. Who is going to pull this out? Spring 1901. McAllis, let's go with you in the spring in this one. Or I'm sorry, you in 1901. Odd numbers in this one.
Karthik likes Austria as well, so he'll be happy with this. Well, we see Kiel to Holland, which is unusual. That's a lot more of a thing we used to see in the olden days. So, and more of a thing online as well. So Kevin showing his age there. Goes to Holland with that. Other than that, Liverpool's up to Edinburgh, which usually suggests anti-Russian intentions and everything else. So Italy's actually in Tyrolia, which is, again, I don't think we've seen that so far.
We have not. I do enjoy that order a lot, and I also enjoy this.
Well, this is the thing that happens when Germany opens Holland, is that they have the usual ability to force Belgium. Looks like they've given up Denmark to do so, presumably by agreement. So they're hoping to just send England to fight Russia in Scandinavia, and felt the need to cover Munich from the Italian army. Elsewhere, we see Fleet Romania, which is usually pro-Austrian. And Karthik will be very happy to see it, especially combined with Turkey actually getting into Black Sea.
Ed, so usually you don't want 3 centers as France to be a target, but when you need as many centers as you can get, good strategy, bad strategy for Randy.
I think Marseille hold was a mistake for Randy. But, I mean, I don't know if he cares about the loss of Belgium, but this is clearly concerning for him now. But I don't – look, when I looked at this board, I was like, oh, my God, Roni, Randy, and Kevin in the West, like, David, put her on ice. These guys are going to fight for a bit. So I think we're going to see it way fluid. So who knows what's going to happen. I'm more looking at Karthik. Karthik and Cameron here might be able to do some damage if they stick together and get a good result, especially if the West is going to be not in stasis, like I think. Look at these builds.
That is not what you would call stasis in the West.
This is the 3rd time I think we've seen 2 fleets from Germany this tournament.
2 fleets from Germany, also fleets of Astapol from Russia, which Austria will love to see as well. Yeah, okay. It looks like there's an FG.
You think? Yeah.
Ed, Ringo 2.
No, it's
Ed
McCallum.
did last year. Yeah.
No, did he?
All right. So, yep, Germany pushes into Heldel and By. France sends the units up, so it does suggest that there's an FG at the moment, at least. Russia does get into Black Sea. Karthik defends Romania to help that happen. Looks very much like an air in the east, with Bohemia sort of just sitting there wondering why it's there and wondering why it's not into Rolia to stop Karthik snagging Venice.
You think that's going to happen?
Oh, look.
I think we know Karthik on this show. I think we know. Man's got to get a score, and he's got to go quick.
Yeah. As soon as I saw Venice just wide open, I'm like, yeah, Karthik's going to take that. And that's what Karthik does. Gets Bulgaria as well. Looks like he's going fully into an AR here, which is a pretty good position for him with Fleet Romania and Russia being in Black Sea. The AR is pretty viable. Russia also snags Norway at the same time. So both of them doing some sneaky little snags this turn. In the West, meanwhile, the FG sort of falters because England gets into Belgium because Germany tries to shift all their fleets out, and France gets into the North Atlantic. So France is attacking England, but England's attacking Germany, but Germany's attacking France. Good.
As Ed predicted, chaos. So Winter 1902 seeds a fleet build from Karthik. We like, we dislike.
Oh, I like it. You're attacking Italy and you're working with Russia. That's absolutely. This is the time to build Fleet Trieste. Fleet Marseille is a weird one. Is Randy really coming into the Med? Is this going to turn into an EF?
Well, if they see Karthik's progress here, stop him at all costs is maybe the strategy.
I feel
Wouldn't
like
you build an army?
Yeah. Is a 7 center Austria stop at all costs in 02?
I don't speak for what is right. I just speak for what is on the board.
I mean, stop Karthik at all costs should be the de facto move. I mean, the North Coast fleet makes sense after Russia snagged Norway, though. Like
no,
that.
I'm just loving it because it's another pro-Austrian build here.
Yeah.
Spring 1903. I don't know whose order and what it is. You guys just run this show here.
It's me, but I love Karthik, and Karthik's doing Karthik stuff here, right? You know, like this is into Piedmont, into Rome, somehow gets Cameron to go to Silesia. You know, that's pretty amazing. It's all coming up great for Karthik here. He's got to go quick as Austria. He's going quick. He can cover
Cameron's
Greece now.
misordered Tunis as well.
Ionian didn't make the convoy, so that's brutal. Ionian can get dislodged now. Serbia can cover it. Serbia can cover Greece. So there be issues. Meanwhile, Randy goes down into Gulf of Lyon, somehow self-bouncing in Burgundy. Germany gets Belgium back, where Germany's kind of worked it out a little bit with England, taking Belgium, but not going for Denmark here, instead of going to Baltic. I guess there's a guess over. No, there's not a guess over Munich. It doesn't have to be against Cameron.
I mean, there was a misorder on Con as well, but it didn't matter because they take it now.
Yeah. So Karthik takes Naples, covers Greece, takes Con. Somehow thought he was going to get Randy to move Lyon back to Marseille. That didn't happen. I don't know what McAllis was laughing at, but let's see here.
I'm just laughing at how much Karthik is taking. This is now stop Karthik at all costs if I'm somebody else on this board, because now Austria's getting scary. Like Naples being for free, because Cameron tried to snag Greece, which means Rome is essentially in pocket. Con, obviously. The fact that Russia's in Bulgaria, you don't care about as Austria. That's easy for you to take later.
It is raining outside now. I close my window as you talk about the adjustments. Anything?
Germany's decided they really want that third fleet, so they've got to build, and they've put it back on the board. Karthik waves. Cool. Stop role-playing as Andrew Goff. Cameron keeps Silesia, because Cameron is really angry with Russia. Okay,
hilarious.
This is how solos happen.
It's you, buddy.
Okay, so Cameron does go into Galicia and might be doing something anti-Karthik, but Vienna and Budapest are both coverable, so not the end of the world. Karthik takes Rome that he had in pocket because it's so much easier to take Rome than Naples. Gets into Smyrna while AR forced through Turkey, which is just good for them. Turkey's now essentially dead because Smyrna's an army, so Ankara is indefensible. That will be the end of Robert's game. Randy goes down to Western Med. Fine, you probably need to stop Karthik getting Tunis anytime soon. And the West has decided that this big scary AR is not their problem. It's Russia's in Norwegian Sea in Norway, and Karthik's about to go and take Tunis, but it's not their problem. We don't need to worry about that. The West, we need to fight each other. It's critically important. We're convoying to Wales. We're taking Denmark back. So it's bad turn for England. FG is now the alliance. Let's see how that goes in full.
I will say I called this West. Looking at those three.
Yeah. So yeah, the AR is still not a problem. They're in Munich and North Sea, but they're still not a problem. That is, we do not care. We will kill the English. The English are the problem on this board. We need to deal with the English. Like we've had enough of the Empire. We've had enough of the royal family. We need to deal with the English here. So great
and
news.
Not very
We've got
well.
Sweden. We've got Denmark and Sweden. This is a success. Don't worry about Munich. Don't worry about North Sea. Don't worry about Norwegian. We've got Munich. We've got Scandinavia. It's all good. England's on the back foot. Turkey is dead. Goodbye. Russia walked out of Con to do it. Doesn't even try and rebalance the alliance in any way. Okay. And Berlin covering Silesia instead of Munich was a decision that could be made.
You gotta love Karthik. Like I'm telling you, this is Karthik at his best. When you want to see a player do what they do, he's getting to do what he does. He doesn't have enough time to finish it, I think, but this is what the man does. Great.
This is only 1904. If they keep fighting in the West, I can see 7 here. Tunis is a walk-in next year. So that's,
hey, what happened to
that's
Randy's
12.
fleet?
It's gone to Mid-Atlantic to fight the English.
He was.
It's gone to kill the English heads. The English are the threat. That's where you need to send your fleet.
Let's just highlight the West.
You don't need fleets to contest Tunis. Cameron's pulled it off the board because he decides his final unit will be the army in Galicia rather than defend Tunis. And yeah, okay, cool.
I'm dropping the cult of Jamal, and I'm in the cult of Karthik. Come on, Karthik. Because Karthik wouldn't have passed up that solo in round 2. I'll tell you that. He would have taken that solo. This is
Go
his
long
tournament.
horn.
He's a former champion.
Looking to become a two-time champion, which David Miller already is. So can he push? I mean, Trieste holds, so clearly he is confident in his fleets in the south.
Yeah, but slight problem here with Vienna. Well, I mean, yeah, he can kick it out, but then it can retreat, and so issues to worry about. I wouldn't say that. Just as I get on the Karthik cult, he turned out to be a scam artist. I don't think
Ed
it's
Jinx.
coming up off
It depends whether Russia this is an attack or not. That really plays a huge part. The fact Warsaw's just holding, there's no attempt to shift those armies down, suggests that this is just defending from that annoying Italian army, and that Russia's not hostile and might even walk out of Con or do some swap there. Russia's also in Clyde.
Yeah, well, okay, so got lucky here. If I was Vienna, I think I would not have gone to Budapest, but you know, you can't blame Cameron. Goodbye, Cameron. You got Karthik. Meanwhile, Randy's like, "Hey, dude, take Marseille, take Spain. Have at
But
it."
success, England lost Holland.
So I don't even know what Karthik's up. Right? He's up Tunis. He's up Ankara. He's down Con.
He's only up one for the year, but the problem is that he's basically got Iberia in pocket if France doesn't turn around right now. And England's still on 2. Like, France did get London, but Russia defended Liverpool.
Is it time to take some Russian dots?
Let's find out.
If you're going for the solo, yeah.
+3, but can only build 1 because of terrible unit management there, Karthik. Sorry about that. No.
Why did Randy build in Marseille?
And
England's not dead.
I mean, it's good to build a fleet in Marseille that can never get out as well. That's important. Not an army that's flexible. There's definitely not a massive great hole in Burgundy right now that Karthik could walk into. We need an army in Marseille. No, we need a fleet. That's much better.
Well, see, he covered Burgundy. You know.
That's fine. He even got the fleet out of Marseille. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's me. Okay, so Karthik does not get into Rouen, but does get Marseille, and because Gaston walks up to Burgundy, Karthik's also got Spain in pocket guaranteed. Russia defends Liverpool again against France as Randy's crusade to kill the perfidious Brits still hasn't succeeded. Germany, meanwhile, is finally dealing with the big threat, which is it's Russia. Okay. So Germany is going and fighting for North Sea. They've got into it. Cool, fine. That's a perfectly reasonable move. And Karthik isn't moving on Russia yet. That's for sure.
It's time.
It's time, but he guesses wrong everywhere. God, has this guy even played? So he doesn't get Rum, doesn't get Con. He does get into Galicia for free, so it's not insignificant. Also gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean because France feels the need to cover Portugal against nobody rather than defend Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so that's now Portugal in pocket as well. But good news, France is in North Sea and Norwegian Sea. So Randy has made progress. He's made progress against the true enemy. He is finally encircling the English. Karthik's also in Kiel because Germany convoys to Livonia. And Russia's in Berlin and Sweden. So Germany is dying, but they've gained Norway. This is, I mean, this is very close to a solo. Yeah.
He's at 50. He's got it if he wants it.
So this is either timed out or a solo.
This is what David Miller is seeing on his other board. So as we say, I don't need another result, things change in a hurry.
Let's go back to the other game, and then we'll come back to this one.
Let's not.
You got to be kidding me, Karthik.
They conceded.
Conceded a one-way. Conceded a solo.
That is a thing you can do.
God,
I
has
mean,
Karthik ever had a solo conceded to him to win a game before?
I mean, this is how Karthik wins Dixies. Yeah.
God,
Okay.
that's awesome. He deserves it. This is amazing.
Because he gets it,
Is it
right?
enough?
I mean, we know there's at least minimum 2 game years left because those other games went into 08.
Depends on the speed of adjudication and progress.
You
and
should put
stuff.
up Tim's comment. You should put up Tim's comment.
I mean, with the French disbands, with 1 more year, it is guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he mentioned that. I think, and I think I highlighted it during his game. So maybe there was more. This room. So for you guys have been, this room for anyone who hasn't been is very small. Like you're there, and every board is right on top of each other. You know what's going on every board, and so any onboard dynamic of any game could throw off the whole room. And let's not get into it here because we're just analyzing more of the.
This is good for Karthik. It's nothing David Miller has done has made me anticipate that people would want to throw a tournament to stop David Miller winning the tournament.
Well, he
which is
didn't
what
take
you
this.
would usually but that in itself is David Miller chose to be the ally. I know some people get irrationally offended by 17-17s, but
Randy
David Miller
didn't
has
seem to be doing
upset
this.
some people for all of this to happen on this board. Or
I don't think David he's not Ed Sullivan.
we
David
don't need to
Miller's like a
suggest that
nice
either.
guy.
But
exactly, this really confuses me that so many people, because like Randy has clearly played to help Karthik solo here. Kevin, that convoy to Livonia to walk out of Kiel. Roni, like he was just defending for his life, so Roni isn't really part of it. And Benjamin was probably just a case of, oh, my ally's got such a jump on me and he can force a solo now anyway. So Benjamin was caught out rather than, I think, actively through it. But the French and German play in this game puzzles me a lot. Italy made some like not great decisions, but it like that just happens sometimes. And sometimes you take some punts and it doesn't work.
Let's not talk about the other board yet. We've got much to go back to, but boy, oh boy.
Well,
boy, oh
that's
boy.
an interesting. That's interesting, but I would say, like, this is also just a function of face-to-face too, right? I know Karthik did this in virtual. Trust me, no one knows it better than me. Okay, that he did it in virtual, but in face-to-face, like emotions do run hotter. Maybe there was some emotional thing.
Do they?
All right, let's go.
This is a thing I would expect more in an online game. Like, because the thing that happened in the year when it was Karthik before, like it happened first in your game and JJ voted himself out and you got the 2-way, and then Tommy Anderson voted himself out, so Karthik got the 2-way. There was a tit for tat there that actually it made sense in both cases. You could see it. I genuinely struggle to understand what Randy and Kevin's thought process was that made them do this.
Well, here let's
go to the other game.
Let's hear from Karthik here.
No, go to the other game. Go to the other game. I don't want to hear.
Hey, Karthik Conith, you just finished your round 3 game here at Dixiecon, the game we call Crystal Coast.
Yep.
What happened?
Yeah, so I worked with Russia basically the entire game. He was my #1 ally. I stabbed Italy on his request in 1903, a little bit earlier than I wanted to do so, and I think that bought me all the credibility I needed to get him to trust me 100% all the way to the end game. And in the end game, my goal was to get a 2-way draw, just so I could get Best Austria. But the other side of the board got so infuriated at how we were going, and because I was the bigger party, they agreed to throw me the solo.
So what you're saying is that sometimes emotions and psychological situations and psychological warfare can be important in the game of diplomacy.
Absolutely. Like, I made a concerted effort to deny them the ability to negotiate with Russia, and that only infuriated them more, that Russia would constantly talk to me and not to them. And I did that knowingly, hoping to engender that anger towards him, while showing Russia absolute, generosity and genuine, support and action on whatever he requested, because genuineness and authenticity is really hard to fake, and somewhat easy to detect. So by being completely honest with Russia and setting up positions to make both of them angry at him while he remains loyal to me, I figured that'd be my best shot at getting a solo.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Karthik Conith believes that he comes across as a genuine, authentic, and trustworthy person. Now, we are doing this interview before we know what happens on the other boards. There's 3 boards still going on. We don't know if you've won this thing or not. For right now, you are still somebody who's only won the virtual version of Dixiecon. But so far, what do you think your chances are given what's going on in the other 3 boards?
I think my chances are about a 40%. Like, I think people find it funny to, like, with me. So I think there's a decent... Oh, sorry, didn't mean to swear. Fudge. People find it funny to fudge with me. So I don't know if, like, you know, they'll try to toss a solo, just be like, ha ha ha, it wouldn't be funny if Karthik lost a tournament he thought he'd won.
Yeah, that would happen if I were free to give my own editorial comments to the various players. But as the tournament director, I am, of course, completely neutral.
And above reproach.
Completely neutral as to the outcome of the tournament. Congratulations on your win. Karthik, any final thoughts for the audience?
Stay safe and stab well.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Back to the studio.
Ed has been covering his eyes since David's comments.
Okay, Karthik lacks. There's not another diplomacy player who lacks self-awareness like Karthik Konat. Okay, in no way does he ever appear genuine, authentic. That's not in his game. He's the Scorpion. That's the only thing he is. He's the Scorpion. But you know what? The Scorpion can do some damage, and he deserved this. I'm so happy for him. Really happy for him. Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em horns. Yeah. So as you heard, and as you pointed it out in Spring 01, the West was there to fight, and they kept fighting amongst themselves and couldn't get on the same page to stop them. I think they looked at the map. We won't go to the back to the map anymore, but they looked at the map, and Karthik says 2 years, and I've got 18. So let's just end it.
Well,
now.
we now know David Miller needs a 2-way draw, right? Because his first score doesn't work with I think if David gets a 2-way,
because Karthik has a solo and a 4-way as his score, so 2 ways definitely overtakes that.
Well, so it was 250, right? I think he had 250 in that one. Let's look at the map. Is that what it was? 238. 238 is the most he could get, right? Because you can't get any more than 17.
So that would be 476 doubled.
And that is not enough. So a solo and a good result does beat 2-2-way. So now that's why David maybe was asking for the solo. Because he knew
Karthik did have quite a lot of centers in his 4-way. Yeah.
So on the other hand, it would be just desserts for Karthik to lose to a conceded solo at Dixie. I'm not saying I'm rooting for it, but I am saying it would be a just outcome.
All right. Well, speaking of that, let's get back to it. So winter 1905, we wonder why David Miller is pushing for a result. We know why he is pushing for a result, because he is back-to-back with Karthik on their boards right next to each other, hearing what's going on that board. Now David's got to push. Spring 1906, McCallus, take this one.
All right, so David gets the convoy to Yorkshire, gets into Gascony. These are all good positional moves. He just needs to be taking dots at the same time. And he looks like he's got England on board. England's supporting him to Picardy. That's not unimportant at this stage, because that means that England can probably toss him Brest quite easily. Who else does he look like he's got on board? Not Russia. Russia's moving against him.
Not France.
Italy. Not France. Turkey, maybe, which could be the difference in the East. If Turkey is going to come and help Germany somehow, or go for dots themselves, I don't see a path to 18 for David without a throw from Turkey or one of the other Easterners. England is not enough by themselves to do it. Maybe France is. France walks out of Paris. France walks out of Edinburgh. Potentially both were just bad guesses. Germany does get into Galicia, but loses Bohemia to a PIF, so they're not really actually threatening anything there. Turkey takes Sevastopol to kick Russia out. Maybe Turkey's playing, oh, I'm going to take this for myself and then hold the line. Maybe this is a sign Turkey's trying to do something against Russia. Italy is just rushing units towards where the centers that could be thrown. And France is supporting Italy into Spain, which is not how you would throw centers. You would throw you would support Gascony into Spain. So I think Alex is just trying to put some sort of line together as quickly as possible.
Ed, after 1906, we see +2, but I think one was held from last time. How close are we? How many years, if it can be done, how many years does he need to do it with some help?
He needs Liverpool, London, and all of Iberia and Marseille. Right?
And I don't see, like, Italy's not throwing it to him. So Iberia and Marseille's off. You've got 3 in Liverpool, London, Brest, which take you to 16. I think you need Turkey. Turkey is what, or Russia. You need one of them to throw you 2 dots in the east. I don't think the west is achievable in any sort of timed format. Like, the nearest fleet to Iberia that Germany has is in Clyde. That's not going to get you a solo in a time game.
And it's going backwards.
Yeah. Well, Turkey's not helping. How about that?
And Russia.
Yeah. I mean, Turkey's just like, hey, I want to kill Russia. Italy's just sort of setting up the line here, is my guess. Alex Alex is not helping. Alex is definitely not helping.
And Denmark
so he's got
is now
one
guaranteed lost as well. That's a walk into Denmark for France. So it's not even a +1.
Yep, it does happen. Oh, Munich goes down.
That's it. That's it. There's no coming back from losing Munich. That will be that, and congrats to Carthage, I guess. I suppose there's still a result to play for other people from tournament perspective. So Keith is probably, like, Keith's had a good 3-way draw somewhere, so he might be looking for a 3-way. You could get some sort of Germany, Italy, Turkey 3-way in this game that gets Keith a good result in the tournament, and Jack, I think it would be their first good result overall. So both of them have motivation to do that if they want to.
David gets Munich back early. France does,
but loses Kiel. Yeah. You know, Liverpool's under like it is Titanic rearranging right now. Okay, yeah. He can't solo.
Yeah, there's no solo.
No, it's more result ending. Russia goes into Budapest uncontested. Italy gets Marseille though, and then walks out of Marseille. David loses Brest but takes London. Kiel walks out of, goes to Helgoland.
A range draw, maybe.
That gets us to 14. Winter 1908. Anything changing? We got.
I mean, now Brest and Paris are basically untakeable.
Yeah. Well,
the East is a stalemate line. Marseille is.
This is just fighting over the draw size right now.
Yeah.
This is what this is. Like, David's not trying for a solo.
Paris gets to 15.
Okay. Paris walks out. I mean, this is back to the 16 that he could have got 2 years ago, though. This still doesn't get him the 2 that he actually needs to win. This looks like it's draw size, as Ed said.
Yep.
So France is now cut out of the draw. Maybe Alex was unwilling to vote himself out, and that's why it continued.
Yep.
It's
got his second 2-way. 2 2-ways and a 16 center 3-way is a fantastic result, which wins most Dixiecons. However, in 2024, that is not enough to pass soloist and champion Karthik Koenig.
Karthik deserves it. David could have had it if he wanted it. He didn't want it. He wanted to play diplomacy a different way, and sometimes those are the breaks. And I don't begrudge the way David played. He had 3 amazing games.
Yep.
Okay, David had 3 amazing games. Karthik had 1 amazing game, but his amazing game was better than David's. David could have had that game if he wanted, and he tried to play differently. I think David achieved what he wanted to achieve. He played the game he wanted to play. It still doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. And I wish, if you're David, I've been there. Trust me, no one's been second in the modern era more than me. Being second hurts. We all can't be McAllis and Karthik. But I'm really happy for Karthik for a couple of reasons. One, we give him a lot of shit. And I just gave him shit a few minutes ago. The guy can play diplomacy. He played it really well. He deserved this. He's a 2-time winner. He's virtual champ. He's a face-to-face champ now. Still hasn't done online yet, as far as I know, in any tournament of consequence. But Karthik, you can work on that. But well deserved. And I'm glad to call him my friend and fellow Longhorn.
Again, yeah, Karthik played one game incredibly well, and it got him a result. David probably, I think it would be fair to say David Miller played the best across the tournament, but that doesn't matter. Karthik nailed the result he needed, took advantage of the chaos that he sowed, and got the win as a result. And you cannot hold that against him. Like, you can't take it away. Karthik got the result because he knew what he needed to do, and he did it. So congrats to Karthik. Excellent play. David played the way he wanted. I don't think David will be too upset by this. David chose not to solo on purpose. He would have known this was a possibility. He's won Dixie before. I think David will be very satisfied with this tournament, regardless of the fact he didn't get the win at the end. Also want to give a shout out that how often do you see people with Dixiecon scoring? We have people with 2-way draws who aren't even in the top 7 overall in the standings. The amount of 2-way draws we had in this tournament, I suspect all because of that first round when Randy and Tim Crosby got that 2-way draw. I think that opened the door to so many other results happening. And it's what you often see. You see a solo or a big result early in a tournament, more results happen. They're like dominoes. If there were no big results early in the tournament, I'm not convinced any of this happens. And as a result, everyone played a bit differently. They played a bit more aggressively, and they got bigger scores. And this is the wonder of 2-way draws. This is what happens when you play a bit more aggressively and go after it rather than just settling for freeways. Because people knew by the start of round 2 that just going for freeway after freeway wasn't going to win you the tournament. And yeah, it's great to see a lot of different faces in the top 10 as well. I think this is Keith's best tournament that we've seen. Tim, this might be his best face-to-face. He's definitely had big results online, but I think this is one of his and Jason Bennett's best face-to-face results. Randy, Todd, Emily, Roni, I think, has won a face-to-face tournament. But yeah, all of these are. It's not just the same old faces, and congrats to everyone. I think that there's a lot of people who'll be very happy the way they played at this tournament.
Yeah.
Little shout out to Keith here. I was at Keith's first face-to-face tournament 2 years ago at Dixie, and I think he got the I got bricked or whatever the thing is where you get eliminated badly. He keeps coming to these face-to-face tournaments after a good online career, and he had a great top 5. I'm really, really happy for the guy because he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Maybe not as nice as David Miller, but second nicest person you'll ever meet.
All right. So to get to the awards, David Hood wins the Brick Award this year. Not sure how that happened, but he did.
Kevin, do you want to show us the rest of the standings, just so everyone?
Yes, thank you. I can do that. There's 11 through 20.
Liam shouldn't have voted himself out of that draw. Liam, you messed up.
Yeah.
Kevin's result was from that third game. I mean, I think Randy's play was a little odd. We don't know the internal dynamics of why he did what he did, but just from the outside, it's sort of inexplicable.
21 through 30. I think
You've got to feel for Alex Maslow in this tournament.
He actually, I felt really bad for Alex in that last game because he's the one that stopped David. He's the one who did it, and yet they wouldn't let him in the draw. That's like, I feel bad for him. It helped Keith, but it didn't help him. He did the yeoman's work.
And it's also, if it hadn't been for the other game of what happened with Carthick, would David have ever stabbed Alex in that game? I think probably not. So Alex was on for a pretty good result, and then it was that I would not be surprised if he gets the I got pummeled award.
Yep, I'm holding it right here. He won the hammer. So
yeah,
Alex, you and we will bring it to a tournament one time. Celebrate together. David Miller won the knife. Trying to think of what his best stab was. Do you guys remember the stab that got him there?
It took like 3 or 4.
I presume it was in the freeway draw game. Probably.
Losing with dignity is another award. There seems to be 7 players in this one. I do see Alex in here, and Tim Richardson is in here as well. Maybe this was the Legion of Doom or the Coalition of Doom. Top team, of course, was Karthik and Liam and Ben. They won that. That's usually round 2. So best awards, usually there is power summary. Here we'll do the top powers here as we finish up here.
Yeah, you get a nice plaque for best country at Dixiecon. So these are nice awards to go for.
Everything over 200 except for David's 194, which there you go. You got a few of those, don't you?
He's on 3 of the best country lists. That's pretty impressive for 3 games.
And it's a heck of a tournament. The average, so Austria was just above Turkey for the average, and the only reason that was the case was because of 330 for
How often do you see a 16-center freeway draw be the worst best country?
In this scoring system, for sure. In I wonder what.
In any system, how often do you see 16 centers be a worst best country?
That's what I'm saying. This is no other system would have that. Certainly not. Yeah. That is that. My last comment about players, just going back to the standings here, is Peter Jurgen has now competed in 11 Dixie Cons. He has top 7 in 9 of them.
Karthik needs to be on the show.
Peter,
send a link to Karthik.
Peter, is he here? Karthik, you here?
He's here. He's
in the chat.
Oh.
Here, let's get Karthik on.
Yeah,
I thought he was on a plane. I asked someone about that. I didn't get.
This is his moment in the sun. He only can win Dixie.
I thought he was on a plane.
Now winning the Dixie is just the stepping stone. You win Dixie and you just keep winning it. You'll get there one day. You'll learn, but once you've won Dixie, it's like the mountain.
Karthik? You were replaced by Karthik.
Well,
that's what happened to you.
I was going
to ask, is it a win for WebDip?
It's always a win for WebDip.
No.
Yeah, this keeps it for WebDip yet again. But both DipCon and Dixiecon are WebDip tournaments now. It's official.
No, so again, one more for Peter Jurgen. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 top 4s in 11 tournaments there. He knows the system well and had another great tournament. Chicago expat too.
Hey, look at Jason Bennett too. I mean, Jason's had some good league play. Okay, he's done well in BDL. He's done well in Tour of Britain. But face-to-face play, I don't think I've seen a higher result for Jason. Tim Crosby's face-to-face play is now carrying over from virtual. We're seeing these virtual players, start to join in, which I, as a virtual player, primarily that I like to see. And
Jason,
Todd.
Here, so Jason finished 13th out of 49 at DipCon in Cascadia this year. He finished 2nd in Liberty Cup last October. Smaller tournament, but he did finish 2nd there. Those are his only 2 in-person tournaments.
He was definitely at Dixie last year. I remember playing with Jason.
I do not see that on the list. So
I don't know where he finished overall. Like, he got some good results without winning overall, I think, but he was definitely. I definitely remember playing with Jason Bennett.
No. Then we will believe you. We will not believe the rankings here. But what we do believe here is the champ, Karthik Koneth, has joined us. Congrats, Karthik.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
So was it really 40% when you gave those odds that you thought you weren't going to win? I mean, that's less than half a chance.
Yeah, because I didn't do the math right, and I thought a 2-way draw would, as you guys thought at the beginning, would get David over me. And I thought there was a decent chance David could get that 2-way draw. And it turned out that he needed a solo as well, and that was a little bit less likely. Had I known that, I may have given a different odds result.
Okay. So you weren't really thinking about a championship going into that last round, were you?
No, I was not. I actually volunteered to David that I could sit out if he needed me to sit out. But
what?
Yeah, I was ready to go challenge for the Ironman contest. I had won quite a few games of like Terraforming Mars, Dune Imperium, and so on and so forth. So I was like in good contention for that. And then it turned out that that was not going to be the case. Like, he needed me to play, so I played. And when Russia built 2 fleets, Italy agreed to move to Bohemia as I requested. I realized that I was in good position. And then when Russia asked me to stab Italy, basically make a decision on whether I was working with him or Italy, I realized I had actually a decent chance to go for the absolute win.
Karthik, it's better if we ask the questions because otherwise you ramble.
Sure.
And
fair enough.
My question is this: we don't really quite understand Randy's play. You get into Marseille, you get into Spain, you get into, without that, you don't get the conceded solo.
Right.
How did that come about?
Sure. And I think that's really easily explained by France and Germany's and England's motivations, right? So you had Roni basically tired of being ganged up on by both France and by Germany. So therefore, he was happy to vote himself out of the draw and give me and Russia a 2-way draw. And he was happy to work with me and Russia to dot France, dot Germany, and blow up the line because he didn't see any paths of survival with them. And therefore, France had to take out England to survive. And I kept on writing England and Russia's tactics to defend against the FG, and that prevented them from ever getting any build off of them until it was too late to matter.
No, but you walked into Marseille, you walked into Spain. Randy just vacates it for Portugal.
And Kevin with the Kiel to Livonia convoy as well.
Right. So at that point, the solo was already tossed because it couldn't be prevented anymore. So at that point, it was signaling to Russia their frustration that they were unable to negotiate with him, that because I basically manipulated and monopolized his negotiation time.
Okay.
So there was no cross-board dynamics. There's no anger at David for not passing up the solo.
No. There was no care or things after there. It was purely about how they were frustrated that they were going to get whittled out of the draw by Russia and myself. Because both of us were looking for a 2-way draw at the time. Because if you look at the board, I actually never take a single dot off of Russia in order to get my position. And they basically at that point were like, okay, we're inviting Karthik to solo. You have to turn now. Hey, we're inviting Karthik to solo. You have to turn now. And I think my negotiations with Russia convinced him that, hey, I am good for the draw. And until the fact that they firmly committed to throwing the solo, I was happy to take the 2-way draw.
2-way draw we saw would have gotten you up there, but close.
Right. Because, like I said, I didn't think I was in contention to win the tournament, right? It was only once, they actually committed to throw the solo physically with moves that I was down to take the solo because, Ed Sullivan, you've offered me a solo 3 or 4 times in anger at the other side of the board, and every single time, Lucy and Charlie playing, Charlie going to kick the football, I had it yanked out from under me. I thought the same thing was going to happen here, so I wasn't willing to take the solo unless it was very much proven on the board that they were willing to commit to it. And at that point, I was willing to say, okay, I don't need the 2-way draw anymore. I'm going to go for the solo here.
Could you have?
I
could
know
you
what
have
you
gotten-
want to hear. I tickled your pleasure zones. I know how to tickle them.
So could you have gotten it? Is that how you? Is that how they conceded? You said, "Look, here's my 18."
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, France, I could walk. Sorry, Brest, I could walk into. Portugal, I could walk into. Paris, I could walk into. Romania, I could force. Bulgaria, I could force. Constantinople, I could force. Like, it's not a question of could I get 18? Like, it's a question of do I get 21, 22, 23, 24? Like,
I
and
think our point was like we understand why it was conceded at the end. It was more like
right.
the 2 or 3 years before that when we were just really confused why France and Germany kept attacking England instead
Oh
of
yeah,
just going, fair enough, let's not keep fighting. Like Roni's play made complete sense. Roni was being
right.
ground out by them.
Right, and that's because Roni basically told them to their face is like that that he was going to work with us, and he was going to continuously work against them unless he was given like a decent result, and they were not willing to give Roni the result that he wanted to work with them, and at that point they had to ground him out, and they just were not able to get the units in position to actually take him off the board before I could actually take Marseille and Spain off of them, and once they got Marseille and Spain, the game was over.
So they just badly miscalculated how easy it would be to remove England, basically.
Right, exactly. They thought they could take out Roni in a couple of years with Russian help. But I got in the Russian years and basically wrote the ER defensive orders to ensure that England would stay alive long enough for me to get into position for the solo.
That's good. That makes a lot more sense than here.
Yeah.
Roni is a fantastic defensive tactician too. So I think you know that. Yeah. We have so DBN's Karthik Konat. Karthik forgets that we are a censored network. So your interview, I'm now calling this the Karthik. Anytime I have to use it on air, it's now on our system here.
And we get one and to keep a PG-13 rating. So I use that one.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is he knows how to pronounce Tyrrhenian C now. All right, Karthik, I got nothing more for you, but I'm really proud of you because you have a huge target. You don't have like a McAllis-like target, but second target.
Once he gets a DipCon, he didn't get a DipCon and a Dixiecon all in one like McAllis did last year. So.
I did not. No, I somehow paid for McAllis's flight to beat me. A true big mistake.
Oh,
The best
are you
kind of
going to Worlds next weekend?
No, I will not. Well, I'd love to be in Milan. It just doesn't work with my schedule.
Yeah. All right. Well, then maybe another Longhorn will keep the winning tradition of this week going forward. Karthik, congrats. Enjoy the celebration tonight, and we will see you hopefully on air on our side of the camera lens here for VDL coming up soon.
I'll be excited for that. And just remember, Ed, when you go to Milan, the winning tradition of the Texas Longhorns shall not be entrusted to the weak nor the timid.
Ed's not part of Team WebDip, though, so he can't win Milan.
Web dippers forever, baby.
All right. Enjoy. We'll see him on the other side.
Stay safe and stab well.
That's twice he's gotten that in this.
He really wants to end the broadcast. Be the final word on it, doesn't he?
No.
So do I.
We're not letting him. I'm going to keep moving here. So if you see what we got on the streaming on the bottom, lots of upcoming diplomacy. Here is the virtual server. We'll do it one last time. VDL in 2 weekends. Saturday, I think it's the 8th. 3 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe it's one off from there. It's close. One European, one Australian, couple time friendlies for everyone. Tour Britain the weekend after that. We've got Armada in July, Massacre in August, SkyCon in August. Come on, we got to promote this. This is a great broadcast. We've had some fun. McAllis, last comments as the now former defending champion.
Well, you had to hand it over eventually, and fair play to Karthik. He's got there in the end. And yeah, it was a really good tournament, a lot of fun games. I think a lot of people are going to be really happy with the way they played in that tournament as well. And
One final shout out, Alex Maslow. You may have got hammered here, but Stephen Hogue got hammered at Dixie last year, and then he won whipping. So, Alex, you're winning the World Championship next year.
Ed, one more back pat for the Longhorn.
Stay safe and stab well. Get me off the show.
No, boo! No, I get to do that one.
No. It was a great tournament. Look, Dixie Con is the crown jewel of the face-to-face circuit in North America for a reason. It showed it all. The games were exciting. I love the draw aspect of it. Brandon Fogel, who used to rag on it, well, when he won it, even before he won it, he said, I see its merit now. That David Hood, he actually ends up knowing a few things, as much as we like to make fun of him. And I think it's a great way to keep everyone's interest involved during the games. It's also a way to advance the game when it's slowing down. And so, I'm glad that this tournament exists. I'm glad this scoring structure exists. And I wish, to be fair, some other tournaments would copy it. I know that that's controversial, but fine.
We can live with that. You stole my comments. My thanks was going to be to you two gents. We spent over 6 hours on the air together with very little to nearly no breaks. So thank you guys for hanging with me. Big thanks, as you said, to David Hood, who has run this tournament for 38 straight years, a couple of virtual, but those are just as tough to run because you're still doing the recruiting. I missed the barbecue. I do like the barbecue, I think, better in North Carolina than Texas. Sorry, Uncle Frank.
Oh, my God.
But
Look,
I will say that.
As a European, I don't think there's any difference.
Oh, those are.
You haven't tried it.
Well,
I'll throw my own tournament. I'll throw my own tournament just to feed you barbecue.
There we go. Ed Sullivan, you heard it here, folks. We have a breaking news. We are going to have a Texas tournament sometime soon just to compare the barbecue. But on that note, thank you to everyone for watching. We've got a lot more coming. We'll be back on air in 2 weeks with League Night. And until then, we wish everyone to stay safe and stab well.